At your apartment. I asked you why you chose Chula Vista of all places to live. You said if everything had worked out, you would have gone to Phoenix. He sits back and stares at me. So what's in Phoenix? Wow, you sure know how to kill a mood, don't you? My blood pressure kicks up at his callous laugh. Not going to work, Rook. I let you get away with changing the subject one time. I don't fall for the same shit twice. Lifting my wine, I buy as much time as I can by sipping slowly. It's acidic and tart, just like the truth sitting on my tongue. Finally, I lower the glass. You have your secrets, and I have mine. He scrubs his palms down his face. Why are you so against trusting people? A valid question, but not one easily answered. You of all people should know the answer to that, I mumble. You're never going to stop punishing me for that, are you? That cocky sneer of his ignites again, making my stomach tighten. Is that what tonight was all about? Did you go out with that pretty boy actor to get back at me? Well, 10 fucking points, Cupcake. You win. My heart skips a beat. So you admit it. Admit what? A smile blankets my face. You're jealous. All traces of arrogance fall from his face, and he leans forward. Is that what you want to hear? Fine, maybe I am jealous. Maybe seeing him touch you made me want to cut his hands off and shove them down his throat. And maybe I am an asshole, but I'm an asshole who can still afford to take his girl to expensive places, just like any Oscar winner. He gestures around the restaurant. A sizzle shoots down my spine. You called me your girl. A flash of red sweeps across his cheeks. Yeah, so what? Is that what you think? Dominic's shoulders stiffen. Don't read into anything. I don't do labels, Rook. A throaty chuckle rumbles in my chest as I lean across the table and brush a wayward strand of inky black hair out of his eyes. You love me, Dominic McCallum. Why don't you just admit it? I'm half joking, but I find myself holding my breath for his answer. Moments pass in silence before he stares into my eyes, pinning me with a mask of resolve. Because I don't, and I can't. Ever. I stare at the floor a moment, then lift my gaze to his, my stomach sinking to my toes. I should go. Grabbing my purse, I head toward the back exit Noah mentioned. I don't stop until I'm outside, staring into the night sky as if it holds all the answers to my brand new, fucked up life. I've never known you to walk away from an argument. Dominic appears behind me, the faint scent of whiskey faltering my steps. I bite my lip and turn an impassive gaze on him. I'm not walking away from an argument. I'm walking away from you. I have to rip whatever is between us off like a worn Band-Aid. It's not just Roston's threats that stand between us. It's the constant dreams. It's the static, the scratching, the zigzag lines that are becoming more and more frequent. It's the voice in my head whispering words I don't understand. And that damn room at the estate. The one I sit in night after night because it's the only one in the whole godforsaken mansion that quiets everything. The place where I count away the monsters as I wait for the nameless boy with frozen eyes to appear out of the shadows. But I don't tell him any of that. I care too much about you to do this. I whisper. You have no idea the fire we're playing with or how badly you could get burned. Dominic's features harden. Fire doesn't scare me. I shake my head before turning on my heel. It terrifies me. I barely have time to react before his strong arms swing me against the side of the building. I open my mouth to tell him to stop when he pins me against the bricks and slams his lips against mine. Relenting to the fire welling inside of me, I melt into him. I finally break away. No, stop! His voice dips low with want as he pulls back, his lips resting against mine. Is that what you really want? Because if you do, say it again, and I'll walk away. but we both know you want me to fuck away whatever shit you've got bottled up in your head. Dominic, just say it. I press myself as far back into the wall as possible. My body possesses no self-control around him, and it pisses me off. I hate you, I whisper, shivering as his hands slide down to my hips. Hate me. I don't care, as long as you come home with me. I'm still mad at you. He trails a hand down my cheek. I don't remember asking. I slowly nod as he slides his hand down my arm and locks his fingers in mine. As we walk away from the restaurant, all I can think of is that this is a mistake, and it's going to cost us.
Chapter 29. Dominic. If you ever get the chance to ride down Sunset Boulevard with a Hollywood starlet on the back of a Harley, I highly recommend it. Under the disguise of a helmet, no one knows who she is, and you feel like a god. A god that should get a medal for waiting this long to fuck her. You're so tense. Angel releases her hold on my waist, her voice scattering across my neck from behind. Are you all right? Nothing about tonight is all right. I'd planned to tell her a watered-down version of my past with Luciano, but somewhere between sitting down at the table and opening my mouth, my plan went to hell. We started arguing, and before I knew it, words became lust. I still haven't figured out when the tables turned. However, even the most patient man has his breaking point. Mine was her walking out of that restaurant. Without saying a word, I turn off the ignition and wait for her to get off first, before swinging my leg to the concrete. Narrowing my eyes, I stare at her, starting at her fuck-me heels and working my way up to that black skirt and fancy blue shirt. Angel shifts nervously. Dominic? She fidgets with the diamonds dripping from her neck. Why are you looking at me like that? Why? Because I warned her outside that bar in Chula Vista that this would happen. She asked me what I wanted from her. I told her everything. And here I am, taking everything. I stalk toward her, and she steps back. Wait, Dominic, I'm not so sure. I am. Another step back. But Roston will... Shh. A smirk creeps along the corner of my mouth as I back her against the door and cage her between my arms. If it weren't for the neighbors, I'd fuck her right here against the door. Instead, I stick a boot between her legs and pin her arms, my body flush against hers. Angel pulls at her restrained arms, and unable to move them, kicks her heel backward against the door. Men are such controlling assholes. I push against her, rubbing friction between our bodies. She rewards me with a full groan. Women are such manipulative bitches. Our eyes meet, and a moment later, we're a tangle of lips, mouths, tongues, and hands. My fingers dive into her hair, weaving through the mass of dark waves to cradle her head. She tastes incredible, sweet and dangerous. A contradiction that fucks my mind up and sets it on a path of destruction. It's a taste that makes a man want to protect her, then do dirty, unspeakable things to her. One hand drops from her face to her toned ass. It fits perfectly in my palm. But the skirt pisses me off, so I slide my hand underneath it to find bare skin. No thong. Fuck me. Our kisses become frantic, and teeth begin to clash as our breaths becomes choppy. As I dig my fingers into her skin, Angel draws my bottom lip between hers and bites down. Shit. That's it. I'm done. Growling, I unlock the door, kick it open, and pick her up by the back of the thighs. She wraps her legs around my waist, and as I carry her to my bedroom, She whispers against my lips, her voice hoarse from our hard kisses. I still hate you. Good, I say, kicking my bedroom door shut.
Chapter 30. Angel. You can justify just about anything if you want it bad enough. The logical side of me knew we crossed the line the first time we kissed. But again, justification made it easy. He's a safe oasis nestled in the eye of chaos. Even though he can be bitter, there's still beauty in his pain. He's cruel and bitter, yet still beautiful. I stiffen, flung like a rag doll into a storm of static, scratches, and zigzag lightning. I can't move as images flash through my mind. I shake, saying the pieces of the Lord's Prayer I can remember. I have no idea if it's right. I can't hear anything over the loud noises, so I cover my ears and close my eyes. I don't know what makes me look up. It's a feeling. One that wraps around me like a mother's arms, but cold and dark. How can something so beautiful be so dark? Are you God? I ask quietly. Hey, where'd you go? Dominic's rough voice washes over me as he stands by his bed and loosens his hold on my legs. Shaken, I slowly slide down his body. There's a piece missing. I know it. I can feel it. It was right there. Angel. I glance at the floor, sure if he looks in my eyes, he'll see through me to these images, these voices, these thoughts in my head. He'll ask questions I can't answer. He'll tell me this man isn't real when I hear his voice. Nowhere. I'm right here with you. To shut him up, I grab the base of my shirt and pull it over my head in one fluid motion, tossing it behind me. Dominic's eyes darken. Fuck, Angel. The words rumble from his throat in a half-growl, half-groan as he lunges for me. I'm all too happy to meet his grasp. The less we talk, the fewer questions I have to answer. The moment his hands touch me, we turn into a frenzy of torn clothing and licked skin. He rips my bra open, and I tug at his shirt. Once I have it off, I run my hands down the hard planes of his chest, tracing the litany of tattoos when he stills both my wrists. Don't be greedy. I unwrapped my dessert first. Bending his head, he takes a nipple in his mouth. Throwing my head back, I moan as sensation tears through me. Dominic, I beg. Shame is no longer a word I know. He's pushed me past the point of caring. Glancing up, he chuckles. Patience, Rook. You might miss something good. Fuck patience, I groan, running my hands down his chest again. I need you, now. What did I say about being greedy? He gives my ass a hard slap and moves around me until the back of my legs press against the mattress. I've waited 5 weeks for this, so I'm gonna do what I damn well please. Do you understand what that means? I swallow hard as he unzips my skirt and pushes it down my legs, never taking his eyes off me. Yes. No. Maybe. It means I'll fuck you when I want to, where I want to, and how I want to. I should tell him to go to hell. Instead, I nod like a bobblehead as I tug at the button on his jeans. Releasing the zipper, I dive my hand inside his boxers as a hiss of air falls from his chest. While stroking him, I steal a look up at his face as his body thrusts into my hand. His eyes are closed, and his jaw pulses around clenched teeth. My rhythm becomes faster and more controlled as I watch the pained expression on his face with fascination. Jesus fuck, Angel. Call me Alexandra, I whisper, the static in my head commanding my words and actions. Using my free hand, I push his jeans and boxers down to his knees when, without warning, Dominic grabs me by the shoulders and tosses me on the bed. You want to role play, dirty girl? I barely have time to register what's happening before his jeans are off and he climbs over me, his lips trailing a path up my chest. Okay, Ms. Romanov, but it's my turn. He closes his lips around my nipple again, his hand traveling a path down my stomach. Within seconds, white heat rips through me so fiercely I have to grasp the headboard just to anchor myself to reality. Dominic! Yes, Miss Romanov. How can I be of service? Would Her Highness like me to lick that billion-dollar pussy, or shall I stuff it full of this big working-class cock? Sitting back, Dominic holds my eye as he grabs the base and gives it a few rough strokes. My mouth goes dry. I knew he was big, but there's big, and then there's big, and thick, and long, and, oh my God, he's going to destroy me. Cock. I groan as I hear foil tearing. After taking my lips in a fiery kiss, he grabs my legs and hooks them over his shoulders. I plan to fuck you at least 6 different ways tonight, Alexandra. And you're going to count every damn one of them. His cock settles heavy and hard between my legs, and he holds my gaze as he glides it up and down my opening. I'm almost embarrassed at how wet I am for him, but the low growl in his throat tells me he's not. With a clench of his jaw, he drives forward, fully embedding himself inside me in one brutal thrust. I cry out, my body protesting while struggling to accept him. Fuck! He growls, his pale blue eyes darkening. Relax, Angel. I shake my head side to side. I can't. You're too much. Don't fight it. The words are punctuated with another roll of his hips. Let me take what's mine. Something about his command passes through my wall of defenses and burrows into my brain. Deep down, I know it's the truth. I am his. In ways even I don't understand. This moment was meant to happen. This connection, no matter how many times severed, was supposed to mend this way. So I nod, not trusting myself to speak. Drawing his hips back, Dominic slams into me just as hard, the pain mixing with pleasure as each thrust discovers something new, a rhythm that makes me grip the sheets, an unknown spot that draws cries of his name from my throat, new intimate details that belong only to him. The more I react, the rougher his thrusts become. Sweat coats our skin, our bodies slipping against each other as we both chase an orgasm I know I'll never come back from. I fear not only its power, but its aftermath. Fuck, he roars. Come for me, Angel. When his thumb presses hard against my clit and rubs in merciless circles, my last shred of control slips away, and I not only fall over the edge, I run toward it and free fall to the ground with no regard for anything but this feeling of pure ecstasy. Immediately, Dominic's hips jerk, and he sinks his teeth into my calf, letting out a muffled groan as he comes. The room falls silent, except for our ragged breathing. Count it, he mumbles, kissing the bite mark he left on my skin. I blink. Huh? I told you I was going to fuck you at least 6 different ways tonight, and you were going to count all of them. Pulling out, he moves my legs off his shoulders and rips off the condom. There's a wicked gleam in his eye as he climbs off the bed. Taking my hands in his, he drags me to the edge of the mattress until my head tips off the edge. But I didn't say where. Dominic, what? Fisting his cock, which, holy shit, is already hard again, he gives it a few rough strokes before angling it toward my lips. Count. 1, I say, barely getting the word out before it's cut off and drowned out by a satisfied groan. My feet feel stuck in quicksand. I want to move. but I can't. Pennies. I don't like pennies. Go now, go now, go now. The words break through, and the quicksand goes away. My legs move, and I'm running fast as the wind with the smell of pennies trailing after me. I don't know where to go, so I go to the only place I feel safe. I won't cry. Tears are a tool, not a weakness. Sinking to my knees in between my bed and my dresser, I shake, saying the broken pieces of the Lord's Prayer I can remember. Ochinash, sushinanabasach. I can't hear anything over the loud noises, so I cover my ears and close my eyes. Das vestitia imiatvayo. I don't know what makes me look up. It's a feeling. One that wraps around me like a mother's arms, but cold and dark. How can something so beautiful be so dark? Are you God? I ask quietly. My heart hurts as he shakes his head. This boy with the frozen eyes and sad smile. And no, I'm the angel of death. I sit up and scream until I can't breathe, until my chest hurts and my voice breaks to barely a whisper. Held down by death, I thrash, fighting for my life, trapped between static and sound and people I don't know. Angel, baby, stop. Jesus, what's wrong? My eyes open, and the first thing I see is Dominic's face framed by the burned backdrop of a barely lit dawn. His eyes are wide and alarmed, his hands wrapped around my shoulders as if he's afraid I might disappear into thin air. It's only then I look around, realizing I'm in his bedroom, tangled in his sheets. Jesus, what the hell were you dreaming about? I thought. Slumping back, he scrubs a hand down his face. Never mind. I'm still shaking, but the harder I reach for the fragments of the dream, the quicker they dissolve. Pieces filter in, but they don't fit together. Nothing makes sense. It's like playing a record backward and skipping every third groove. I don't know. I whisper, falling into his arms. But it's not over.
Chapter 31. Dominic. Closing my hand around my phone, I pull it close to my face, my eyes blurry from lack of sleep. After checking the number flashing on the screen, I let out another gruff curse and hit the answer button. Hold on a damn minute. A soft sigh exhales beside me as Angel rests tangled in a cocoon of sheets. After the nightmare she had, I don't want to wake her, but I can't resist brushing a hand over the strands of dark hair spilling across the pillow beside me. Hearing her sharp intake of breath, I freeze, waiting motionless for her breathing to return to normal. Still lost in her dreams, she rolls forward, the sheet falling to the tops of her thighs. I fought this. I tried to deny it, but it was inevitable. I knew she'd be the one to get in. What's worse is that she knew it, too. You love me, Dominic McCallum. Why don't you just admit it? I would have picked up the salad fork and stabbed myself in the eye before validating that statement. Angel was supposed to be a paycheck. But now, the thought of never touching her again clutches at my chest like a vice. Being with her feels natural, and that's dangerous. The woman has fucked up my perfectly heartless world, which brings with it complications. Not counting Roston and the shitstorm a public affair will cause. There's Luciano. My blood still boils at the insinuation he threw out the last time we spoke. I played it off, but inside, my brain was an 18-car pileup. There's no way he could know about Phoenix. If he did, I would have been 6 feet under a long time ago. So what angle is he playing? I cast a quick glance back at Angel. Her dark lashes fanned over her pale cheeks. And what game is she playing? Letting out a frustrated growl, I roll off the side of the bed and pull on my boxers. After closing my fingers around a pack of cigarettes and lighter, I close the door behind me and step out at the back door into the quietness of the dawn. Shaking a cigarette from the pack, I pinch it between my lips and flick the lighter. Inhaling deeply, I blow a haze of cloudy smoke into the air before lifting the phone back to my ear. What do you want? I don't want anything, you jerk off. I called to give you an update. I rub the back of my hand against my temples. What more could there be? Do you want to hear this or not? Fine. Make it quick. I don't have all day. Watch it, McCallum, he growls. You don't pay me enough to listen to your bullshit. How about I hang up and you can figure it out for yourself? Fine. What's so important you need to call me so damn early? There's been a situation. This conversation is starting to piss me off. I don't like situations. And I don't like shit being out of my control, but we don't always get what we want. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Anger swells in my chest, and I throw my cigarette down, stepping on it with my bare foot and crushing it into the cement. Last one, I swear. I listen as his voice filters through the line, my chest getting tighter. A distant roar swells in my ears with every confession and every truth I don't want to hear. By the time we hang up, I'm numb. Sometimes things happen in your life you never plan for. Decisions are made in the midst of chaos that you bury in the past. You never question right or wrong or outcome or consequence. You put those decisions in a box and set it aside. Because what happened yesterday is over. All that matters is today. Until yesterday becomes today. I don't know how much time has passed, but the dark mist of dawn has disappeared, and the bright light of a new day burns my eyes. One that comes with a choice. Opening the patio door, I walk down the hall. Angel's incoherent, nightmare-infused words ringing in my ears. Are you God? My eyes focus on the bedroom door, a sense of dread resting in the pit of my stomach. For a moment, I consider getting in my car and getting the hell out. But I can't do that to her. Because I made a promise once. And pinky promises are binding. Lies are fascinating things. They're like a grain of sand in between your toes, rough and uncomfortable. But the more you walk around, the less you notice it. It becomes normal. And before long, you don't remember a time when it wasn't there. Tell a lie long enough, and just like sand, you won't remember the truth. Wear a mask long enough, and no one knows your real face. 3 weeks, 1 day, and 4 hours. That's how long I've lived a lie, since that night at Amalia. Sitting on the third-floor balcony, I look out over the grounds and remember the words I discounted so long ago. Fate always finds a way. Resting my arms over the thick rails, I inhale and let it out slowly without a wheeze or a cough. Smirking, I tip the neck of my beer bottle back and take a long drink. It's also been 3 weeks, 1 day, and 4 hours since my last cigarette. My lungs thank me, but my nerves are pissed as hell. Especially since I still haven't told Angel about Luciano. To be fair, she hasn't asked. If she brings it up, I'll tell her enough to satisfy her, while holding enough back to keep her off the Vitoli radar. Since that night in his office, Luciano has remained quiet. Too quiet. Which means he's watching and waiting analyzing my every move and following my every step. Our tentative truce is shaky at best. The scales are balanced for now, but it'd take only one miscalculation to bathe these walls in blood for the second time. There's a rattle of glass behind me, followed by the click-clack of high heels.
I've been looking for you. What are you doing out here?
Just thinking. Angel nestles in beside me, leaning her head against my shoulder.
About what?
Time. Or lack thereof. Staring out at the darkening sky, I tip my beer back again. Angel stands quietly as I lean over the railing, rolling the nearly empty bottle between my palms. How did filming go today? Her shoulders shrug lightly against me.
Same as always. Roston tried to do everyone's job and made a bunch of homophobic remarks. By the fourth one, a production assistant had to escort Brent off the set.
My grip tightens around the bottle. For 3 weeks, I've bit my tongue. A studio executive's purpose is to fund projects. They make sure everything runs smoothly, then get the hell out. Not Greg Roston. Not this project. According to Angel, he's on set every day, pushing people around and playing director, especially during sex scenes. No surprise, I was banned from the set before filming even started. It's probably for the best. If I saw him get off on seeing her naked, I'd end up in jail. Which is why I have an unlikely ally in Braddock's boyfriend. He's been on set every day, keeping an eye on things and reporting back to me. The guy hates Roston almost as much as I do, and promised to look after Angel. He's a good guy, and his boyfriend's becoming tolerable too. Okay, fine. Braddock isn't so bad. I kind of like him now. Since coming out, his popularity has tripled, if that's even possible. Hollywood, man. Fickle as fuck. But they'll take up a cause like a bad habit. Did he at least get one good swing in?
Unfortunately not. Which I guess is a good thing. He doesn't have a former actress/cocktail waitress to conspire with to pay off the debt.
Tipping her chin up, she bumps her hip against my leg and grins. I wince. Not just because 2 weeks ago I came clean to Angel about the lawsuit, which, fuck you, Millie, she already knew about. But because the more time we spend together, the harder this weight presses on my chest. I wish I looked at her the same now. I wish I looked at her and saw my Angel. But I don't. I don't think I ever will again. All I see is penance. I wish I could let her go. But I'm in too deep to turn back now. Not only for my own selfish reasons, but for her protection. At the least, I owe it to her to make sure her world doesn't become as tainted as mine. Cupping her cheek, I trace those full lips with my thumb. As if commanded, they part and her eyes flutter closed. Lowering my hand, I grip my teeth and turn away. With a groan, I set the beer bottle on a side table and drop onto the chaise lounge. Angel watches me, her fingers twisting by her side before taking a few tentative steps.
Hey, are you all right?
Yeah, why wouldn't I be?
You've just seemed off lately.
She looks down, her cheeks flushing, blood red.
If this is about what happened last night,
It's not. Angel flinches at my tone. Admittedly, it's sharper than I intended, but I'm in no mood for this conversation. Things are fucked up enough, without analyzing why my girlfriend flipped out in the middle of sex, crawled into a corner, and cried for 2 hours.
I don't know what happened. It wasn't you, it's me. The dreams are getting worse and more real.
Hugging her arms around her chest, she whispers,
Sometimes I don't know if I'm even dreaming anymore.
I stiffen, blood roaring in my ears as previous misfired connections start lining up. I want her to stop talking. I don't want her to know anymore. Whoever said ignorance is bliss was a smart motherfucker. Knowledge only makes a man choose between right and wrong. The shitty thing is that both end with someone losing everything. Before I can stop her, Angel swings her leg over the chaise lounge and straddles me. I try to turn away, but she captures my face between her hands, forcing me to look at her.
Dominic, I want to be with you. But what you said...
Look, I get it, I say, dislodging her hold. You don't have to explain.
No, I do,
she argues, her protests coming out in frantic rasps as she fists my shirt.
Because you're all I have. And if I don't talk about it and get it out, then it stays inside. It builds and builds, and soon it'll be so crowded there won't be room for me anymore.
It shouldn't make sense, but it does. The anger that has been building inside me all day stills, and I tuck her hair behind her ear. Tell me. That small action seems to center her, and she lets out a soft breath, her fingers enclenching my shirt.
Being with you wasn't the problem. It's just that you've never said those words, and I've never felt like that before. It's like...
Her eyes darken.
It's like it wasn't you saying them.
I almost don't ask because I'm afraid of the answer.
Has another man ever called you that?
She shakes her head.
No, but that feeling.
A shiver ripples down her spine.
I've had bad dreams all my life. So bad I'd wake up screaming.
She inhales a labored breath.
I thought I got them under control. But then you came into my life, and I moved in here, and they came back. The scratching in the back of my head started again. But none of it's the same, Dominic. Everything's different, more vivid, more real. I'm seeing things and hearing things that make no sense.
Rook, your life was upended. All that stress has to come out somehow. Not to mention the pressure you're under with the movie and the constant press. It's enough to drive anyone.
Crazy?
She finishes with a sad smile. You're not crazy.
No. Then why did I lose my shit when you called me your special girl? Why did your face turn into zigzags? And why did I hear a woman laughing? If I'm not crazy, then why do I keep counting in my head, but only make it to 5 before my throat feels like it's stuffed with cotton balls? Answer me that.
God, I wish there was a way I could. Emotion claws up my throat as I trail my thumb down her cheek, catching the tears as they fall. I can't give her answers, only a vow. I will never let anyone hurt you. Not even you.
Promise?
Tears fall harder as she collapses against me, her lips seeking a confirmation she won't find. Instead of offering hollow words, I seal my vow with the only honest thing between us. I push her skirt up as she frantically undoes my belt. The minute I sink into her, she throws her head back, her cries drowning out my curses. Curses, because everything's unraveling. Curses, because I'm not sure she knows whether her tears are from coming undone or coming unglued. And curses, because I won't make her a promise I can't keep.
Chapter 32. Angel. I don't know why you look like you're about to throw up. It's my ass on the line. You're just arm candy. I look across the limo to find a crooked grin tugging at Noah's mouth. Sorry, I mumble, smoothing my fingers over the red beads of my gown. First red carpet jitters. Then catching myself, I add, that I remember. He waves a dismissive hand. Piece of cake, as long as you follow 3 rules. Straightening his already perfect bow tie, He ticks them off on his fingers. Don't trip. Smile like you're at Disneyland. And don't trip. You've repeated rules 1 and 3. He nods, taking a generous sip of champagne. Then you should listen. Isn't that a little dramatic? So is taking out an entire row of ABC affiliates. I laugh, breaking the tension and my nerves, which never seem to settle these days. In the 2 weeks since our confrontation on the balcony, Dominic and I have existed in a calm and even-keeled state. I hate it. I miss the old Dominic, the one who threw out sarcastic comments and dared me to come back at him, the one who riled me up just to watch me burn, then turned up the heat and melted me into oblivion. I know he still wants me. The passion is as potent as ever. It's the presence that's gone. We may be together, but he's not with me. He's somewhere else, and I don't know how to bring him back. Don't worry, doll, Noah says, covering my hand. He'll be here. Yeah, lurking in the crowd, pretending not to know me. I force a smile. I know. However, I'm happy to be your date, even if it wasn't by choice. As always, my timing is impeccably bad. Noah's good mood fades, the reminder drawing a scowl to his chiseled face. Our pairing is another Greg Roston publicity stunt. After Noah's announcement sent our ill-fated romance down the toilet, Roston has taken every opportunity to get back at him by putting me on his arm, making sure Brent stays hidden in the shadows. Case in point, tonight, the red carpet premiere of Noah's latest movie, a moment Noah should be sharing with the man who owns his heart, not me. It's not much easier for me. Dominic and I are still forced to sneak around like teenagers. The world may love and adore me, but Dominic insists they aren't ready to accept him. I don't care what anyone thinks. I just wish he didn't either. We ride the rest of the way in silence. By the time the car stops, my hand is on my stomach, and my lunch is threatening to come up. Ever the professional, Noah plasters on a brilliant smile while exiting the limo, then turns and offers his hand. You ready to do this thing, Romanov? I blow out a shaky breath and take his hand. Not in the least. The red carpet is everything like it seems on TV, only 100 times worse. Noah is right. The carpet is booby-trapped with snags and rolls that catch my heels more than once. Thankfully, I have a tight grip on his arm, or I'd have long been paparazzi roadkill. Every stop, every camera flash, every call of my name, I search for the man who's become my island in this storm. I don't care if he won't acknowledge me. I don't care if he's here under the guise of a BTN reporter. I just need to see him. But there's nothing. No wild, dark hair, no thick stubble, no tattoos, no smirk. My eyes sting with the threat of tears, and that's when they start. The voices. Stop crying. Tears are a tool, not a weakness. The static. My name? It's Angel. The zigzag lines, an unbearable scratching. Where are we going? Isn't it obvious? Somewhere safe. Alexandra? Like a windshield wiper scraping across my muddled mind, Noah's voice drags me back to the flashing cameras and incessant shouts. Blinking, I look up at him to find his eyebrows drawn together in concern. Are you okay? Yeah. Clearing my throat, I run a hand down my gown, just a little overwhelmed. Well, maybe this will help. Taking hold of my shoulders, he turns me 45 degrees to where a pair of pale blue eyes ensnares me, dragging me under while lifting me up. The breath I let out sounds like a prayer and feels like a punch. He doesn't smile, but I don't need him to. My Dominic doesn't smile. He commands. All too soon, we're ushered into the venue, and I lose sight of him. But the calm I feel doesn't waver. He won't leave. Somewhere within these walls, he's watching. and that occupies all the space in my head, keeping everything else out. The movie is a hit. Noah's performance was flawless, and there's talk of a possible Oscar nomination. After the credits roll, he's immediately steamrolled by anyone who's anyone in Hollywood, which makes it easy to slip away. My skin feels like it's burning from the inside out. I can't explain it, and I'm not sure I even want to. It's like the worst caffeine buzz mixed with a dangerously high fever. After applying more lipstick, I fluff my hair and exit the ladies' room, determined to finish out the night without having a complete breakdown. 3 steps later, I slam into a hard chest. "Alexandra, a word, please." A thick sense of foreboding hangs in the air, and when I look up into familiar eyes, it crashes around me. I was just on my way back. Roston's fingers close around my arm, hushed words escaping between clenched teeth. "This is a disconcerting matter that requires privacy." Okay. I stutter as he drags me away from the crowd and down the hallway. I wait for him to stop, to plant me on my feet and start hissing one of his usual rants, but he doesn't. He quickens his pace toward a set of double doors. "Wait," I argue, trying unsuccessfully to dig my heels into the carpet. "Where are we going?" "To my car." "I came with Noah." Keeping his eyes forward, he pushes the door open and steps outside, dragging me along with him. "Noah is aware I'm taking you home." A black stretch limo waits by the curb. Roston barely gives me time to lift my gown before he all but pushes me inside. Following closely behind, he shuts the door. "Drive," he instructs, pressing a button. My heart lodges in my throat as I watch a dark partition rise, blocking the back of the limo from the front. This is bad. Clearing my throat, I shift away from him. "What did you need to speak with me about?" He doesn't say anything for a few moments. Instead, he takes his time pouring himself a glass of scotch. Returning the bottle to the bar, he indulges in a slow drink. "Your performance, Alexandra, it's lacking." I gape at him. "What? You're just now telling me this? We're 6 weeks into production. We go on location in a month." "I was waiting for that Romanov spark to appear. Your mother had it." He raises his glass toward me, his gaze simmering. "You had it as a little girl. I know it's in there. It just has to be coaxed out." "Coaxed out?" I repeat the words slowly. Roston slams the rest of his drink, something in his expression changing. It's like a tiny crack in a windshield that suddenly splinters into a fractured web. "Until you reach your full potential, I want you in my office 2 hours before every call time. We'll run the scenes together. I'll read Noah's lines." "You'll read Sebastian?" "Will that be a problem? Because if you can't handle the work, it's not too late to pull Greta back in." His lips part in a sadistic smile. "Or maybe Kaya would be more professional." I let out a rattled breath. "Of course, if you break your contract with Silverline, then you break our contract. Do I make myself clear?" Damn him to hell. If Kaya takes over as Isabella, her career is made and mine is finished. All the lies and risks would have been for nothing, but more importantly, his promise to leave Dominic alone would no longer be valid. Clasping my hands in my lap, I sacrificed dignity for strategy. I need this role. "Good, it's settled then. We begin on Monday." I watch him slide over, every muscle in my body strained with tension. I'm trapped, pinned between Roston and the door, and I swear I'm one heartbeat away from releasing the latch and taking my chances on the 405. "This will be good for you, Alexandra," he continues, trailing his finger up my arm. "You'll see, I'm a very good teacher." This time I welcome the static. I beg for the zigzag lines. I strain to hear the voices, because they take me to a place where Greg Roston's finger doesn't trace my collarbone. and never, ever dips below it. Sitting on the floor of my shower, I hug my knees to my chest, staring at the water as it circles the drain. I wish I were liquid. Then I could join it and melt away. Down, down, down the drain.
Rook? Where the hell are you?
I blink, droplets of water gathering on my lashes. Dominic? His name is a whisper. My voice is shattered along with everything else. Tears are a tool, not a weakness. Turning away from the stream, I wipe the back of my hand across my face and stand on unstable legs. Don't cry, little one. Where are we going?
Isn't it obvious? Somewhere safe.
Enough. I mumble. No more tonight. Quiet. Turning off the faucet, I tug a towel from the rack and wrap it around me seconds before Dominic comes barreling through the bathroom door. Hi.
Hi?
He roars, his chest heaving.
Don't fucking hi me. Someone said they saw you leave the premiere with Roston. What the hell were you thinking?
Stepping out of the shower, I hold the towel like a vice as I pass him. He just wanted to talk about the movie, and then he dropped me off here. Please don't ask me anything else. Pulling on a silky white nightgown, I towel dry my hair and keep my head down as I climb into bed, my mind still churning. I hear the clank of a belt and the rustle of denim hitting the floor. Then the mattress dips as Dominic climbs in beside me.
Are you sure you're all right?
I nod. Yep, fine. Apparently he accepts that flimsy answer, or he's tired of going in circles. Either way, he slides across the sheets and leans over me, kissing my neck while trailing a hand across my thigh. My throat tightens. I can't breathe. I'm really tired, I rasp before rolling over, the back of my eyes burning with unshed tears.
Rook,
Whatever he was going to say, he doesn't. Instead, he lets out a frustrated sigh and flops onto his back.
Good night.
I can hear the walls coming back up, the ones I've spent months tearing down. Even then, I don't let the tears escape. Tears are a tool, not a weakness. Especially the ones I've held back from the moment I ran from the gate to the moment I laid next to the man I have no doubt I'm falling in love with.
Chapter 33. Dominic. Excess is not in my nature. As long as I have a roof over my head, food on my table, and clothes on my back, I don't need much else. If you told me 2 months ago simple communication with a woman would become a basic need, I'd have laughed in your face. But here I am, a week after Angel disappeared from Braddock's movie premiere, starving for a simple word from her. A smile. Anything other than the walking coma she's turned into. Something happened between her and Roston. Neither of them is saying shit, but I'm not an idiot. Angel went to that party, but I'm not sure who the hell came back. The change is so dramatic I've become her shadow. I haven't spent a night at my house since the red carpet, because I'm terrified to leave her alone in this godforsaken house. Mainly because I don't know where her mind is, but partly because I'm worried that I do. Like I said, that was a week ago. It's now Saturday. The sun is already starting to disappear over the horizon, and she's still in bed. The same place she's been since she stumbled home last night from the studio, bleak-eyed and silent. Worry and guilt eat away at me as I stand in the doorway staring at her curled up on the mattress, staring blankly at the wall. Tell her. The voice grows louder every day, but I push it down. I tell myself she's already fragile, and telling her the truth would only open a portal I can't close. It'd be like dominoes. Tipping one would set off a chain reaction. everything would spiral out of control until there'd be nothing left. I can't let that happen. I'm protecting her. Liar. Coward. You're protecting yourself. My fingers tighten against the doorframe. Get dressed. She doesn't acknowledge me. Not that I'm surprised. But I'm not backing down anymore. Not today. Storming across the bedroom, I jerk the covers off her and slap her ass. I said, get dressed. Now. That gets her attention. She halfway rolls over, her eyelids heavy. Why? It's my day off. Exactly. We're going out. Out where? What do you mean, out where? Out there. I jab a finger toward the shaded window. In public. Around people. Out of this fucking house. Her eyes widen a fraction, which is probably the most reaction I've gotten out of her in days. But people will see us. Together. She adds as if it's a forbidden word. I guess it is, and that's my fault. I've done nothing but force her to keep our affair hidden away, like a dirty little secret. Let me worry about that, I say, rounding the bed and opening the window shade. What's left of the diminishing sun pours into the room. You have 45 minutes. Glancing over my shoulder, I add, and none of this glamour shit. Dress like a normal person for once. Dominic, I need more than 45 minutes, I repeat, crossing my arms over my chest. After that, I'll drag you out of here in whatever the hell you have on. Her face darkens, and I see a spark of life, a glimmer of angel peeking through the cracks. You wouldn't dare. Leaning down, I smile. Why don't you try me and find out? Exactly 45 minutes later, we're in a Benz, courtesy of the estate, driving toward West Hollywood. I do my best to fight the smirk begging to break free, but I do a shit job. What can I say? When things go my way, I'm an arrogant son of a bitch. Angel stares out the passenger side window, refusing to look at me. But I'm not offended. On the contrary, it gives me the chance to take every inch of her in without meeting a scowl. She's mad, but it's worth it. This is my angel. My Chula Vista cocktail waitress. The one who caught my eye before Hollywood changed her. I told her to dress normal. I guess for an heiress, this is as normal gets. Dressed in a pair of ripped jeans, black knee-high boots, and a black corset I think is supposed to be a shirt. She'd still stop traffic. At least she somewhat covered herself with a long black jacket, which will stay the fuck on. Finally, she breaks the silence. Do you plan on telling me where we're going, or am I supposed to guess? Guessing could be fun. That was a rhetorical question. I toss her a quick wink. Then I think we need to revisit the definition of rhetorical. Fuck you. I smile to myself because this feels normal. The banter and sarcasm. This is us. This is our normal. One more thing, I say, digging into the back seat and handing her a bag. Put this on. She peeks into the bag and her jaw drops. Are you crazy? Hell no. I shrug. Fine, but I've got the keys to the car and you don't have your phone. It's a long walk back to Bel Air, Rook. Angel's face turns the shade of her lipstick. Have I ever told you I hate you? A smirk creeps across my face as I turn into the parking garage I reserved earlier. Only every other day. After valeting the car, I take her hand as we walk the short distance to our destination. Hidden by darkness and disguise, no one gives us a second glance. Is it true? I ask, glancing at her out of the corner of my eye. Do blondes really have more fun? She whips around, the ends of the short blonde wig brushing across her cheek. Is this really necessary? Instead of answering, I pull her away from the crowd and against a building. You're granted 3 wishes. What are they? Her eyebrows draw together. What? Just answer the question, and don't think about it. 3 wishes, Rook. What would you want most? Peace. After the word slips out, she presses her lips together as if she seems as shocked by her answer as I am. Like, world peace? Shaking her head, she stares at the sidewalk. No. Like, calmness. No call times, no fans. No paparazzi, no voices. Just peace. And the other 2 wishes? She lets out a soft laugh. Grant me the first one, and I'll tell you the other 2. Oh, ye of little faith. Grabbing her hand again, I pull her away from the wall and toward a set of double doors. Well, rub my lamp and call me Genie, baby. It's about to come true. I'm sorry, what? I draw her back a few steps and tip her chin toward the brightly lit marquee. Look up. Angel's eyes widen. You brought me back to a movie theater? You're not Alexandra Romanoff tonight, and I'm not Dominic McCallum. We're just 2 people going to see a movie, eating some popcorn, and being ignored like 2 totally normal, peaceful human beings. For a moment, I think I've fucked up. She's completely silent and stock still. Statue still. Life goes on around her while she seems frozen in time. This was stupid. I'm about to call the whole thing off and take her back to the car when she slowly turns around, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. You did this for me? Don't get all weird. It's not a big deal. Yeah, it is, she chokes out, blinking back emotion. It's a big deal to me. This is... Angel's voice breaks and she shakes her head, dragging in a shaky breath. This is the nicest thing anyone's ever done for me. Thank you, Dominic. I shrug. Yeah, well, don't thank me yet. It's an action flick, explosions, car chases. Real James Bond kind of shit. A genuine smile brightens her face. I don't care. I'm in uncharted waters here. I know how to combat her attitude. I know how to handle her body. I know how to deal with her anger. But this? I have no defense. I don't know how to cope with affection. The way she's looking at me, it's like I hung the moon. If she only knew I stained it with blood first. So I pretend it's not there. I lead her inside and find our seats in the very back left side of the theater. The place she's least likely to be recognized. Just to ensure her privacy, I bought out the back 4 rows. I want her to feel normal, but I'm also not a moron. As soon as the lights go down, I hear her let out a soft breath and feel the last of whatever tension has held her hostage the last week melt away. Just as I promised, a quarter of the way into the movie, shit is blowing up left and right. Some terrorist just strapped a bomb to an SUV and the explosion burst through the surround sound like an earthquake. But I have no idea what the hell is going on in the movie. I've been too focused on Angel's nails. For the past 20 minutes, she's trailed them up and down my thigh, inching closer and closer to where I'm rock hard and about to embarrass myself. I don't know what game she's playing, but it's not funny anymore. Stop, I growl, grabbing a firm hold around her wrist. Why? I grip my teeth. It's been 7 days, Rook. You get those fucking nails any closer and that SUV won't be the only thing to explode. 7 days is a long time. Her voice is barely audible as she lifts the armrest separating her seat from mine.
We should do something about that.
What the hell do you think you're doing? Even in the dark, I can see a different look in her eyes.
Want to know my second wish, Genie?
No. Yes.
Well,
she drags a nail down the prominent bulge in my jeans.
I'll have to rub the lamp to make it come true.
I should stop her. Bringing her here wasn't about me. It was to drag her out of whatever hole she'd fallen into. But, goddamn, the moment she unbuttons my jeans and pulls down the zipper, I become mute. All I can do is watch as she reaches inside and pulls out my hard cock. Right here, in the movie theater. When she wraps her hand around the base, giving it a few thorough strokes, I can't stop the low rumble in my throat from traveling out my mouth. I try to focus, but everything goes blurry. Rook, I rasp, gripping the remaining armrest so hard my muscles shake. I can't. I growl again as she flicks the tip with her thumb, making whatever was blurry go black. Christ, been too long. People here. I'm so wound up I can't even speak in complete sentences.
Then I guess you're just going to have to keep quiet.
Reaching toward the floor with a wicked grin, she returns only to shove a handful of popcorn in my mouth.
There. Now both our mouths will be full.
Holy shit. I can't argue. My mouth is stuffed so full I can't even chew. All I can do is breathe through my nose as Angel takes a firm grip, opens her mouth, and draws me in so deep I hit the back of her throat. I groan, the curse muffled by a mouthful of soggy popcorn. Pumping her hand, she sucks even harder, and I lose it. I don't know if it's ecstasy or pain, but I don't give a fuck. If it's the latter, it's the best pain I've ever known, and I'll chase it for the rest of my life. Fuck the people, fuck the movie, fuck being quiet. I'm about to come, and it's going to be brutal. Grabbing the back of Angel's wig, I rip it off and toss it on the floor, twisting a handful of her long, dark hair around my fingers. I guide her up and down my dick as I fuck her mouth. My head is spinning with so many dirty things I want to say to her, but I can't because I have a mouthful of damn popcorn. So I groan. I grunt. I pull her hair tighter and chase the orgasm I know is going to ruin me. Faster. Deeper. Then there's no escape. My balls tighten, and a violent contraction hits so hard I throw my head back against the seat, popcorn flying out of my mouth as I come into hers. Finish, I rasp, dragging in air as my hips jerk. Finish what you started. I glance down as she looks up at me through those long eyelashes, swallowing every drop and licking me clean. I swear to God, woman, you're going to be the death of me. Angel rises with the devil in her eyes and runs her index finger along her chin. I don't know what possesses me to ask. I'm sitting in a packed movie theater with my dick out and my cum staining the lips of the most famous woman in the world. Yet the only thing I can think to say is, what was your third wish? Smiling, she picks the bag of popcorn up off the floor and settles back in her seat, popping a piece in her mouth. Truth. Angel and I left the movie theater with one thing on our minds. I lost count of how many red lights I ran and how many illegal turns I made. And still, we never made it past the garage. As soon as I turned off the ignition, I bent her over the hood of the car and fucked a dent into it. Now we're in her bed, where she's riding me like her life depends on it. And for the third time tonight, I nearly black out. Fuck! Digging my fingers into her hips, I give one final thrust and roar her name. Letting out a shudder, Angel lifts herself off me and tumbles onto her back. Neither of us say anything. Mainly because I don't know what to say. I guess normal people would cuddle or spoon now. Hell, I don't know. I've never done either one. And I don't plan to start now. Not with Angel. It means something I'm not ready to admit. To her or to myself. Because once I do, that makes it real. And real things hurt. Especially when they're taken away. Rolling onto her side, Angel props her elbow on the mattress and tucks her chin in the palm of her hand.
Tell me something about yourself.
I hate popcorn. I'm serious, she laughs, lightly punching my ribs.
You never talk about anything personal.
She frowns, her eyelashes fluttering to where I can barely see her eyes.
I want to know you, Dominic. Tell me about your family.
For a brief second, I consider putting on my clothes and going back to my house. My life isn't open for discussion or inspection. However, for the first time, I want to let someone in. I want to let them behind the ugly walls and past the barbed wire barricade. My mother was also an actress. As soon as the words are out of my mouth, I want them back. But Angel rolls onto her stomach and props up on her forearms.
Really?
Nodding, I fold my arms behind my head. She came to Hollywood at the ripe old age of 16. I cast a sharp glance at her out of the corner of my eye. Sound familiar? Her bright green eyes dim as she swallows what I assume is her pride. I'm not trying to be a dick. She wanted honesty, so I'm giving it to her. Nobody said it'd be pretty. She was innocent, I continue, turning my gaze back toward the ceiling. Just like most girls who come here with dreams of making it big. She met a director who took an interest in her. A real up-and-coming guy. When he talked, people listened. I have to pause here and take a few calming breaths. If I don't, I'll never get through this without putting my fist through the wall. Angel doesn't say a word, and after a few silent moments, I continue. He told her about a project he thought she'd be perfect for, and instructed her to come in for a screen test. I can't help but spit the words out with venom. Angel's face falls.
Oh, Dominic.
But I can't stop. I've kept the door to the past locked for so long. Now that it's been ripped open, 32 years of skeletons come pouring out. Only, when she got there, the screen test was behind closed doors. Now, she was offered the part all right. But passing the test hinged more on her oral than acting skills. I have no idea I'm shaking until Angel coils herself around me. When Mom refused to suck his dick, he tried to rape her. She stills.
Oh my God.
Luckily, a production assistant interrupted and Mom ran away. But the damage was done. He blackballed her. She couldn't get an audition for a used car lot commercial, much less a movie. She got a job at a deli and worked a few other odd jobs here and there, but eventually, the pressure was too much for her. She cracked. She lifts her cheek from my chest.
What do you mean? She cracked.
This is what I meant. The part that steals at least an hour from the countdown clock. An hour lost I'll never have with her. But what's done is done. So I hold her stare as I watch more time slip away. She lost it, Ruck. Something up there snapped. Reality and fantasy switched roles and never switched back.
Chapter 34. Angel. I look away from his hardened stare, afraid he'll see the fear in mine. Maybe it can be switched back. Yeah, right. He snorts, but there's no amusement there, only raw hurt. That's why we never stayed in one place. Mom was convinced people were trying to kill us. What people? Aliens? The FBI?
The people in the toothpaste commercials. He rolls his eyes. Who the hell knows? At 10 years old, I was too busy hustling the streets, doing whatever I had to just to keep both of us from starving to death to care.
My heart breaks thinking of little Dominic alone on the streets of Hollywood. I can't imagine what you don't feel sorry for me. He sits up and moves to the edge of the bed, his back to me.
We survived, and I turned out just fine. In the end, people got what they deserved.
I know this part thanks to Millie, but I can't exactly interrupt with a full confession now. That's why you started BTN. I tug the sheet over my chest as I kneel behind him. To make men like that director pay, men like Paolo Bellini. Ugh, it all makes sense now. It makes sense, and a year's worth of anger dissipates into thin air. Dominic sighs and presses his thumb to his temple. The point of telling you is to explain why all of this... He waves his other hand around the bedroom. Whole damn thing happened. Bracing both hands on the mattress, he turns around and rakes his eyes across my face. A few days before we met, I was at Moss Valley Wellness Hospital visiting my mother. Well, technically I was visiting the director of the hospital, a man on Greg Roston's payroll.
What does Roston have to do with this?
I went after him, and he sued me. Moss Valley isn't cheap, and I was already behind on payments, so Roston made sure to speed the process along. They gave me 4 weeks and then threatened to dismiss her. But why would Roston want to... The rest of the words get lost as the picture becomes clear. Oh, God, I gasp. It was him, wasn't it? Roston was the director who assaulted your mother. That's why you went after him. I'm going to be sick. Dominic gives me a sad smile. Isn't it ironic that I never knew his name until 6 months ago? Dr. Everly, Moss Valley's director, likes his experimental drugs, one of which, it seems, works as quite the truth serum. In a rush of confusion and truth, the shell I've hidden under the past week shatters. Shame and fear combine with a very unlikely source of solidarity. So I make my decision right then and there. I want to meet her. As soon as we step off the elevator at Moss Valley, Dominic grabs my arm, glancing around like he expects someone to pop out from around the corner. Are you sure you want to do this? No, but I have to. I'm sure. I smile, hoping it's more convincing than it feels. Right. It'll be fine. He nods as we reach her room, knocking as a formality as he pushes the door open. Mom? Who's there? I hear a suspicious voice yell from inside the room. Are you part of the coven? The what? Dominic just sighs, opening the door wider and stepping deeper into the darkened room. I follow him, making sure to hover near the threshold. No, Mom, I told you last time. The coven can't get into your room. Not after the, He rubs his forehead and squints at the ceiling. The saging, he says finally. Do I look like a moron to you, son? They're witches, not demons. A frail hand shoos him away as a surprisingly young face peers around the corner. And who is this? Dark blue eyes narrow. Are you a witch? Dominic closes his eyes and tips his head back, a pink tinge dusting above the heavy stubble on his cheeks. He's blushing. Dominic McCallum is blushing. Suddenly, I don't see the ruthless man. I see the sad little boy, the one who supported himself and his mother on the dangerous streets of West Hollywood, the one who grew up way too fast, jaded and angry, a lifetime of responsibility on his shoulders. And I want to take care of both versions. Nah, I shrug. Never was one for covens. I like to do my own thing. I have been called a bitch, though. Too close. Or can I still come in? She stares at me a few moments before her lips split into a wide grin. Turning toward Dominic, she hitches her thumb at me. I like her. Thank you, he mouths, and I just smile. Clearing his throat, he motions me to come in. Mom, this is a... Quickly catching himself, he starts again. Alexandra Romanov. Alexandra, meet my mother, Brenda McCallum. Brenda stares at me from her bed. I see where Dominic gets his looks. His mother has the same nose, same full lips, and same thick, dark hair. The only difference is her eyes. They're a deep ocean blue, not the piercing pale blue that could stop a heart. Alexandra, she says, looking me up and down. I've spent the last 3 months under the relentless eye of the entire world, yet nothing feels as invasive as Brenda McCallum's stare. I breathe a sigh of relief when she shifts it to her son. Alexandra and Dominic. Dominic and Alexandra. What the hell is going on? Has she forgotten who we are already? Love looks good on you both. Don't let the damn witches mess it up. Now I'm blushing. I feel the heat burning my cheeks. I see Dominic scrub his hand down his face out of the corner of my eye. Mom, we're not... She cuts him off, her eyes flashing with fear. Who are you? Why are you here? Dominic doesn't flinch, taking her hand as if this is all perfectly normal. Mom, it's me, Dominic, remember? That's what all the imposters say. Mom, please don't do this, not now. I can't take my eyes off her. The way she flipped on a dime, going from normal to incoherent, digs into a dark place I refuse to acknowledge. Brenda's eyes catch mine, our gazes locking moments before she turns back to Dominic and hisses, If you're really my son, then seek the cure. Only the real Dominic knows where it's hidden. Fine, he concedes through clenched teeth. Turning his back to her, he watches my reaction as he asks, Will you be okay for a few minutes? Do I want to know? He groans. No. Then yeah, I'll be fine. As soon as the door closes, Brenda's gaze is back on me. He acts just like his father sometimes. His father? Dominic has never mentioned his father, and it never felt like the right time to ask. Brenda stares at me like I'm an idiot. The wizard. Of course. Regretting my decision to stay behind, I eye a small water pitcher in the corner and make my way toward it. Are you thirsty? I'd be happy to pour you some. You hear them, don't you? My hand shakes as I lift the pitcher. Hear what? The voices. Okay, no water then. What about the static? The bright lines that go back and forth and back and forth? She moves her finger in a Z formation. Brenda. And the scratching. She continues, her voice becoming shrill. Those sounds. Clicking her tongue, she claws the air. The ones just out of reach where you can't make it stop. She just described everything that's been invading my head during the day and terrorizing my dreams at night. Sometimes it gets so bad I lose time. An hour here, 3 hours there. 1 minute I'm at the studio, the next I'm in my own kitchen. It feels like I'm a rat running a maze with no exit. My legs feel like 2 hollow straws, so I sink onto the edge of Brenda's bed, tears threatening my eyes. What's happening to me? But she doesn't answer. She just rocks her head from side to side, her eyes never leaving mine as she crawls onto her knees. You've protected her for so long, but she's getting stronger. I want to look away, but I can't. You know it. You just can't see it. Every single word feels like a stab to the heart. She. The girl in the nightmares. The ones where I can't wake up because I realize I'm already awake. My eyes are wide open, and she's still there. I try to wish her away, but I can't. She's burrowed into my brain, locking me away with my own demons after giving them sharper claws. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Who is she? I yell. What are you talking about? Just as Brenda starts to answer, the door opens. Everything okay in here? Quickly wiping my face, I blow out a rough breath. Yeah. Everything okay with you? Dominic holds up a soda can in response. I raise an eyebrow. The cure? Dr. Pepper. Imposter kryptonite. He shakes his head. Don't ask. Handing the soda can to his mother, he tosses a suspicious look between us again. Are you sure everything's okay? I heard shouting. Just girl talk, son. Brenda waves a hand while popping the top on the can. Did you see the witches? Nope, this soda is curse-free. She winks. Good boy. I think that's enough for today. Alexandra has an early day tomorrow, and you need your rest. Dominic kisses her forehead. Don't cause too much trouble around here. We're almost out the door when she calls out, Alexandra! I glance over my shoulder to find her head tilted to one side. She's fate. I can't get Brenda out of my mind. If what Dominic said is true, if he can't come up with fast cash, she's going back to the place that drove her here, the streets of Hollywood. We get halfway down the hall when I stop him. I want to pay for your mom to stay here. He stiffens. No. Let me do this. I have the money, and besides, I bite my lip while pointing toward the window. The witches are out there. Despite his scowl, a hint of a smile breaks free. Fine, but when I get BTN in the black again, I'm paying you back every cent. Deal. Dominic scratches the back of his head. I guess we need to go see Everly and get this straight. He starts to make his way down another hall when I grab his arm. Something wrong? But the truth is in the pit of my stomach. It's lodged in the back of my throat. It's locked inside my head with the demons and the sharp claws. And her. No, I give him a weak smile. Let's go. Because if Brenda McCallum is right, fate's about to come scratching.
Chapter 35. Dominic. I check my phone as another text lights up my screen. Piece of shit fucker cock-sucking asshole. I stare at it, not sure whether to be offended or impressed she managed to string that many insults into one message. I'm about to respond when the chime pings again. Drive safe. Millie's pissed. Not that I can blame her. For the last 2 months, I've let her shoulder all the responsibility at BTN, while I've spent all of my time with Angel. But things are slowly creeping toward a new normal. Is that even a thing? Because I'm not sure I ever had an old normal. Still, Mom is safe and secure in the cushy top floor at Moss Valley, thanks to Angel's bank account. The only reason I allowed her to do it was because I didn't and still don't trust Roston. His word is about as solid as a cheesecloth. I'm not okay with having my woman take care of my responsibilities, but I'm determined to turn BTN around and pay her back with interest. With Millie hiring a few staff members back and daily operations running with a skeleton crew, it's past time to get my shit in order. Yeah, I know, I called her my woman. It was a slip of the tongue. Don't read anything into it. Keys in hand, I'm crossing the main parlor, heading toward the elevator when Hilda steps in front of me, like a defensive lineman. Sir? I stumble backward, almost crashing into the piano. Jesus, what the hell? I'm sorry, sir, but Miss Romanoff has a visitor. At 10 o'clock in the morning? Miss Romanoff is already on set. She wrings her hands. Hilda isn't a nervous person. The woman is as stealth as they come. Yes, I know that, sir. What would you like me to tell Mr. Luca? I don't give a damn what... The words die in my throat. Did you say DeLuca? Yes, sir. She said her name was Violet DeLuca. I finished for her, my fingers crushing my cell phone. I have no idea what the hell she's doing here, but it can't be good. Hilda stares at me with an unreadable expression. So, you do know her? Unfortunately. I have half a mind to send her back to Chula Vista with a boot print on her ass. But she has a stubborn streak that rivals Angel's. If I turn her away, I wouldn't put it past her to show up at Silverline. Checking my watch, I groan. Screw it. I'm already late. Send her up, I say. Pulling up Millie's last text, I hit reply. Something's come up. I'll be there in an hour, maybe 2. Her only response is a line of middle finger emojis. By the time I pocket my phone and look up, Hilda is gone, and I'm left with my own thoughts, which isn't a good thing. Things have been stable since taking Angel to Moss Valley last week, but still strained. At least she's out of bed and verbal. But I see what this house is doing to her, what I'm doing to her. I'll catch her standing in the middle of a room just staring at nothing. And when I call her name, she turns around with this sad smile, and all I can hear is the counting of that damn clock. I'm interrupted by the discreet clearing of a throat. Turning around, my eyes go straight to bright purple hair and Sharpie-rimmed eyes. Why am I not surprised? Hilda shifts a cautious gaze between the two of us, waiting until I give a quick nod before straightening her uniform. I'll be in the kitchen if you need me, Mr. McCallum. As soon as she's out of earshot, I turn my attention back to the problem at hand. Mr. Luca, long time no see. I make my way toward the bar, because if I have to deal with this shit this early, I'm doing it with a drink in my hand. Alexandra isn't here, I'm afraid, I say, opening a bottle of whiskey. Alexandra, she says, drawing out the word. Right. Well, that's fine. I'm here to see you. She wrinkles her nose. Isn't it a little early for all that? I glance over my shoulder and lift my glass. Isn't it a little late for all this? She doesn't answer because she knows I'm right. I may have brought the ball to the park, but she kicked it into play. I'll be damned if I let her climb up on her moral mountain now. Tell me I didn't make a mistake, McCallum. It's Dominic. And what mistake would that be? Her fists tighten by her side as she crosses the parlor and plants her worn Doc Martens against the toe of my boots. I gave you Angel's address so you could help her have a better life, not help yourself to one as well. Jesus Christ. Slamming my glass back down onto the bar, I grab her arm, ignoring the string of curses flying out of her mouth as I drag her up 2 flights of stairs and into the cinema room. Let me go! Slamming the door, I shove her aside as I snatch the remote control off the couch and press every button I can find until the screen comes to life, with, of course, some shitty Katerina Romanov film. With Violet still chirping threats in my ear, I jack the volume up, then toss the remote across the room. Are you insane? I yell, stalking toward her. Every wall in this house has ears. Are you trying to get her busted? Understanding dawns across her face, and she crosses her arms in a huff. Maybe I should. Maybe living dirt poor in Chula Vista is better than... Scowling, she waves a hand around the pretentious room, then toward me. Whatever this is. What are you trying to say, Miss DeLuca? I knew your reputation, and I still served my friend to you on a silver platter. But I didn't think even you would sink as low as to take advantage of a woman with no memory of her past. I stiffen. I don't like what you're insinuating, Violet. And I don't like what I'm seeing on my television, Dominic. I see the way she looks at you. She cares about you, more than she should. Funny, she says, those heavily lined eyes narrowing to barely their slits. I see something very different in your eyes. Impossible. She's just pissed she didn't negotiate a finder's fee, so she's setting as many traps as she can, hoping I'll fall into one. And what's that, Miss DeLuca?
$.
I breathed a sigh of relief. Is that right? Violet's eyes flicked toward the movie screen.
Angel is a wealthy woman now. Quite the cash cow for a man such as yourself.
Careful, Miss DeLuca. I've made a very lucrative career from destroying people's lives. She whips back around, eyes blazing.
Is that a threat?
It's a fact. Now that I know her game, my voice is dangerously calm. I've been accused of money-mongering all my life. Most of the time the accusations were true. This time, well, I'll let Violet DeLuca think what she wants. Because she means something to Angel, I won't push back. Unless she does. Then the gloves come off. Angel and I are very happy. I circle her, her eyes following my every move. And we're going to stay that way. Or you and I are going to have a problem. Do we understand?
Vi!
We both turn around as Angel comes barreling through the door, her arms open and a smile on her face I haven't seen in months. She crashes into Violet, wrapping her in a hug so tight, I'm not sure either of them can breathe. Violet squeezes her just as fierce. I watch. I study. And as Violet's eyes shift my way, I warn. Don't do it. Rook, I thought you were on set. Angel breaks their embrace and waves her hand.
Noah came down with food poisoning, so I shot a few scenes without him, and the director called it a day.
Wonderful. A full day at home. Just Angel and Violet. As I count up all the things that could go wrong, Angel squeals and hugs her again.
I can't believe you're here. How long are you staying? Only a couple days, if it's okay with you.
Days? What the fuck? Gritting my teeth, I will her to look at me, but the bitch purposely ignores me.
Okay,
Angel squeals again, and this overly perky attitude is starting to grate on my nerves.
Stay 2 days, 2 weeks, 2 months.
For the third time, she pulls her into a crushing hug.
God, I've missed you.
Finally, Violet casts a quick glance my way, a smirk playing on her mouth. This whole thing leaves a bad taste in my mouth. It's a grenade waiting to explode, and that Crayola-haired bitch is going to be the one to pull the pin and blow us all to hell. Breaking their embrace again, Angel's face lights up.
Oh, we should all go to Amalia for dinner.
You two have fun, I tell her, forcing my way in between them. Because, fuck you, Violet. She's mine. I have a lot of work piled up. I start to give her a kiss on the cheek, but change my mind and take her lips instead. It's a demanding, unapologetic kiss. An Angel lets out a nervous laugh when I finally let her go. We'll catch up tomorrow. The last thing I hear just before I walk out of the room is Violet's whispered voice. Count on it. I see it coming as soon as I open the door.
I'm sorry. Do I know you?
I'm not in the mood, Millie. Back off. I push past her, ignoring the curious stares of my former employees as I storm into my office and collapse into my chair. Of course, she doesn't listen. The door doesn't even close before she's barreling through it like a mini cyclone, crossing her arms over her chest in front of my desk.
Who peed in your Cheerios?
I pinch the bridge of my nose in an attempt to ward off the headache brewing behind my eyes. The ghost from dive bars passed. Sighing, she plops down in one of the 2 chairs in front of me.
Dom, why are you still with her? You got the money. Ralston's off your back. All you're doing is drawing more attention to yourself. You can get laid anywhere. Why her?
It's more complicated than that.
Does this have anything to do with that detective?
I still, slowly lifting my gaze over my fingers. What detective?
The one that keeps coming by here asking about you?
She squishes her face and snaps her fingers. Remo. Russo. Rubio, I say, picking up a pencil and rolling it between my fingers. Her eyes light up. Yeah, that's it. Rubio. What have you told him? Nothing. He keeps asking if I've ever seen you and Angel together before your little announcement. This last time, he asked if you'd ever mentioned Freddie Wiseman. I flinch at the name, but she doesn't seem to notice. My answer to both was no, and I left it at that. Great. I groan, slumping back in my chair while flipping the pencil between my fingers. There's a flicker in Millie's eye. He also mentioned the name Luciano Ricci. The pencil snaps in half. What? She jumps at the sound, wrinkles creasing her forehead as she stares at me. Dom, if you're in trouble... I have to go. I'm out of my chair across the bullpen and reaching for the front door before she can catch up and ask more questions. Try to avoid a cop, and there's one on every corner. Try to find one damn detective, and you might as well look for Waldo. Rubio has no problem sneaking around my shit like a side hoe, but when I try to find him to confront his ass, he disappears like a fuckboy. Or something like that. Another one. Turning the empty glass upside down, I watch the brown droplets run down the inside of the glass, then disappear into the scuffed wood. Gone. Just like that. Like they were never there. I wonder if that'll be my legacy. When this is all over, is that all Dominic McCallum will ever be? A drop of whiskey that plummeted inside a glass cage until finally being swallowed into nothingness? That's fucking depressing. Bartender! I yell, flicking the glass with my middle finger. I asked for another one. A middle-aged blonde with inflated tits leans across the bar and wrinkles her forehead. Well, she would have if the damn thing wasn't frozen in a Botox space-time continuum. Don't you think you've had enough, honey? Groaning, I scrub my palm down my face. Maybe she's right. My lips feel numb. Good. Maybe after a few more, my whole body will take the hint and fall in line. Is getting drunk the answer to my problems? Probably not. But neither is sitting at home driving myself insane, wondering if Barney the emo bitch is sitting across from Angel sabotaging the little time I have left with her. Fuck this. Tossing more than enough bills on the bar, I stumble toward the door. Once outside, I hail a cab and head home where there's more than one bottle of whiskey waiting for me. And every one of them has Alexander Romanov's name on it.
Chapter 36. Angel. Don't you have to be on set today or something? Huh? Glancing up, I pause mid-type and offer a half-hearted smile. Oh, not today. Unions. Gotta love 'em. Even Roston can't impose a 7-day work week on us. Before she can ask another question, I return to my phone, finish typing, and hit send on the 5th text I've sent Dominic in the last 3 hours. Where are you? I'm starting to worry. I stare at it, willing him to answer. Of course he doesn't. I called him twice after Violet and I got back home from Amalia, and both times it went straight to voicemail. Between the nightmares and worry, I barely slept anyway, so I started again early this morning with the same result. It's not like him, and I can't shake the feeling that something is very wrong. Feeling Violet's eyes burning into the side of my face, I lift my coffee mug to my lips and stare out from the balcony. She tried bringing up my relationship with Dominic a few times last night, but I evaded her questions with 2 bottles of wine. How close are you and McCallum? Swiveling around, she plants her feet in between our chairs. And no changing the subject this time. I want a straight answer. Shit. I didn't want to have this conversation without talking to Dominic first, but Violet's my best friend. She knows me better than anyone. Pretty close. Are you fucking him? Violet? What? She asks, landing a hard gaze on me. It's a valid question. You don't do dates or hookups or one-nighters, Ange, so if you let this guy in your pants, it's not casual. I was right. She does know me. Letting Dominic touch me that night at his house was so out of character, I swore I'd never do it again. But I did, over and over, until I became addicted. It's not casual. I don't think it ever has been. Flustered, I stare into my coffee. I feel safe with him, Vi. Violet digs her feet into the floor, pushing the chaise back at least a foot. Oh my God. You're in love with him. My eyes widen. No, it's not like, don't deny it. Leaping to her feet, she points a finger at me. It's written all over your face with little fucking hearts. Palming her forehead, she curses while pacing the balcony. Did you not hear a word I said? Did you have cotton in your ears? My eyebrows knit together. What are you talking about? She spins around mid-pace. I told you before you left to be careful. I warned you that a man who plays people for a living has two faces, and you never see the ugly one until it's too late. I told you as long as you don't fall blindly in love with the pretty one, you'd be okay. Words I repeated to myself over and over, until I forgot them. Vi, and what did you do? Letting out a shrill cackle, she throws her hands in the air. You shit all over everything I said and fell in love with the pretty face. Stop it! The outburst comes out of nowhere, and Violet's eyes widen. I understand you want to look out for me, but you're out of line. You're making generalizations. I shake my head. You don't know him like I do. But she doesn't back down. You've never been one to follow anyone blindly like this. It's like you're a little wind-up toy that keeps dancing as long as he turns your crank. Was that meant to be as offensive as it sounded? Letting out a long sigh, Violet lowers beside me. I'm about to tell her this conversation is over when she tilts her chin, and I see the ravaged look on her face. The deal was for you to split the money and cut ties. You get the name and the mansion, and he gets to not be a loser. This was never part of the plan. This was never part of the plan. They were never part of the plan. You were never part of the plan. It's faint at first, the scratching, like a tree branch grazing a window in a storm. But then it gets louder and louder until it becomes 1,000 knives being dragged across asphalt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I close my eyes, barely hearing my own voice. What plan? What are you telling me? Forget it. The truth. A soft voice whispers in the back of my head. Fate always finds a way. My eyes fly open. No, I won't forget it. You told me you gave him our address to give me a better life. But that's not what I'm hearing. It's sounding like you and Dominic had more of a conversation than either of you ever let on. Violet's tough demeanor weakens. I knew about his Romanov scam. I'm sorry? When I sent him to the apartment, I knew what he was after. She lifts one shoulder in a deflated shrug. Word gets around if you pay attention. I have 2 eyes, Ange. She turns to look at me, pity in her eyes. Even I could see the resemblance. I can't process this. It's too much. I grip the edge of the chaise, rocking back and forth in perfect rhythm with the noise in my head. I won't apologize. Look where you are. She flings an arm out toward Bel Air, then swings the other toward the mansion. Look what you have. I'd do it all again to see you live the life of a queen. As long as Dominic's not a part of that life, right? I don't think he's being truthful with you, Ange. There's something about this whole thing that rubs me the wrong way. He's a ruthless bastard who I think is playing you. I kept my mouth shut as long as I could, but I couldn't live with myself if I didn't say anything. You're my best friend. I'm your glue, remember? Maybe once upon a time, but even glue leaves a stain. So is Dominic. I turn away from the devastated look on her face. I love you, Vi, but if you're going to badmouth him in my own home, then you can leave. Even as the French doors click behind her, I don't move. Violet once told me that Angel Smith chips, but she does not break. That might have been true before, but things change. People change. Chips become cracks, and cracks become fractures. And eventually, Angel Smith breaks. I look around, disoriented at first. It's dark. So dark I can barely see my own hand in front of my face. The only hint of light comes from the single bulb shining brightly in the middle of the wreath outside the window. It's pretty. I've always liked Christmas wreaths. Christmas. A rock hits my stomach so hard I almost double over. Why does Christmas hurt? I don't have any feelings toward it. It's just another day to me. Fa la 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 la. Pulling my attention from the window, I settle it on the dark outline a few feet in front of me. Who's there? Why can't I see anything? Reaching out, I slice my fingers through the darkness only to knock into something hard. Where am I? I remember taking a hot bath and then climbing into bed. Extending my other arm, I knock into something soft. Muffling a gasp, I jerk them back. But I'm not in bed. I'm not even in my room. I'm shaking so hard my teeth clack together, but I seek the objects out again, eventually recognizing wood and cotton, and I'm sitting on the floor in between them. Then I hear it, the scratching. A light wisp along with movement. My breathing escalates as the dark outline draws closer and closer. I have nowhere to go. Balling myself as tightly as I can, I tuck my knees to my chest and wrap my arms around my legs, my tattered cotton nightgown wet and sticky. Face your fears. Slowly, I open my eyes, the light from the wreath candle illuminating her long, dark hair, her hollow green eyes, and her tattered, wet cotton nightgown. It's me. I'm looking at me. I'm sitting in front of me. But that's impossible. Who are you? I ask, my voice brittle and thin. Shh, she whispers, holding one finger against her mouth. I'm about to demand more answers when gut-wrenching screams filter in from outside the door. They don't stop, and along with them come angry shouts. They both grow louder and louder until my heart feels like it's going to pound out of my chest. What's happening? I cry, but just like before, she doesn't seem concerned. Turning toward the horrible sounds, she pauses a moment before looking back at me, a serene smile on her face. He's coming. Who? The angel. Jesus, what kind of dream is this? Rising up on my knees, I press my hand to my chest. I'm Angel. She tilts her head to the side. Are you? Before I can answer, the door to the room flies open. Shadows and light spill through, momentarily blinding me. But it's the footsteps that kick my pulse into overdrive. Slow, purposeful steps that lead nowhere but to the end. The girl's smile returns. He's here. She holds out her hands. Are you ready? I don't know why I nod. I just know I'm supposed to. So I take her hands, the sticky smell of pennies binding us. As we kneel together on the hard floor, we take a deep breath and together say the words we both know so well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I wake to the sound of my own screams as I thrash violently while tucked in between the dresser and the bed of a guest room in the east wing. 6! I shriek, tears streaming down my face as I collapse, my eyes rolling back into my head, and a tortured whisper on my lips as I slip into darkness. 6.
Chapter 37. Dominic. God. My head feels like somebody drilled a hole in the side of it and stuffed it full of rocks. I don't know how much whiskey I drank last night, but it's enough to wish for death this morning. Or afternoon. Hell, I don't know what time it is. All I know is it's too bright to be awake. Anchoring a pillow over my head, I drape my forearms across it and block out the world until the phone rings again. Why the hell didn't I just turn the damn thing off? Because then you couldn't see her text, dickhead. I admit it, I've seen all 5 of them, read them, reread them, analyzed them like a damn check. Everything short of answering them. I can't. Not until I get my shit together and figure out what I'm going to do about Violet, and Rubio, and Roston, and Luciano. Fuck. I groan into the pillow. I wish they'd all just die. After the 3rd time my phone rings, I'm pissed. Throwing the pillow across the room, I roll back across the mattress, hitting the answer button without bothering to look at the caller ID. Stop fucking calling me! I'm about to hang up when a familiar voice catches my ear. McCallum, wait! This is about Alexandra. Who is this? It's Brent. Ah, yes, my bound fate spy. Why are you calling me so early? It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I rub at the new headache forming between my eyes. Ear point. I would have called you earlier, but I had to wait for Noah to leave. He has enough problems with Roston, and if he overheard, he'd do something drastic and ruin his career. On hearing that fucker's name, I sit up, the rocks rattling around in my skull calming to a dull roar. What about Roston? Shit in my head starts untangling. You said this is about Alexandra. It is. The line goes silent for a moment. Look, I want you to promise you'll think of Alexandra's future before you go flying off the handle. Just say it. I bite out between clenched teeth. He lets out a labored breath. I got to the studio early on Friday because Noah likes to run lines on set before the crew shows up. I arrived before him and found a Bound Fate script just lying around. You know how Roston is about stuff getting leaked. Get to the point. Right. So I swung by reception, grabbed a key card, and went up to his office. Susan wasn't in yet because, like I said, it was early. But I heard voices. I closed my eyes and gripped the sheet. Not because of the bright light or the headaches or the rocks in my head, but because of the impending storm I know is coming. I heard Isabella and Sebastian's lines, and not the tame ones, the ones that make me walk off set. I was about to go in when the door opened. The last thing I wanted to do was get caught eavesdropping, so I hid around the corner, but... He pauses, almost as if he's battling with himself to say the words I know are coming. It was Alexandra. She works for him. The words are hollow, even to my own ears. She was crying, Dominic. And before she left, Roston... He hedges, a tense silence passing between us. Then he says the 3 words that knock the air out of my chest. He touched her. He did what? My voice is dead calm, but the grip on the sheet is merciless. She looked catatonic, man, like no one was home. Then she just walked away. Noah never made it to the set because he got food. I disconnect the call. Although my chest feels like a dull knife is digging into it, I don't yell. I don't smash empty whiskey bottles against the wall. I'm calm as I take a shower. I'm calm as I get dressed. I'm calm as I drive to Burbank. I'm calm as I go through the checkpoint and metal detector at Silverline. and I'm calm as I make my way toward the main executive building. But the minute I notice a shadow trailing behind me and catch a glimpse of a familiar face in the glass door, all hell breaks loose. I spin around, catching her by the arm before she can run away. Although she struggles, I knock her off balance and she tumbles against the side of the building. Before she can get her bearings, I pin my forearm against her throat. What the hell is wrong with you, DeLuca? Excessive? Don't care. My give-a-fuck well has run dry.
Why are you at Silverland Studios?
She croaks, her black nails clawing at my arm. Does it matter? Her face is turning a little red, so I lighten up the pressure. Seizing the opportunity, she digs her nails into my arm so hard she draws blood. Fuck! I yell, dropping my hold. You crazy bitch! How did you even get in here?
My best friend gave me an access pass so I could be on set Monday,
she hisses, staring me dead in the face like she didn't just turn rabid.
Not that it's any of your business.
That doesn't explain what you're doing here today.
She's in love with you, you know, she says, ignoring me. She's never let anyone this close to her. And you're going to break her, aren't you?
She pokes her bony finger into my chest.
Well, I'm not going to let you. I'll ruin you first, McCallum.
I don't need this shit right now. Is that right? A quiet storm builds in my voice as it drops low. Every step I take forces her back against the wall again. I can feel everything I've worked for slipping away, as the kid with blood on his hands who defied Luciano Ricci gains strength. Try it, and see what happens. You've no idea what I'm capable of, or the reach I have, lady. One word from me, and you'll take a swan dive off the Colorado Street Bridge. Violet's face blanches.
Oh my God. That was you.
Her expression shifts from indignation to fear.
You did kill that photographer.
Shit. Now I have to take care of this problem, too. I didn't say that. However, people get what they deserve. Bracing my palm by her head, I lean in close. You go poking around in other people's business? Don't be surprised if they poke back. Her voice shakes as she lifts her chin.
You got what you wanted. Leave her alone.
No. Now go away before I call security.
This isn't over, McCallum,
she warns, backing away.
You can't just threaten me and walk away.
I flip my middle finger over my shoulder as I walk toward the glass door. I just did. The minute the elevator door opens, I feel it. That stirring in my blood. The kick in my pulse. The rush in my ears. It's bloodlust, and it's hungry. Since it's Saturday, Roston's door is wide open. Naturally, I accept the invitation, barreling in with guns blazing. He's standing by the wall of glass, staring out over his kingdom with his back to me. Dominic, what can I do for you? Darkness beckons me. It's where I belong. The moment a man in an Italian suit led me to a black SUV, I sold my soul to it, served it, bent to it. I did its bidding and never looked back. Except one time a pair of sad green eyes brought me into the light. One time, I sewed an angel's wings back on and set her free. I'll be damned if I'll let it all be for nothing. I charged toward him, crashing both of us against the glass. Grabbing his tie, I wind it around my fist. You can tell me what the hell you think you're doing to Alexandra. I'm making her a star, he croaks. I meant your little private sessions, you sick fuck. How long have they been going on? His face starts to turn purple, and his mouth opens and closes like a fish. Well, the visual amuses me. I need the fucker to talk, so I loosen my grip. Alexandra needs special training. He coughs as he tugs on his collar. A firm hand, if you will. Letting out an inhuman roar, I pull my arm back and punch him in the face, his nose exploding into red rivulets. His hands fly to his face. You son of a... I grab him by the throat and drive my knee into his gut, cutting him off. Pulling my gun from behind my jacket, I slam him against the glass again while shoving the barrel under his chin. Tell me, I'm a son of a bitch now, you cocksucker. How did you get that through the metal detector? I used to fuck one of the guards. Nice girl. Bad lay. Next question. Even with a bullet ready to blow his head off, he smirks. This was a costly mistake. We had a deal. I shoved the gun deeper into his throat. Fuck your deal. I agreed to get Alexander to sign your contract, not suck your dick. But she's so good at it. Motherfucker! I drive my knee into his gut again and again. Eventually, the only thing keeping him upright is my hand around his throat. You also realize, he wheezes, this nullifies our agreement about your mother. My mother is being supported by your whore. I know. How many times have I told you, McCallum? I own Wyatt Everly and every son of a bitch in that hospital. I don't care if Alexandra buys the whole damn wing. My word is God. He smiles again, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. Poor Brenda. How will she ever fare on the streets? I swear to fuck, I almost pulled the trigger. One bullet and it'd be over. One problem solved. But that leaves the others. I'd be behind bars, leaving Rubio and Luciano to run free. Angel would learn the truth, and I wouldn't be there to take her someplace safe this time. Releasing my hold from his throat, I pull my gun back and drive my fists into his ribs. I'll handle my mother. He lets out a rattled laugh. Like you handled things for Luciano. I still, my finger curled around the trigger. He can't know. The odds are impossible. Luciano is too calculated, too careful, too premeditated to risk knowledge buried under blood oaths and death. Roston's nostrils flare as he stands, straightening his blood-stained suit jacket. I told you, boy. I run this town. No one takes a shit without me knowing it. You won't do a damn thing but tuck your limp dick between your legs and go back to your piece of shit gossip rag. I raise my gun, pointing it right between his eyes. And if I don't? He walks forward, standing right in front of the barrel, daring me to pull the trigger. I'll finish what Freddie Wiseman started. I don't see Angel on Sunday. Even though she sent 5 more texts and 3 more voicemails, I ignored them all. My mind was too muddled to deal with questions I couldn't answer. After leaving Silverline, I took care of a few loose strings, then went back home, got on my Harley, and drove. I had no destination. I just needed an open road and the roar of the engine to clear my head. To plan. To figure out how to check off the rest of my boxes. Now, here I am, pacing the inside of the garage elevator at the Romanov mansion at 11:30 on Monday night. She's not going to like what I have to say. But there's no other option. I got her into this mess, and I'll get her out of it. I did it once. I can do it again. It took every ounce of restraint I had in me to let her step foot on that studio lot today. But one call to Brent set my nerves at ease. He promised to be her shadow. And since I didn't get a call all day, I assumed that bastard kept his hands to himself. As soon as the elevator doors open, Angel runs straight into me and buries her face in my chest.
Thank God you're here. I don't know what to do. She didn't even say goodbye. That's not like her. I know I told her to leave, but all her stuff is still here, so I called the bar, but no one's seen her. I called the apartment, nothing.
She looks up at me, those earthy green eyes frantic as they search mine for an answer.
Why wouldn't she say goodbye?
What are you talking about? Her shoulders sag, the dark circles under her eyes more prominent than ever.
Violet's missing.
Chapter 38. Angel. For the last hour, Dominic and I have sat in silence on opposite ends of the cinema room couch. I don't know why we ended up here. Maybe because it's the room most likely to contain whatever ugly truth eventually spills out of both of us. We're both swimming in oceans of lies, barely keeping our heads above water. But the sea is a vast, dark place, and we can only fight for so long before we both slip under the surface. Dominic has retreated into a dangerous shell I'm afraid to break, and I'm haunted by a nightmare that won't leave me. The girl in my dream looked like me, a mirror image, but different. I know her. I've heard her voice so many times before. In dreams. In my head. In whispers. But seeing her and touching her has changed everything. You've protected her for so long, but she's getting stronger. You know it. You just can't see it. Brenda McCallum's words echo in my head, and I know she was right. I've known it all along. And last night, the power shifted, and I became the weak one. I'm no longer in control. I want you to break your contract. The words feel like a punch to the chest. My nails dig into my arms as I turn to face him. What? Dominic doesn't look at me, his body remaining rigid as he continues to stare at the blank screen. Quit the movie, tomorrow. I can't quit. I know he hates Roston, but this whole thing was his idea, his elaborate scheme. He pushed me toward him. He told me to sign with Silverline. I'm not sure what wires crossed in his brain, but we're in too deep to walk away now. Snapping his head around, he glares at me. You have the money, so buy out your contract. Just don't go back there. We stare at each other, engaged in a battle of wills as cold sweat scatters across my forehead. It's not that simple. My back is against the wall. His back is against the wall. Roston will ruin us both. You can't ask me to do that. Sliding across the couch, he curves his palm around my jaw, his icy blue eyes hardening. I wasn't asking. I'm pacing the floor when the elevator door finally opens. Stopping dead in my tracks, I meet Detective Rubio's gaze and search for a hint of promise, only to find the same blank stare I've encountered for the past 7 days. Have you found anything? He sighs, his usually immaculate suit worn and wrinkled. Not yet, but it's only been a week. Only a week? A week since I threw her out of my life. A week since I filed a missing persons report. A week since she disappeared into thin air. I turn away, resuming my pace, my stomach churning as I wrap my hands around my waist. A week, a week, a week. I wish Dominic was here. Even though there's still an uncomfortable distance between us, his presence makes me feel safer. Ms. Romanoff, are you all right? His question takes me by surprise, and I spin around. Why? Instead of answering, his gaze flicks toward my waist. Glancing down, I realize the skin on my arms is red and raw from being pinched between my fingers. Clearing my throat, I drop my hands by my side. Maybe we should sit somewhere and have a few words? He sounds insistent, but exhausted. Like me. But not like me. Never like me. I'm sure he goes home at night, crawls in bed, and sleeps just fine. I'm sure he closes his eyes knowing screams and faceless angels aren't waiting for him. Well, fuck that. No, we can talk here. Very well, he says, finally dropping the act. How well do you know Dominic McCallum? I pause again, my muscles twitching. Why? What does Dominic have to do with anything? Are you aware Greg Roston sued him for libel and settled an arbitration for $400,000? Fools. They think they can turn us against each other, but they're wrong. He can't tell me anything I don't already know. I'm in control, not him. Our secret is sacred. We're sacred. Yes. My eyes dart toward the elevator. If that's all, I'm going to have to ask you to leave now. But he doesn't leave. He steps forward, his dark eyes digging into mine, searching for answers he'll never find. What about his impending bankruptcy? Don't you find the timing odd that McCallum found you only weeks before losing everything he owned? Sometimes fate always finds a way. Perhaps. He walks a slow, deliberate circle around me. Or maybe a man makes his own way. He stops right in front of me, and I hold his stare. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gritting my teeth, I clear every ounce of emotion from my voice. Are you following up on Violet's disappearance, or do you have a personal vendetta against Dominic, Detective Rubio? Come on, Alexandra. He set you up, and you know it. Do you ever wonder why he showed up at the right place at the right time? Why he's so fascinated with your past and your parents' murder? Why he knows so damn much about it? I close my eyes, blocking out the vitriol he's trying to bury me under. No, you can't get in my head. There's no more room. I promised Dominic I was his, and a promise is forever. This conversation is over, Detective. Hilda will see you out. No need, he growls. I'll see myself out. The blonde reporter holds the microphone up to Kaya Perone's smiling mouth. What do you have to say about the recent shakeup at Silverline Studios? There must be a lot of pressure taking over such a highly publicized role. I stare at the television screen, scowling as Kaya smiles into the camera. Alexandra Romanov's contract release from Silverline was unfortunate, but I'm excited for this opportunity. Contract release, my ass. On Dominic's demand, I bought out my contract with Silverline, but that's not the story Roston spun to the media. As far as the world knows, Alexandra Romanov was canned and tossed out on her ass for shitty acting and a diva attitude. Now all I have is time, so I've spent it picking apart every minute of the last 3.5 months. Do you ever wonder why he showed up at the right place at the right time? Rook, what the hell are you doing? Glancing up, I see Dominic standing over me. He looks about as exhausted as me. The lack of sleep is getting to us both. Watching TV. Sighing, I pat the cushion next to me. Sit down. He hesitates for a moment, then sinks down beside me as if his bones can't stand the strain anymore. All I want to do is crawl in his lap, bury my face in his neck, and tell him we're going to be okay. But there are already enough lies between us. Detective Rubio came by today. His jaw clenches. Any word on Violet? I shake my head. No, but he said something that got me thinking. I'm terrified to give Rubio's taunts a voice, but if I don't, they'll eat away at the few pieces of me I have left. He may hate me for asking, but I'd rather take a razor and slice open a vein than slowly bleed to death from digging at scars. Why do you know so much about the Romanovs? My hands twist in my lap. From the minute you walked in this place, you've never asked for directions. It's like you... Static rages in my ears as a blinding zigzag line tears across my field of vision. Where are we going? Isn't it obvious? Somewhere safe. How will we get there? Do you trust me? Yes. Then follow me. I know the way. Just as quickly as they came, the lights and voices disappear, and the static clears. All that I'm left with is a racing heart and Dominic's stone stare. Like you know where you're going. I finish. Rook. The cold indifference of this past week chips away as panic flickers in his blue eyes. There's a moment of awkward silence, as if he's trying to think of the perfect phrase that will shove me back in my cage. But it's too late. His mask has slipped. Every breath feels weighted. What's going on here, Dominic? Nothing. His body twitches as the storm rolls in. He expects me to hurl both of us into a tirade of hysterics. But I've learned. Sometimes a gust of wind can cause more destruction than a hurricane. Violet told me you had an arrangement. I say, my voice calm. When were you going to tell me that? Or were you ever? Before he can piece together a response, I hit him with another accusation. How do you just happen to have someone who can falsify DNA tests? That's not normal, Dominic. He swallows hard. Rook. Is that part of your past? My voice hitches up an octave. The one you won't tell me about? How are you connected to Luciano Ricci? Dominic's expression changes. Leaning forward, he presses our faces only inches apart. Startled, I lean back, only to have him erase my gains, his hands pinning me against the arm of the couch. I don't know what he's going to do, but I'm both terrified and exhilarated. As if reading my thoughts, his lips part in a salacious smirk, and he surges forward, crashing his mouth onto mine, commanding a kiss my body is conditioned to want. For a moment, I lose myself in the feel of his possession. Then I remember this is what he does. He uses my weakness for him as a weapon against me. Breaking the kiss, I push him away as I press the back of my hand against my lips. You were late for the party. Where were you? Angel. He groans, diving toward my lips again, but I block him with a palm against his chest. Where were you? A dark scowl clouds his face. Can we not do this right now? The night we ran lines together runs through my mind. It was the night Rubio confronted Dominic in the garage. I asked him about it, and he told me not to worry. But detectives don't show up at your house for no reason. That was the night that the photographer jumped off the Colorado Street Bridge. The same one you argued with at your house. Was that you? I shout, shoving his chest. Did you kill him? His stare turns cold, unfeeling, black. Oh, God! I shudder, the room starting to spin. Dominic lets out a roar, and I flinch as he wraps his fingers around my jaw. You want to play show and tell? Fine. Releasing my face, he grabs a tight hold around my arm and yanks me off the couch. He barely gives me time to stagger to my feet before dragging me down the hall. Dominic! I beg as he stalks down another hallway like a man possessed. Stop! Finally, he pulls us both into the study. After tossing me into the desk chair, he opens my laptop and logs into his email account. Seconds go by, my heart thundering in my chest until he finds what he wants and clicks on the attachment. There, he growls. You want to see what I've been dealing with? Take a good fucking look. Once I see what he's pointing at, my stomach turns inside out. Thanks to Freddie Wiseman, your pussy was about to become a national headline. The image swims in front of me. No. We were being blackmailed, sweetheart. Good old-fashioned extortion. So, am I sorry that shitbag is dead? No. If you hate me for that, so be it. But I won't apologize for protecting the woman No! I shriek, leaping out of the chair and barreling into him with both hands. Don't say it. Not now. He doesn't. His hand sees my face, pulling me against him and kissing me hard. I want to fight him, but I collapse under the force of his touch. I want him. I want this. I need to feel something other than lies and loss. I need his voice in my ear, not hers. I need to feel what's real in this life. Fuck me, I groan against his mouth. Dominic's eyes darken, and he pushes my back against the wall. Jerking my dress up, he winds his fingers around my panties and rips them off with a single tug. Tossing them like garbage, he tears his jeans open, pushing them down just far enough to pull out his cock. There's a hum of silence, a sliver of peace just before hell rises up and rains down on the sinners, drowning them in their own greed and lust. Dominic and I come together like a force of nature, like two magnets unable to control the intensity pulling them to each other. My hands tangle in his hair as he lifts me up by my thighs, my legs automatically wrapping around his waist. His mouth takes mine in a punishing kiss. It's desperation and ferocity and loathing. It's everything we are and everything we're meant to be. It's this house, chanting our names as he reaches between us, guiding his swollen cock toward my entrance. There's no teasing, no touching, no whispered words. I don't need it. I'm slick with desire and dripping with torture. I rock against him, craving an outlet for everything that isn't mine, for all the things I'll never have. Please, I beg, suspended between worlds. He stares at me with a predatory look in his eyes, new, but familiar. Frozen, I whisper. Your eyes are frozen. I don't know what that means, but it breaks something in Dominic. Bending his knees, he drives into me with one vicious thrust. I scream at the invasion, my body revolting. Is this what you want? He hisses, pumping hard as I cry. You want me to hurt you? I nod, too overcome for words. Fuck. He sucks air through clenched teeth. I told you I wasn't a good man. I warned you, but you wouldn't listen. You wore me down, Angel. Pulling back, he fucks me hard, and I both love and hate him for it. You kept on and on and on until you won, and now you don't want me? The real Dominic? Tough shit. You're gonna get him. I can't speak. I can't breathe. All I can do is scream his name as he loses control, one violent thrust after the other, every stroke as fucked up as we are. You're mine, he hisses, punctuating each word with a slam of his hips. Mine. Why can't you fucking remember that? Remember me. The possessiveness in his voice is my undoing. My body splinters all around him, and I cry out his name as I shatter into irreparable pieces. At the same time, Dominic's body jerks, and he buries his face in the hollow of my neck, roaring out his release as he spills inside me. The room stills, thick and heavy with regret. Dominic's breath is hot on my skin as he pulls out and slowly lowers me to my feet. Neither of us knows what to say, so he turns, tucking himself back inside his jeans, while I just stand there, the evidence of what we just did dripping down my thighs. Finally, he lets out a ragged breath and rakes a hand through his hair. Look, about that photo, there's something else. Leave. The dim glow from the laptop casts a splash of light across his shocked face. What? I need you to leave now. I close the laptop. Pausing, I run my fingers along the edge of the desk before turning toward the door. Now? After what we just... His voice trails off as his steel gaze narrows. What the hell just happened, Angel? I pause in the doorway. The final act. I whisper, before heading toward the east wing.
Chapter 39. Dominic. My office used to energize me. Inside these glass walls, I controlled the world, and everyone in it. Now it's a prison. These glass walls have become iron bars, and my wardens are the very people who brought me to power. Millie leans against the doorframe, her arms folded across her chest.
You can't hide out here forever, you know.
The overdue invoices littering my desk are killing my buzz. So in one uncoordinated motion, I swipe them onto the floor. Satisfied, I reach for a nearly empty bottle of whiskey and take an indulgent swig. Why not? Wasn't it you who told me to keep my dick in my pants and come to work? Wincing, she pulls off her glasses and rubs her eyes.
I don't think it's your dick that's the problem here.
My fist tightens around the bottle. Don't. Millie flinches at the harsh bite of my tone, but I don't care. What happened is my fault, and mine alone. It won't be mentioned inside these walls. Now, or ever. Rolling her lips over her teeth, she pushes off the doorframe and invites herself into my office.
Dom, it's been 5 days,
she says, slumping into a chair in front of my desk.
You're like a pendulum, swinging from one extreme to the other. Either you ghost us, or you're like the manic party crasher who never leaves. You can't live like this.
Spinning my chair, I turn the bottle up and stare out at the street. Why not? It worked for Hemingway.
Hemingway shot himself.
I glance over my shoulder, offering a whiskey-infused smirk. Maybe he just knew when it was time to leave the party. Jesus! She yells, slamming her palms against my desk, and the sudden movement causes me to swivel my chair back around.
What's wrong with you? This isn't the Dominic McCallum I know. The one who went after the most powerful men in Hollywood. That guy knew everything could blow up in his face, but he didn't care. You know why?
I shrug, lifting the bottle again. Because he's a fucking moron?
No, because he's not a quitter.
Letting out a frustrated groan, she shoves her glasses back on her face before collapsing back into her chair.
Have you talked to her?
Her. She doesn't have to even say her name. My heart races just at those 3 letters. Nobody's talked to her. I rub the space in my chest that hasn't stopped aching in 5 days. Since the leak, she hasn't left the estate. Millie chews on my admission for a few hesitant moments.
Maybe it's not as bad as it seems. Maybe after everything blows over, this could be a good thing.
She holds up her hand as I roll my eyes.
I'm serious. Actresses launch successful careers off sex tapes all the time.
Dragging a hand over my face, I let out a heavy sigh. Not when said actress is already tits deep in a studio scandal and rumors about collusion with yours truly. Greg Roston might be a sexual predator, a pathological liar, a narcissist, and an extortionist, but he doesn't make idle threats. He promised I'd pay for putting my hands on him, and he delivered. 5 days ago, the picture of Angel and me uploaded to the dark web and immediately crossed over into mainstream. Within minutes, it went viral, and our lives irrevocably changed. And not equally. Hollywood is the double standard capital of the world, after all. I've tried calling her, but there's no answer. Not that I expected there to be. I got so caught up in making her feel what she refused to hear, I neglected to tell her the blackmail didn't die with Freddie Wiseman. She threw me out before I could tell her about Roston's threat. Maybe that makes me just as responsible as him.
What about you?
Millie asks. I glance up to see her head cocked to the side and her eyes boring into me.
How are you doing?
Me? I let out a dry laugh. Oh, I'm great. You know, other than having to fire all the employees you just rehired, being days away from getting kicked out of this building, and having my house and car repossessed. She opens her mouth for what I have no doubt is another motivational speech, when the main BTN line rings. It can ring until the end of time for all I care. But when I see Millie's ass lift off the chair, I shove a finger across the desk. Don't you dare, I warn. Millie's one of the only friends I have, but if she makes one more move toward that phone, I'll wrestle her to the ground. It's either a bill collector or another reporter wanting an exclusive on... I swipe my hand through the air, mocking their newest bullshit headline. Alexandra Romanov's erotic fall from grace. She plops back down with a huff. Wouldn't they just call your cell phone? I smirk as the ringing stops, only to immediately start again. They would, if I didn't toss it in the garbage outside my house. Good luck getting a quote now, fuckers. 4 rings later, Millie slams her palms against the armrest of the chair. Well, it's driving me insane. In a blur, she's out of her seat and stomping out the door. Wait. But before I even get the word out, she's halfway across the bullpen. Fuck it. Sinking back into my chair, I spin back around and look out onto the darkened street again. Corralling Millie is like herding cats. Control the controllable, as my mom used to say. Another one of Brendan McCallum's nuggets of wisdom. Don't spend your time flipping your shit over things out of your hands. Concentrate on taking hold of what's in your grasp and manipulate it to your advantage. I've done it my whole life. That's what this whole damn thing has been about. Controlling the controllable. I didn't start the hunt for a lost little girl, but I seized the opportunity to control it. Sure, I needed the money, but that was a fringe benefit. 2 birds, 1 stone, no mess. But when you build a labyrinth of deceit, you can get lost in your own maze. Maybe in the beginning my reasons were a selfish attempt at protecting myself. As long as I found Alexandra Romanov first, people would stop looking. They'd stop questioning. And in case the little girl with green eyes broke her first pinky promise, another queen would have already been crowned. But that was before a down-on-her-luck cocktail waitress from Chula Vista, California, stole $20 from me and something I didn't even know I had. A heart. She slowly brought me back to life. And in return, what did I do? I turned her loose in her own labyrinth. The one that slowly chipped away at her sanity and soul, pushing her toward the edge. Every day, I watched more and more of Angel slip away, as the truth bled through the fissures in her mind. I saw it coming, and said nothing. Not out of fear of losing my freedom, but out of fear of losing her. I watched my mother break before my eyes. I refused to watch Angel break too. Be careful what you ask for. Now it's too late for apologies or confessions. It's almost poetic. I finally get the balls to say the words to her, and she didn't want to hear them. But I meant every word. I love her. I think I always have. The type of love changed over time, but she stole my heart the moment I saw her. The hope in her eyes when she first looked at me sealed my fate. Sitting there in the eye of the storm, she looked at me like I was her world. Are you God? Every jagged piece of me belongs to her, even the ones hell-bent on cutting her and drawing blood. Somehow she smoothed the edges just enough to tolerate the bite without breaking the skin. I've never allowed anyone this close, and it feels like I'm being smothered and set free at the same time. Like soaring headfirst into the sun, only to suddenly burst into flames. She's my salvation and damnation, my redemption and ruin. The biggest mistake I'll never regret. As soon as I hear footsteps, I palm the back of my neck and spin back around. Let me guess. Roston sold the rights. Millie's face is chalk white.
Dominic,
I hope he knows I deserve at least a third of the... Dominic, she says, again, her voice unsteady. There's a silence in her tone that chills my blood. But it's her next words that bring me to my knees. It's your mother.
Chapter 40. Angel. Whether you're at the top of the world or the bottom of the river, time stops for no one. You can't wish it away, and you can't turn it back. It moves forward at its own steady rhythm, oblivious to the change going on around it. Awake or asleep, it doesn't matter. The hands of the clock move whether you're conscious of them or not. Tick, tock, tick, tock, tick, tock. It's been 10 days since I watched Dominic drive away from my bedroom window, and 9 since the world turned against me. I know because time may hate me, but the sun greets me each morning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. I've counted every one of them in this bed, in these clothes. I can't face anything outside these 4 walls. This room is my safe place. It's where I listen to the clock, watch the sun, and wait. The East Wing is so peaceful, far away from the shouts and chants of the crowd gathered outside the iron gates. Some want me to leave. Some want me to answer for my sins. A few want me to die. I should have been prepared for this. The leak came from an anonymous source, but it has Roston's disgusting stench all over it. Ms. Romanov? Rolling over, I glanced toward the door to find Hilda standing there, a forlorn look etched in the lines of her face. Has there been any news about Violet? She shakes her head. No, ma'am. I'm sorry. Oh. I figured as much. Even my calls to Detective Rubio have been ignored. Violet has been gone for 3 weeks, and nobody seems to know why. Dejected, I roll back over and wait for the click of the door. When it never comes, I peek back over my shoulder to find her still standing there. Is there something else? You haven't answered your phone. Can you blame me? I snap. There are only so many times you can be called a whore, although I have learned how to say it in 5 different languages. Ms. Boone has tried calling you for 4 days. She blurts out, stepping further into the room. The estate's number is inaccessible, so she sent this. Reaching into her apron, she pulls out a white envelope. It looks like it's been through atomic warfare. As if reading my mind, she adds, Lars opens your mail for security purposes. I'd never intentionally invade your privacy, but... She trails off again, worrying her lip. What's wrong? Instead of answering, she shoves it toward my chest. Here. I don't want to take it, but before I can stop myself, Millie's slanted left-handed words stare back at me. Alexandra, I thought you should know Dominic's mother passed away last Thursday. The hospital says it was an allergic reaction to a new medication. There wasn't any money for a burial, so she was cremated over the weekend. Dominic's not doing well. I know things aren't good between you two, but you're the only one who can get through to him. I just thought you should know. Millie. My chest aches. My eyes burn. My hands shake. I read it 3 more times, and each time the ache, burn, and shaking intensify. Dominic. He needs me. Hilda, I look up to find her gone. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters except getting to him. I don't care if he wants me there or not. Stumbling out of bed, I tear down the hallway toward the shower. 20 minutes later, I walk out of the mansion for the first time in 10 days. Lars leaves the limo idling in the driveway as I bang my fist on Dominic's door again. I can do this all day, McCallum. When there's still no answer, I walk to the window and try my best to see inside. There's no movement, no sign of life, but his damn car is here. Frustrated, I continue around the side of the house and, ignoring Lars's protests, I climb over the wooden gate. The patio is deserted. So I press my nose against the glass pane and peer into an empty house. Dominic, please. I know I pushed you away, but I was scared. I still am. All I know is when I'm with you, I feel safe and terrified all at the same time. I don't know who I am anymore, but deep down, I yell as my voice breaks, I think you do. And that's why I pushed you away. Because the truth is, I'm not scared of you. I'm scared of me. Silence. Dominic. His name is a weak sigh, a final plea, a sinner's prayer. Silence. Letting out a defeated sigh, I open the gate this time and walk back down the driveway, only to stop and turn back around. His Harley is gone. My shoulders sag. My head knew it, but a part of my heart held on to a shred of hope he was listening. I nod to Lars, who dutifully exits the limo, waiting by the rear to open my door when my phone rings. I don't recognize the number, so my thumb goes straight to the decline button when something stops me. Static. Scratching. 6 is coming. I whisper. Ms. Romanov? I look up to see Lars moving toward me with a concerned look on his face. We need to go. Now. 6 is coming. Hello? I don't remember answering, but suddenly the phone is at my ear. Ms. Romanov? Yes, who is this? My name is Vanessa Hunder. I'm a nurse at Moss Valley Wellness Hospital. I'm sorry to bother you, but we've been trying to get in touch with Mr. McCallum and have been unable to reach him. Since the billing department has listed you as a personal contact, we thought you could have him call us immediately. I glance back at the empty space where his Harley usually sits. God knows where he is, how long he's been gone, or when he'll come back. Of course, is there a problem? If there's a final payment that needs to be made, No, nothing like that. We were clearing out Brenda McCallum's room and found a sealed envelope with her son's name on it. Someone needs to pick it up in the next 48 hours, or it'll be labeled as unclaimed property. What happens to unclaimed property? It goes into storage. There's no inflection in her voice, as if tossing away someone's last possession is as easy as taking out the trash. I'm not sure where, Miss Romanov. We don't track it from there. I don't hesitate. I'll be right there. Lars is already forming a rebuttal when I skirt around him. Take me to Moss Valley. Now. The package is a large manila envelope, distressed and worn by time. It's fairly thin and, just like Vanessa said, sealed tight with Dominic's name written across the front. When I ask where they found it, she just shrugs and says, somewhere, while waving a hand around the room. Thanks, that's helpful. As she escorts me out, I stop her just before we reach the reception desk. I was told Ms. McCallum died of an allergic reaction to her medication. That's right. As far as we're aware, she hadn't been prescribed any new medication. She shrugs, tucking a piece of her straight brown hair behind her ear. I wouldn't question Dr. Everly. He's very thorough. Giving me a curt nod, she disappears down the hallway before I can say another word. But I keep standing there because there's something bothering me. Like pieces of a puzzle, I can't quite turn the right way. Vanessa's words linger like a whisper in a silent room. I wouldn't question Dr. Everly. He's very thorough. Everly. Then the puzzle piece snaps into place. Isn't it ironic that I never knew his name until 6 months ago? Dr. Everly, Moss Valley's director, likes his experimental drugs, one of which, it seems, works as quite the truth serum. My hand flies to my mouth. Oh my God! I want to throw up. I want to call Detective Rubio and demand an investigation, but I can't. I have nothing but a conversation no one can prove. Taking a deep breath, I turn my attention toward the blonde girl at the reception desk and force one last performance. Clearing my throat, I flash a camera-ready smile. Hi, I'm sorry to bother you. She glances up, blinks, then lets out a shriek so loud my ears ring. Eyes wide, she flaps her hands in the air before slapping them over her mouth. Holy crap, you're her! I cringe, wondering if I'm about to be slapped with another scarlet letter. A woman might have been murdered, and proving it all rides on which direction this girl's moral compass points. I don't have time to assess her ethics, so I take a risk. Are you a fan? I hope. Her palms slam onto the desk as she leans forward. Are you serious? I'm your #1 fan. I was so mad when they recast Kaya Perone in Bound Fate. Thank God. That's very kind of you. I raise an eyebrow, waiting for her to get the hint. Diane! She squeals, again tapping the name tag pinned to her shirt. I'm Diane Mans. I'm 38 and originally from Chicago. Way too much information, but okay. Well, would you like an autograph, Diane? Her jaw drops. Are you shitting me? It's the least I can do for my #1 fan. And my only hope at getting into hospital records. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. The words keep spilling out of her mouth as she tears her desk apart, looking for a piece of paper and a pen, finally shoving them toward me. As I sign Alexandra's name, I try to figure out how to slip what I need into the conversation when she flings the door wide open. If you don't mind me asking, what's Alexandra Romanoff doing at Moss Valley? Brenda McCallum was a close personal friend. I pause, pen in hand, and look up at her. Did you know her? She nods. Interesting lady. So sad what happened. At least she got one last visitor before she passed. The pen flies out of my hand. I'm sorry? Oh, I shouldn't have said that. She knows she said too much. I can tell by the hurried way she stashes her autograph away and straightens her already tidy desk. But it's too late. Diane, you wouldn't happen to keep visitor sign-in logs by any chance? Of course we do. Hospital policy. Would you mind if I took a quick peek at it? She gives me a sharp look, and I smile, covering with, I'd like to thank whoever sat with Brenda in her last few hours. Her timid smile tells me she seems to buy it, but she still hesitates, worrying her lip. That's confidential information. I could lose my job. Leaning onto the desk, I go in for the kill. But it can be our little secret. I smile, holding up my pinky finger. Just between me and my #1 fan. When Diane's eyes go wide and glassy, I know I've got her. The promise of sharing such a special bond is too enticing to pass up. Okay, she says, locking her pinky around mine. But don't tell anybody. Promise? Cross my heart and hope to die. But as soon as she pulls up the ledger and flips to the day in question, my smile fades. Black spots race in from the corners of my eyes and dot my vision as I stare at the name. Ross Gregory. Chapter 41. Angel. A confrontation takes a level head. That's why I insist that Lars drive me back to Bel Air. When the static clears, I get behind the wheel of one of the many unused Audis, and 2 hours later, I'm staring out the window at Silverline Studios' security gate. Sal, the night guard, raises an eyebrow as he peers into the car. Kind of late on a Sunday night, Ms. Romanoff. I realize I left a piece of jewelry on set. Even I'm surprised at how easily the lie rolls off my tongue. It's a family heirloom. Technically, you don't work for Silverline anymore. Hesitating, he glances toward the lot. In fact, I've been instructed not to let you... I'll be quick, I promise. I flash him the sincerest smile I can muster. A quick nod is all the acknowledgement he offers before waving me through. Hitting the gas, I leave him behind along with his wavering guilt. I don't think about what will happen to him after tonight. I'm winging this. The studio is dark and deserted. The familiar rush of constant movement, now a sinister calm. There's an overwhelming sense of prophecy in the air, whispered chants from the past bleeding into the present. Fate always finds a way. Standing in the elevator, I stare at the slot for the keycard, and it's as if someone else reaches into my purse and produces the plastic square. Like someone else hits the button for the penthouse. Like someone else steps inside the lobby. He's exactly where I knew he'd be. Not just because he's a creature of habit or because he's a workaholic. It's because Silverline wasn't my first stop. I knew he'd be here because I knew he wasn't at his house. I left there an hour ago. Flinging the door to his office open without preamble, I find Roston coming out of the attached bathroom in a white robe, rubbing a towel over his wet head. Our eyes meet, and instead of shock, a slow smirk creeps across his face.
Alexandra, to what do I owe this unexpected and illegal surprise?
Why did you visit Dominic McCallum's mother the day she died?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Dropping the towel, he saunters over to his desk. You know damn well what I'm talking about. I hiss, ignoring the churning in my gut and storming across the office. I saw your alias on the visitor's log, Ross Gregory. That's the name you used to make reservations at Amalia. I wait for the revelation to knock that smug look off his face, but it doesn't.
You need to get out of that house more, Alexandra. It's making you delusional.
Oh no, not this time. This ends here. I assure you I am quite coherent about this, I say, and his jawline tightens. Greg Roston is used to me backing down. It's my only advantage, so I keep my finger on the button. I know all about your history with Brenda McCallum. How you made her life a living hell after she refused to sleep with you. But ruining her wasn't enough for you, was it? You had to go after her son, too. There's a brief wrinkle in his confidence before he takes a step toward me.
It would be wise for you to retract such statements, Miss Romanov.
Why? Does the truth sting a little? Dominic told the world exactly what you are, and you tried to destroy him.
If you tell lies, expect to get your tongue cut out. You'd do well to remember that.
We all pay prices in life. This is yours. Lies? Ugh, I let out a bitter laugh. God, you really believe that, don't you? For the record, I know you were the one who released that picture, and it's because you're a coward. His nostrils flare, but he doesn't react. That's not good enough. I want rage. I want to see the king get off his throne and fight. If I'm going out in a blaze of glory. That's right, a fucking coward. You couldn't even do it yourself. You paid a hacker. If you're going to be an asshole, at least own it. Don't hide behind someone with actual balls. That pushes him over the edge. In one long step, he has me backed against the desk, his hand gripping my jaw.
You want to see what I can do, little girl? You have no idea.
His hold is vicious, and while instinct screams at me to cower, there's a voice in my head whispering demands, imploring me to take a stand, to end the pain. Biting back fear, I grab hold of his wrist and tug hard. It's not enough to free myself, but it's enough to free my words. That's what I mean. I rasp, fighting his hold with both hands now. Threats, extortion, that's what you do, but it won't work. You can cut us and make us bleed, but you will never silence us. This time, you've gone too far. You won't get away with murder. He's silent, and for the briefest moment, I think I've won. Then a slow, twisted smile spreads across his face as he brings his mouth close to my ear.
Oh, sweet Alexandra. I already did.
What are you talking about?
Violet said you were starting to remember things. I see it now. It's in your eyes. You can hide words, but the eyes don't lie. I always knew you'd come back to me.
Violet, when did you... The words die on my lips. I don't have to ask. I can see it on his face.
Nice girl. Talkative. It seems we had a common enemy in that lover of yours.
He muses, his index finger stroking my cheek.
It was quite an enlightening chat.
What did you do to her? I'm terrified of the truth, but I owe it to her. It doesn't matter if his hand dealt the final blow. Violet's death rests on my shoulders.
I didn't do anything.
He smiles.
It's what you did to her. Or don't you remember?
Cocking his head to the side, he strokes my hair.
How easily the young mind molds and breaks.
No, I'd never hurt her. 666.
Don't worry, Alexandra. Even when they lock you up, they can't keep me away.
There's a darkness in his eyes, only I've never seen it before. Yes, you have. Look around. Remember. Rostin's grip moves from my jaw to my neck, squeezing until I'm gasping for air. A sinister smile pulls at his mouth as he shoves me onto his desk, the back of my head slamming against the wood.
Even in a straitjacket, you'll still be my special girl.
Special girl. The wave comes slowly at first. My chest tightens, the muscles weaving into hundreds of tiny little knots, a futile attempt at blocking out whatever's trying to get in. This time, nothing can stop it. Not static, not light, not zigzag lines. The key has turned, and the lock is open. I want to go home. Just relax. You want to be a good girl, don't you? No, I'm scared. Finish your juice, and I'll make you feel better. There you go. That's my special girl. The scream comes from the back of my throat, a choked gurgle that burns in my chest and fills my mouth with the taste of pennies. The barrier is broken, and truth comes crashing in. I fight it as hard as I can, thrashing against him as well as the memories filtering through my mind like paint being splattered on a blank canvas. No! I scream. You're lying! The room spins along with my head. The walls are alive, bleeding with the tears of the past. I blink, trying to stay focused, trying to stay in control, but something keeps dragging me under. What's happening to me? I demand, but my voice sounds thick and full of rocks. Shh, he whispers, climbing on top of me, his heavy weight crushing me against the unforgiving wood.
It's all going to be all right. I'll take care of you.
His lips graze my neck as his free hand reaches for the button on my jeans.
Just like I always have.
You killed them both. The words are as flat and emotionless as they are inconsequential. Whether he admits it or not, when he's finished with me, I'll be dead too. If not by his hand, by my own.
Not directly.
He grunts, jerking my jeans down and tearing the sash off his robe.
I never get my hands dirty. You should know that.
I struggle beneath him, but his weight is too heavy. My stomach churns, bile creeping up my throat, but my death won't be in vain. I won't slip away quietly. Reaching out, I slap my palm against his desk for leverage. If I can just grasp the edge. No, stop! I cry. Tears stream out of the corners of my eyes as a woman with long, raven hair grabs my chin and leads me into an elevator. Tears are a tool, not a weakness. You'll stop this crying right now, Alexandra. We all pay prices in life, darling. Now smile pretty and be quiet. Remember, you were his special girl. As my fingers finally wrap around the desk, I turn my head and vomit. One word on my lips. Papa. I blink, opening my eyes against the harsh light. Everything hurts, and my arm feels like it's been beat with a sack of bricks. Groaning, I pull myself upright, rubbing my eyes while trying to get my bearings. Where the hell am I? Everything is black and white and clean. So clean my heels squeak against the marble floor. Whipping my head around, I take in the black granite island spanning the length of the spotless kitchen and the immaculate white marble floor I'm sitting on. Sitting on, in a red dress and matching red heels. Something's wrong. Pressing the heels of my palms against my temples, I take deep breaths and force the spinning circles in my head to slow down. I've lost time before, but this feels different. So I count backward from 10, trying to remember how I ended up in the kitchen. 10, 9, 8, 7, 5. I remember going to Silverline Studios, but I can't remember why. There's a wall blocking last night from today. It's as if it never happened. 4, 3, 2. Oh my God. Adrenaline pumps through my veins as I claw at my body, desperate to rid it of its tainted skin. I feel his hands on my throat, his weight on my chest. The scream I let out is inhuman, a wail of pain torn from the depths of my soul. Crawling to the cabinet, I turn and collapse against it as my phone catches my eye. With nothing left inside me, I wrap my fingers around it, hot tears pouring down my cheeks. Even as I dial the number, I know he won't answer. It doesn't matter. I still leave a message. Dominic, please. I need you.
Chapter 42. Dominic. It takes about 5.5 hours to drive from Phoenix to Los Angeles. After hearing Angel's message, I make it in 4. I weave my Harley in and out of traffic like I'm threading a fucking needle. The whole time, choking the life out of the handlebars and wishing they were Roston's neck. I warned him. Now, I'm going to kill him. I don't care if I spend the rest of my life behind bars, or if I fry in the chair. I'll go to either with a clear conscience and not one damn regret. That's not true. I'll always regret leaving her alone, for wallowing in my own grief and putting 372 miles between us, for letting my biggest fear become reality, for giving Roston the chance to take the only thing left in this world I care about. No. That I love. Once I'm through the gate, I barely make it into the garage before everything becomes a blur, and I'm standing outside the elevator, jabbing the call button over and over until it finally arrives. Then I pace the 4 walls like a caged animal, my teeth bared and my predator instinct hungry for the kill. I think of all the ways I can make him suffer. I want to remember his screams. I want them burned into my soul. As soon as the doors open, I'm on a hunt. Angel! I yell, because I don't give a fuck anymore. Let them ask. I'm going to prison anyway. Where are you? Hilda slides in front of me out of thin air and I growl, circling around her. Get out of my way. She's in the kitchen, she calls after me, and I pause, glancing over my shoulder. The moment our eyes lock, she nods. She won't let anyone near her. We tried, but it's only you who could ever save her. Gritting my teeth, I head toward the kitchen when she calls out again. Dominic! I pause mid-step, my fists clenched by my side. The mind can be a prison, she says quietly. Sometimes the only escape is to surrender freedom. I don't stop to analyze what that's supposed to mean. I have a singular focus, and that's all that matters as I continue toward the kitchen. Angel, I freeze the minute I see her. I want to hold her in my arms and shield her against the world. But I can't. The world has already eaten her alive and spit her out. All I can do is stand there and breathe through the black fury burning in my veins. She's sitting on the floor, slumped against the counter like a broken doll. Although she's in a beautiful red dress, what's behind it is damaged. There's no spark in her eyes. No life. I approach her slowly, afraid to speak and afraid not to. When I call her name again and she doesn't respond, I do the only thing I can think of. I bend down and scoop her into my arms. Angel's head lolls against my chest, her arms hanging listlessly by her side as I carry her out of the kitchen. Lars hands me the keys to one of the cars in the garage because I'm done with servants and mansions and pretending to be people we aren't. It's over. It's all fucking over. Halfway to Cedar Sinai, it dawns on me I'm driving Alexandra Romanov to the hospital. It's not like I can just walk her into the emergency room. So, thankfully, in one call, Angel and I are immediately taken through a secluded hallway, up an empty elevator, and into a private room without question. It isn't until I place Angel onto the bed that life returns to her eyes, and she claws at my arms. "Don't," she rasps, her voice breaking. "Don't leave me, please." "I won't. I promise," kissing her forehead. "I'll never leave you again." The words calm her down, and she gives a weak nod, settling back onto the pillow. It kills me when I notice the death grip she still has on my arm. She believes me, but she still doesn't trust me. The doctor comes in, and as Angel gives a replay of what happened in Roston's office, seething hatred like I've never known radiates through me. Old wounds rip open, digging new ones and destroying every ounce of humanity left inside me. "I think he drugged me," she finishes quietly, staring at her hands. They're scratched, and my rage deepens imagining her small fists trying to fight him off. The doctor looks up from his clipboard. "And why do you think that, Miss Romanov?" "I don't actually remember when he..." Her breath hitches. "When he raped me, I felt dizzy and really confused. There were black spots everywhere, and I kept screaming no, but my mouth felt like it was full of rocks." "Did Mr. Roston give you anything to drink?" Angel shakes her head. "I don't think so. Everything's so fuzzy." After scribbling a few more notes, he pats her arm. "It's fine, Miss Romanov. We'll do a rape kit, as well as a blood sample. That should tell us all we need to know." 4 agonizing hours later, Angel is back in her room, tear-stained and drained. It's the first time I've breathed since they took her away. A painful river of silence runs between us as we wait for the doctor to come back. There's so much I want to say, so much truth I want to tell. But after the violence she suffered, I can't be the one who drags her into more darkness. It's not cowardice, it's sacrifice. Things aren't always as they seem. Sometimes you have to look behind the smile to see the fangs. And sometimes, a lie can be the greatest act of love. "Dominic?" My name stalls on her lips, so I take her hand. She squeezes it, her eyes pooling with tears. "I'm so sorry about your mother. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you when you needed me." I can't think about this right now. I've made as much peace with my mother's death as I can. Twisting my anger over that with my anger over what happened to Angel is a dangerous cocktail. "Rook, don't." "No," she argues, swiping a hand at the tears scattered along her long, dark lashes. "You needed me, and I shut you out. I didn't answer your calls. I didn't answer anyone's calls until..." Her head snaps up, as if a record skipped in her head. "Oh my God, I almost forgot." Shit. I'm out of my chair before she can say another word. "Do I need to call the doctor back in? I'll go get him right now." "No," she says, tugging me back into my seat. "It's nothing like that. I forgot to tell you, I have something that belongs to you. I haven't opened it yet. I thought you should..." Am I interrupting something? We both turned to find a familiar face leaning against the doorway in his three-piece suit and his stupid haircut. You've got to be fucking kidding me, I groan, throwing my head back. Can you get off my dick for one day, Rubio? His gaze settles on me, that arrogant smirk smeared on his face. Always a pleasure to see you too, McCallum. Fortunately, I'm not here to see you. He turns his attention toward Angel. I'm here to speak to Miss Romanoff. Angel blinks. Me? Why? I demand. Standard procedure, he says, strolling into the room without an invitation. With high-profile situations, there's always a protocol. Since this is my case, I'm the one they called to investigate Miss Romanoff's alleged claim against Greg Roston. Angel stiffens. It's not alleged. Innocent until proven guilty, ma'am. It's in the Constitution. So is free speech, I growl, because I'm done dicking around with this guy. Leaping from my chair, I rush forward until we're nose to nose. How about we step outside so I can exercise my rights? Miss Romanoff. This time, all three of us turn to see the doctor hovering just inside the doorway, a solemn expression worrying his face. May I speak with you privately? Hell no! Forgetting about Rubio, I push past him, my anger finding a new outlet. You're not kicking me out this time. The doctor glances toward Angel, which pisses me off because I don't like being questioned. But apparently she nods because he nods back. I wait for whatever the hell is so important, but then his gaze slides toward Rubio. This time Angel speaks up. He can stay too. Then he can see how alleged this is. The doctor sighs. Miss Romanoff, the rape kit was negative. The room goes completely silent because, like everyone else, I know I didn't just hear what I think I heard. What does that mean? Rubio clears his throat. It means alleged just turned into false. Angel recoils as if he slapped her. What? No, that's impossible. The doctor gives her a cold look, and that's when I see it. The distance he's keeping. The clipped words and monotone voice. He thinks she's lying. I'm afraid the detective is right, Miss Romanoff. There's no evidence of trauma, no evidence of penetration, nothing to remotely suggest sexual activity of any nature. Not only that, the tox screen came back negative. You weren't drugged. No, Angel screams. Do it again. You did it wrong. I hold his stare. There has to be some mistake. I'm sorry, but there's not. The tests are accurate. Even if the alleged assailant wore a condom, there would still be internal abrasions. But my hands, my throat, I have bruises. Shoving her arms forward, she twists them in the air. I can feel her panic. And I can't remember. The doctor shrugs, and I have to curl my fists by my side to stop myself from choking him with his own stethoscope. Sometimes our minds play tricks on us. There might have been assault, Miss Romanoff, but it wasn't sexual. The doctor says a few more words neither of us hear and then leaves. I don't give a shit about him. My focus is too centered on Angel as her eyes widen. The hell of the last few hours drawing her into a vortex of hopeless despair. Her chest rises and falls at an uneven pace. There's a confusion splitting her beautiful face, imprisoning half in this world, while the other half drifts away to a distant reality. One I've fought like hell to keep her from seeing. It was. She keeps repeating those two words in a hushed cadence. I'm guilty. I'll burn in hell for the things I've done. But I won't be alone. And I won't go first. I kiss Angel's cheek, but I don't even think she notices. which is probably for the best. I don't think I could leave hearing her scream for me, knowing I may never come back. Halfway across the room, I stop in front of Rubio. You don't like me, and I don't like you. But this isn't about us, I tell him, steel lacing my tone. I'm asking as a man, trying to protect a woman. Will you stay with her? Gritting my teeth, I add, please. He narrows his eyes. Where are you going? I'm already out the door by the time I answer. To stop a clock.
Chapter 43. Angel. Everything's going to be okay. I quietly repeat Dominic's words again. Even though hours have passed and it's the dark early hours of the morning, I still say them in the vain hope they'll gain more strength, that they'll break through this captivity before the sun breaks above the horizon, before a new day comes and proves them wrong. A shudder tears through me, causing Dominic to stir, his arm tightening around me from behind. Even in his sleep, his instinct is to protect me, which both comforts my soul and chills me to the bone. I fight the urge to pull away, repeating his promise as the last few hours speed through my mind. Everything's going to be okay. I'm sorry, Ms. Romanoff, the rape kit was negative. Everything's going to be okay. I'm sorry, Ms. Romanoff, the talk screen came back negative. Everything's going to be okay. I went to Silverline to confront Rostenrook. He wasn't there. The night guard said he hasn't been there for 2 days. Everything's gonna be okay. I whisper, but this time my voice breaks. If I can't make those words true, then I've lost. The spark that's kept me alive through my darkest days flickers out. There's no fight left. I always survived by believing you don't drown by standing in the rain as long as you run from the storm. What I failed to realize is that some people are just meant to drown. 6 is coming. It starts out as a whisper, a soft breath blowing across my hair, but it turns into an echo, bouncing off all 4 walls and beckoning me to follow. I lift my head off the pillow just as Dominic mumbles in his sleep, his arm braced protectively across my chest. Glancing over my shoulder, I remain perfectly still, and when his erratic breathing returns to an even pace, I slowly slip out from under his embrace and tiptoe out of the room. The halls are dark, and I have no destination. I simply walk, blindly following the whispers until I find myself in a familiar room, standing on a familiar floor, facing a familiar piece of furniture. I'm in the room that smells like pennies. The room with a magic door that blocks out screams and shouts. The room where an angel appears if you count long enough. But none of it is real. This house has a weighted energy that preys on the spirit. The history and tragedy that paints the walls and stains the floors is enough to trick the mind into believing things, seeing things. I'm Angel Smith. I left a group home in Phoenix, Arizona at 16 and moved to Hollywood to be an actress. That's who I am. I've never been anyone else. Yes, you have. Look around. Remember. I have no control. My body turns on its own to face the dresser I know so well. The one I've woken up crouched beside, screaming more times than I can count. But this time, accompanied by the glare of the full moon spilling through the window, I gaze at my reflection in the mirror above it. My long, dark hair hangs in tangled strings around my white nightgown. My body is now frail and thin with arms that hang by my side like brittle sticks. My once smiling face is riddled with shadows and marred with a permanent frown. What have I become? 6. I clench my jaw, glaring at my reflection as the words blow across my cheek. Slowly, my lips part in a knowing smile. With my heart pounding, I raise a hand to my lip, my fingers tracing the rough ridges and tight seam. I'm not smiling. My hand shakes, swiping hard against my closed mouth as my reflection continues to smile, watching me with rapt fascination. You will hear us. No, 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 I chant behind my fingers, but the girl in the mirror doesn't speak, and she's no longer smiling. I'm scared. I'm confused. I want to know what all this means, but before I can ask, she presses her index finger against her lips as if to silence me. So I nod, because I'm supposed to. Then she starts the countdown. Holding up one finger, she waits until I obey the command. 1, I whisper. A serene smile ghosts her lips as she adds another finger. My voice becomes stronger. 2, a third finger. 3. Now there's no hesitation, no question, no fear. A fourth. 4, I announce, stepping closer, balling my fist by my side. She flashes her thumb, her fingers spread wide. 5. There's a pause as she looks down at her other hand, curling all but one finger into her palm. I know what comes next. It's chased me all my life, haunted me, scratched at the back of my mind, just waiting to be heard. I feel it like the distant rumble of thunder. But I'm not ready for the rain. So instead of waiting for the storm, I become the storm. As the girl raises a finger on her other hand, I raise my fist and without hesitation, slam it full force into the mirror. Glass shatters, branching out like a spider's web as the girl's face splinters. Splintered, but not gone. She's still there, and her finger has become dozens of slivered fingers. But it's still there. It's always been there. 6. With Dominic running an errand, I'm alone in what's left of the BTN office with only silence and my thoughts. Peaceful for some, I guess. Not me. After I woke up bloody with gashes all over my fist and no memory of how they got there, Dominic refused to let me out of his sight. Even a half hour of arguing did nothing to sway him from forcing me to come here with him. It took an office completely void of anything but chairs and desks for him to relent to leaving me alone here while he went to get another box. Still, I wouldn't be surprised if Millie showed up with a pair of handcuffs and chloroform. I run my finger along the now bare desks where laptops and phones once sat. I can imagine the chaos that once rang through this space. Pausing, I let my eyes wander toward Dominic's glass-enclosed office. I wonder what he was like during his reign over this town. Wandering into his office, I sit down behind his desk, the soft leather chair hugging around me. It's 2 days before Christmas. We should be buying presents and celebrating like normal people. But we're not normal. We never have been. Because instead, we're here, in an office building in West Hollywood, packing up what's left of what was once both the most respected and feared celebrity news site. Beyond the News is officially bankrupt. After Dominic refused to take my money, the owner of the building evicted him, giving him 24 hours to evacuate. Dominic McCallum, former media mogul and name on every A-lister's lips, is now penniless, homeless, and shunned by the very town that empowered him. That's why we're here. Closing yet another chapter in the fucked-up love story of Angel and Dominic. And I do love him. I haven't said it, and maybe I never will. I shouldn't. If he'd left me in Chula Vista, none of this would have happened. But you can't control who you love, regardless of how wrong it is. Frowning, I run my finger along the bandage on my hand. Hilda found a shattered mirror in the East Wing bedroom. Neither she nor Dominic said the words, but the look they shared this morning said it for them. They think I've lost it. Maybe I have. To be fair, the trail of blood led from the broken mirror to the bed I woke up in, the one I share with Dominic. I'm not stupid. I know facts when I see them. Nobody planted my blood or slashed my hand in the middle of the night. I did it. I just don't know why. I don't remember. More time lost, more static, just more everything. My thoughts turn to Violet. There are still no leads. She's a missing person no one cares is missing. My best friend. My family. Just another victim in this twisted story, I think as I spin around in the chair. A casualty of greed and lies. Lies and greed. Greedy little twisted lies. Dominic? My palms slam against the desk, stopping the constant rotation of the chair. It takes a few seconds for my brain to stop sloshing around in my head. Finally, it calms enough that I can see through the glass wall to the man standing at the office door. My defenses immediately go up. I've never seen him before. He's muscular with bulging biceps that could crush me with one grip. I'm not sure what to do. I can lock myself in the office, but the damn thing is made of glass. Miss? He steps further into the office. Is Dominic McCallum here? I stand, hovering in front of the desk. Tell him he's right outside. He's gone, I blurt out. Dumbass. He takes another step, narrowing his eyes. Are you Alexandra Romanov? Tell him no. Yes. Seriously? Although his stare lingers, my answer seems to satisfy him. Then you'll do. This concerns you anyway. My spine straightens. I forget his beady eyes and focus on the folder he has tucked under his massive arm. Okay, now he has my attention. Leaving the safety of Dominic's glass box, I venture out into the open and stand awkwardly in the middle of the bullpen as this man stares at me, his eyes heated with what I now see as anger. He makes a tight fist, pointing a finger at me as he charges forward. You can tell Dominic McCallum he's a motherfucking cocksucker. Okay. His nostrils flare and his cheeks flame with rage. Just because someone rerouted the goddamn test doesn't give him the right to call in an anonymous tip and fuck up my life. What are you talking about? I ask, confused at what he's yelling about. What test? What tip? Someone called Quest Tech to let them know about my little side job. A furious smirk stretches across his mouth. Oh, honey, don't act like you don't know. I'm over this bullshit. Temper flaring, he slams the folder against his palm while pacing inches in front of me. Usually, it's no big deal. You want to ensure a guy is your baby daddy, I'm your man. But getting me fired because your fucking test got rerouted? Pausing, he lets out a humorless laugh. That's some dirty, low-down shit. I feel the color drain from my face, and my stomach clenches. What do you mean my test got rerouted? The man turns on his heel, a stunned look on his face before his lips part into a sneer. Son of a bitch. You really don't know, do you? I don't trust my words, so I shake my head. He crowds into me again, and suddenly I can't breathe. Your boy Dominic paid double my asking price to make sure your test came back proving you were Alexandra Romanov, Miss Smith. Only it never made it to me. Someone rerouted your sample to BioLink. If you didn't alter my DNA test, then... There's a sharp stab against my temple. His words are trying to get in, but I can't let them. There's no room. I jump as he slams the folder onto one of the empty desks. That girl you've pretended to be for the last 4 months, you weren't pretending. You're Alexandra Romanov, sweetheart, and there's the proof. My world plunges into an unknown place. It's dark and lonely and cold. No. I gasp, closing my eyes while backing up. You're lying. It's not true. He lets out a heartless chuckle that trickles down my spine. Oh, it's true, all right. When I figured out what happened, I called McCallum, and let's just say losing his shit would be an understatement. I stop falling, suddenly suspended as if time has frozen. Slowly, I open my eyes and stare at him. Dominic knows? Oh, sweetheart, not only does he know, he paid me extra to keep my mouth shut.
Chapter 44. Dominic. Tightening my grip around the stack of boxes, I pick up the pace, taking the stairs 2 at a time. I told her 30 minutes, but managed to make it back in 20. Not because I don't trust her, but I don't know where her head is at lately, and that's what worries me. I've seen this coming for weeks and hoped being out of the spotlight would reverse the damage I've done. It hasn't. If anything, it's made it worse. When I went to Silverline to get my hands on Roston, the last thing I expected was to find him gone. Not only that, but then to talk to the night guard and find out he hasn't been at the studio since Friday. And neither has Angel. I paused at the top of the landing, putting those thoughts away for later. I can get her help. She hurt herself last night. This can't continue. Whether she wants to admit it or not, we're tied together. Bound by something bigger than a ruse or a lie. No one can protect her like I can. No one ever has. I won't let go this time. No matter how hard she pushes or how hard she falls, I'll be there. I'll always catch her. But to live in the future, I have to stop living in the past. And that starts with leaving Beyond the News behind. Gripping the door, I push my shoulder against it, the boxes slipping from my grip. Hey, Rook, can you help me with... The rest of my words get lost as a fist slams into my face, knocking my chin over my shoulder and me into the door. I come back ready to swing until I see Angel standing in front of me, red-faced and shaking. What the fuck? I yell, rubbing my jaw, because, shit, she can throw a punch. How long? She hisses, one arm hugging a folder against her chest. Son of a bitch. I knew I shouldn't have left her alone. 20 minutes, I sigh, wiping the blood off my lip with the back of my hand. I was only gone 20. Angel slams the folder down on the desk beside her, flinging it open. No, asshole! How long have you known? Fuck. I stare at the folder. I don't have to read it to know what it is. The BioLink logo printed at the top of the page flashes like a hazard light. Only there's no hazard. This is annihilation. Where did you get this? Answer the question, Dominic, she grits out. I sigh, pressing my thumb against my temple. Since that night, at Amalia. She flinches. The night She can't get the words out, so I do it for her. Fucked, yes. As if my words flip a switch in her head, she lifts her chin, steel glittering in her green eyes. Did you know before? No. I found out the next morning. Silence stretches between us, and then Angel blinks. Her pupils dilate, and she sways as if suddenly knocked off balance by the truth. Oh my God. I'm her. I'm really Alexandra Romanoff. But how? Angel. I can see it coming, and the blood pumps faster through my veins. The door is opening wider, and the thread holding the past from the present is severing. She glances up, blinking so rapidly she almost looks asleep. Is this why I can't remember anything before the group home? What, did I just block it out? Am I just going to wake up one morning and remember?
I don't want that, Dominic. I don't want those images in my head. Spinning around in a circle, she grimaces while slamming the heel of her palm against her temple, harder and harder. It's already too crowded in here. There's no more room. No room! Jesus Christ. Grabbing her wrist, I pull her against me. Rook, just listen to me for a minute. I've heard of light bulb moments. I always thought it was just shit people said. But it's real. And when you see it, especially when it damns you to hell, it settles in the pit of your stomach like a rock. Oh my God, Angel gasps, shoving her other arm into my chest, forcing me to release her as she stumbles backward. You knew. That day in the bar, you knew who I was, didn't you? That's why you came for me. I scrub a hand down my face. I didn't, I swear. I knew there was something special about you, but even I'm not that good. Then why hide it? She demands, her emotions switching off like a faucet. What aren't you telling me, Dominic? I know what I did was wrong. I'm not trying to justify it. But you have to believe me when I say there's a reason why I didn't tell you. And it's not what you want money? She yells. And I can see by her riotous expression, she didn't hear a word I just said. Here! In a flurry of movement, she rips off her jewelry and starts hurling it at me. Take it! It has nothing to do with your goddamn money, I shout, batting away a ruby necklace and barely dodging her diamond ring clocking me in the eye. Will you fucking stop? I get that she's pissed. I deserve her anger. But damn it. I also deserve a chance to explain without being assaulted with family heirlooms. I'm an asshole, but I'm not a monster. At least, not about this. Rook, listen to me. You don't know everything. I've been protecting you from... Grabbing handfuls of hair, Angel doubles over and lets out a gut-wrenching wail so tortured and painful, I'll hear it for the rest of my life. I don't want to hear any more of your lies, she cries. Ruining my life once wasn't good enough for you, so what? You thought you'd give it another go? I'm Alexandra Romanov, Dominic. We did this as a team. And you're still you, but I'm not me anymore. I'm her. Releasing her hair, she presses the back of her hands to her forehead, squeezing her eyes closed as mascara rolls down her cheeks. Oh my God, I'm her. Her. The girl in the mirror. I'm her. And now I'm lost. I'm so lost. And it's dark. I don't know if it'll ever stop being so dark. She's breaking, and I see it. And I fucking pull the trigger. I always thought I didn't have a heart, and if I did, it was incapable of anything but hate. Yet the woman standing in front of me stole it. She holds it in the palm of her hand, and even if she throws it at my feet or rips it in two, I have no regrets. I step forward, reaching for her. No! She shrieks, stumbling backward. It's not fair, Dominic! The skin! She holds up her arm, pinching it. I'm trapped in it. It's not mine anymore, it's hers! Tears stream down her face, and it feels like jagged shards of glass are tearing at my chest and ripping at my heart. Her fingers pinch tighter, tugging and twisting her own flesh, until it turns red. And I want it off. Jesus Christ, she's about to draw blood. I can't take seeing her so shattered and broken. Instinctively, I grasp at the broken pieces crumbling before my eyes. Angel, baby. No! Her arm shoots out, forcing space between us. My heart beats with the seconds of silence that pass as a calm, unfamiliar smile slowly spreads across her face. Haven't you heard the news? Angel Smith never existed. My name is Alexandra. Closing the door to the interrogation room, Detective Rubio scans a curious eye down my ripped jeans and dirty t-shirt before taking a seat across the table. You've taken a step down in the world, McCallum,
I don't wear my tux to move shit. Have. Sorry to disappoint you. Tossing a folder on the table, he lets out a chuckle. As if my answer amuses him. As if he didn't call Angel minutes after her world flipped upside down to tell her we both needed to come to the station immediately. Maybe she hasn't been completely on her game lately, but my girl is no idiot. No one gets called to a police station for good news. And as much as she hates me right now, she still needs me. And this asshole has kept me sitting in a metal chair for over an hour. I fist my hands against the desk. Where is she? She's fine, he mutters, flipping open the folder, but I see the twitch in his eye. He's lying. I want to see her now. You'll see her when we're finished. Folding his arms over the papers, he bends forward. When that time comes, is up to you. Another pain stabs me in the chest. She needs me there to ground her. Angel is straddling a razor-thin line between her life as Alexandra and her life as Angel. It's unbalanced, and it only takes one wrong step for it to snap and send her spiraling inside her own mind. Everything I've done has been to keep this from happening. I didn't want her to know she was Alexandra Romanov out of fear, but not for myself. For her. Because once those memories come back, she'll never force them out. She'll never unsee them. She'll never forgive herself. I slump back in the chair. What do you want to know this time? Violet DeLuca's body was found at the bottom of the Hollywood Reservoir. I wish I could say I'm surprised, but I'm not. She's been missing for 3 weeks now. I stayed positive for Angel's sake, but I knew it was only a matter of time. You don't look surprised, McCallum. Why is that? He fans the crime scene pictures out in front of me to incite a reaction. I admit they're hard to look at. Violet's face is purple and bloated. But instead of giving him what he wants, I glance back up at him. I'm sorry, is there a certain protocol for this kind of thing? It's my first time. Maybe you have a pamphlet I can read? Rubio shakes his head, gathering the photos and setting them aside. Humor, that's good. You'll need it. Digging through his little folder again, he pulls out another photo and slides it toward me. This one makes me grip the edge of the table with both hands. Because security footage has you and Violet arguing outside of Silverline's main executive offices. And wouldn't you know it? He taps his finger against the picture. It's time-stamped the same day she disappeared. You failed to mention that before. Why is that? I shrug. Didn't think it mattered. I can't control what she does. I guess not. Still, it looked like it got pretty heated. Like, right here. He points to the picture again, and I want to grab his finger and snap it in two. You had her pinned against the wall. Were you angry at her, Dominic? Angry enough to hurt her? No. He's provoking me on purpose. He wants me to snap. He's banking on it. Where were you that night, around 11:45? I was with Alexandra. Smirking, I gestured toward my dick. Would you like a blow-by-blow description of what we were doing, Have? That won't be necessary, he says, brushing off the innuendo. Luckily for you, Alexandra backs up your story. Although she doesn't seem too stable right now. So maybe she'll say anything if she's afraid of the consequences. A marked silence fills the room, and we both know he hit a chink in my armor. Taunting me with thoughts of her slipping away from me shifts the balance of power into his hands. I'd never hurt her. I don't know, he says, cocking an eyebrow. People die around you, Dominic. Freddie Wiseman, Violet DeLuca. Now Greg Roston is missing. I still He's what? Rubio doesn't miss my reaction. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I not mention that part? No one has seen Greg Roston since Friday night. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? I say nothing. I've done enough damage as it is. Unbothered, Rubio gathers all his photos and tucks them away. No worries. Secrets have a way of coming out anyway. Even if it does take 15 years. For the second time, I allow him to provoke a reaction out of me. What did you say? He knows he's got me, so he toys with me by spinning a pen on the table. I was going through my old man's files. It's all I've done for years since he died. And there's one thing I've never understood. And what's that? Well, there were assumed to be 2 shooters. He continues, spinning the pen faster and faster, and I can't stop watching it. I don't know if he's doing it on purpose, but he's driving me insane. Forensic determined 1 bullet fired from 1 gun killed Katerina Romanov, and 6 bullets fired from another killed the rest. 2 hit Nicholas, 4 hit the children. Slamming my hand down on the pen, I meet his raised eyebrow. Do you have a point to make? Scowling, he jerks his hand away, his fingers wrapping tightly around the pen. What I don't understand is, although a bullet from Nicholas's gun hit the assailant, it wasn't the one that killed him. That honor came from the gun that killed Katerina. There's a loud buzzing in my head, so I distract myself by tilting the metal chair onto its back legs. You really need to get out more, Hav. The second shooter killed his own partner, he says. Now why would he do that, Dominic? Maybe he's an equal opportunity homicidal maniac. He huffs out a brusque laugh. Maybe. Know what else I've wondered over the years? Why you have no friends? He's just shooting fish in a barrel now. He might think he has the answers, but all he has are the tiny fragments of Angel's broken mirror. Jagged shards that will never fit together to form anything but a distorted picture. I made sure of it. Rubio's lip curls up. Cute. No. It's about Hilda. When my dad interviewed her, she swore she saw nothing. But she was right next door, less than 50 feet away. I'm done, I announce, my chair scraping across the floor as I rise to my feet. He extends his leg, blocking my exit. I'm not. See, I don't trust you, McCallum. Never have. So I did some digging and found out you have an aunt in Phoenix. I had some time, so I paid her a visit. What do you think she told me? Years of deception spiral out of control. Turning around, the monster Luciano created dives for his jugular. You son of a bitch! Rubio bolts out of his chair, meeting me with a hard shove. He's no longer shooting fish. He's hooked one right through the eye. I won't stand by and let you manipulate that girl all over again, he growls. Either you tell her, or I will. Chapter 45. Dominic. Guilt is a perception of one's own reality. I've always believed transgressions of the past have no bearing on the future. What's done is done. Always move forward, because looking back only makes you run into walls. But what I really meant was that my transgressions have no bearing on my future. Because if you transgress against me, it's never done. I'll make sure your guilty ass gets what's coming to you. Now, I realize what's done may be done, but it's never forgotten. Especially when sins are never confessed, and truth is never told. I've avoided guilt because allowing myself to feel even the slightest bit forces me to question a choice I made when I was 17 years old. A split-second decision that changed the course of two people's lives. I brought this on her. If I'd just left her alone, none of this would have happened. But it's too late for regrets. Rubio gave me 48 hours, and that countdown clock that's been ticking since I dragged Angel outside a bar in Chula Vista is nearing 0. I'm out of time, and so is she. I find her where she's been since we got home from the police station, outside on the main balcony, staring out at nothing. She's still curled up on the chaise lounge, mourning her friend, her identity, the family she never knew, and the life she can't remember. She looks so innocent in her black leggings and oversized gray hoodie that if I close my eyes just enough, I can almost imagine her as 8-year-old Alexandra Romanov. Swallowing the guilt I've chewed on for the last hour, I sit across from her. Angel, we need to talk.
Alexandra,
she says, not bothering to look at me. Right. I start again, tugging my fingers through my hair. Alexandra, there are some things you need to know. Things I haven't told you because I didn't know if you could handle hearing them.
Nothing you could say can shock me now. I'm the only surviving member of the Romanov family. A family I can't even remember because my brain turned off. I'm Russian, did you know that?
She lets out a humorless laugh.
Of course you did.
So, you don't remember anything? She lifts one shoulder in a lethargic shrug.
I have flashes of things every so often. I thought they were dreams. Night terrors, day terrors, voices, male and female.
She lists. The cadence of her voice almost melodic.
But nothing I can put together. I forget everything when I wake up.
There's an abrupt pause, and her fingers grip the sides of the chair.
Except? 6,
she whispers, as if the word is blasphemous. I blow out a harsh breath. 6. She nods, now sitting straight up.
When I get scared, I count. But it's only to 5. If it's ever any more, I always pass over 6.
Her shoulders sag, and she picks at a loose thread on her shirt.
I don't know why.
She doesn't, but I do. But even if I cut open every vein I have just to bleed the truth at her feet, I'm not sure she'd believe me. So I do the unthinkable. The cruelest thing a man could do to the woman he loves. I drag her into her own nightmare. Why are you counting, little girl? I say in a low, controlled tone. Angel's head snaps up, and her eyes glaze over. Physically, she's right here on this balcony. But my Angel, my little Alexandra, she's locked away in her own mind, tucked between a dresser and a bed inside a room in the East Wing.
Because I'm scared of 6,
she whispers, closing her eyes like she's afraid I'll laugh at her. Only I don't laugh. Nothing's funny about this.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
She counts my footsteps as I rise and stand in front of her. Kneeling, I cover her hands with mine. Look at me. So she does, opening her eyes, not because I ask her to, but because she has no choice. Her lip quivers.
Fate always finds a way.
Hunching down, I brush my thumb across the bandage on her wrist. You'll never have to count again. I know she believes me because a soft breath escapes her lips just before she presses them against the back of my hand. The kiss is innocent, but both of us go completely still. Looking back on it now, I know it was that moment that sealed our fates. It permanently entwined our lives, the roots grounding us to this spot, this house, this life. It was the hope shining in those earthy green eyes, and the pain simmering just below the surface. I rescued her from one cage, only to lock her inside another. "Are you God?" she asks quietly. My heart stutters as I offer a regretful smile. "No, I'm the angel of death." Chapter 46. Dominic. 15 years ago. My knees bounce as Joey turns off the ignition and kills the lights. I have a bad feeling about this. Real bad. Jobs like this are never easy. Even the best laid plans always come with surprises. That's why Luciano sent me instead of one of his usual soldiers. I may only be 17, but I've gained more trust in 2 years than men who have licked Marco and Luciano's designer shoes for 20. "Will you stop jumping around?" He slams the magazine into his gun. "Jesus! You gonna walk up there and ring the doorbell too?" Let's just get this over with. My eyes draw back to the house. I try to forget it's Christmas Eve. Try to forget I know Nicholas and Katerina Romanov have 5 kids. 5 kids who won't have parents soon. The thought hits hard in my chest, burning so deep I almost lose my breath. My hand tightens around my gun, irritated at whatever the hell has got me so twisted up. I never hesitate on a job. Luciano counts on me to keep conscience out of business. It's easy because I have no conscience. I'm a machine. Point, aim, fire, leave. If you fucked up enough to end up on Luciano's list, it's not my place or concern to question why. That's what makes me good. No, fuck that. The best. So, if this shit in my chest is sympathy, then it can just get the fuck out. Kids are resilient. They'll survive. They'll have their little trust funds to take care of them. Those brats will never know what real suffering feels like. Joey swings his gun toward me. The barrel inches from my face. "You don't call the shots around here, kiss-ass. You might suck Luciano's dick, but I rank above you, don't forget that." He hates me because I'm half his age. He hates me because this job is considered an honor, and Luciano gave it to me. He hates me because I have Irish blood in my veins and not Italian. But mostly, he hates me because he can't do anything about it. Because if he touches one hair on my head, Luciano will put him in the ground. I know it, and he knows it. That's why I don't bother giving a shit about the gun pointed at my face as I grab a pair of binoculars and scan the perimeter. So, what did the King and Queen of Hollywood do to end up on Luciano's shit list? Pissed off the wrong people. I'm serious. And you're seriously getting on my last nerve. Those two are just like every rich fuck in this town. They pretend to be these upstanding role models, but it's just a mask. The Romanovs are coke-snorting, hooker-fucking, kid-touching, silence-buying pieces of shit. I raise an eyebrow. Luciano told you that? He doesn't answer. He just tucks his gun away and climbs out of the car. Grab your shit and try not to fuck up. Wait, I call out, racing to catch up with him. Aren't we going to cover our faces? Why? It's Christmas, not Halloween. But the kids will see our faces. They can ID us, Joe. Yeah, he says, spitting on the ground. I guess you're right. Joey's words bother me as we cross 3 streets toward the Romanov estate. That bad feeling comes back. A raw churning in my gut that warns me things are about to go really wrong. But letting Luciano down isn't something I'm willing to do. Therefore, I keep my mouth shut as Joey punches in the access code. It's late, almost 2 o'clock in the morning. Most of Bel Air is sleeping, but there's a light or two on in the Romanov estate. I start to ask Joey about it, but he silences me with his hand. Again, I say nothing. We sneak around the back, where a spiral staircase leads to the second landing balcony. Joey gazes up at it, excitement flickering in his eyes. Are you just going to break the glass? No. We're walking in. Reaching in his jacket pocket, he pulls out a key and slides it into the lock. I watch shell-shocked as it turns without any resistance, and he opens the door. I wait for an alarm that never comes. This is too easy. Things are going too textbook. As we step inside the dimly lit house, I whisper, "Where did you get a—" A glass hits the floor and shatters. "Papa!" My heart slams against my ribcage as I turn to my right, and that's when I see her. The girl with the bright green eyes and short dark hair. She's standing frozen in terror, a shattered glass of water at her feet. Shit. Why is she up? This wasn't supposed to happen. It wasn't supposed to go this way. I catch a flash of metal out of the corner of my eye, a fraction of a second before Joey pulls the trigger. The girl's chest blooms dark red seconds before she hits the floor. I can't speak. I can't breathe. All I can do is stare at this kid, barely a few years younger than me. I don't think she saw it coming. It was a clean shot, so she didn't suffer. That's something, right? It has to be something. We're no longer hidden by the shadows. Joey's rogue bullet has caused every light to flicker on like scattered dominoes. My hand shakes as sweat drips down my temples. He just killed an innocent kid. He fucking shot a defenseless little girl. Joey walks past me. Come on, it's showtime. What the hell are you doing? She was a kid. That wasn't part of the plan. New plan. Oksana! I barely have time to look up before another Romanov kid comes barreling toward her fallen sister. This one's even younger, even more innocent. She doesn't see us. Please, see us. Joey pulls the trigger again, and another little girl falls only a few feet from her sibling. 2 down, 5 to go. This can't be happening. I'm a monster, but even I have limits. Killing kids is a sin even I won't lay at the devil's feet. And Joey, fuck, it's like he's taken a line up the nose. He's high off the slaughter of the innocent, and seems to be getting off on it. Luciano is a criminal. He's a cold-blooded killer. But I refuse to believe he'd sanction this. I don't care who ordered it. Stop it! I yell. Don't fucking shoot another kid, or I swear to God I'll... Yo, what, bitch boy? You gonna shoot me? Go ahead. Go back and tell Marco Vitoli you put a bullet in one of his own men over some worthless targets. And see how long you last. A guttural howl echoes at the bottom of the stairs. Niet! No! Joey gets off another shot, but misses his mark, hitting Nicholas in the shoulder. The miss knocks him off his game for a split second, but that split second is all the Romanov patriarch needs to fire back. Staggering off the railing, he shoots, landing a lucky shot into Joey's upper thigh. Russian cocksucker! Growling in pain, he doubles over while hissing my name. Go! Find the mother and the other 3 brats! So I go, but not for the reason he thinks. I can't do anything for those 2 little girls, but maybe I can save the other 3. Nicholas raises his gun again when multiple footsteps race down the staircase behind him. Papa! Shit. Nicholas's head swivels around. Mariana, take Artem! Go! Go find your mother! Go now! It's a mistake. He should have pulled the trigger first. Instead, he takes his eyes off Joey long enough to allow him to stand back up and survey the scene. When he hears the panic in Nicholas's voice, 2 more shots clip the air, ending the lives of 2 more Romanov children. No! Nicholas and I shout at the same time. A father's grief is palpable. I'm not one, and I've never had one, but I can feel it. It's dense and dark, like a heavy wool blanket wrapped tightly around you until there's no air, no light, nothing. And that's what I see on that man's face. Nothing. So much nothing he doesn't lift his gun again. Even as Joey aims his at his temple, he doesn't flinch. He just keeps his eyes on his slain children, waiting to join them. But he won't go alone. So as Joey pulls his trigger, so do I. And as Nicholas takes his last breath, so does Joey. This Irish boy is one hell of a distance shot, something Joey neglected to remember. I stand there, my lungs trying to remember how to breathe, when Joey's last words to me flash through my head. Go find the mother and the other 3 brats. Shit. There's another kid. I take the stairs 2 at a time, weaving from hallway to hallway and room to room. This house is the size of my whole neighborhood. I could search the rest of the night and come up empty. Jesus, why didn't they just stay in their rooms? Frustrated, I'm about to give up when I hear it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's faint, but there. Soft, whispered. Shadows fall around me as I spin toward the door, where the voice is coming from. I turn the doorknob, expecting to find it locked, but it welcomes me without any resistance. Unlike downstairs, it's dark in here. Only the full moon and the flicker from the candle on the window light my way. But it's enough to see her. And once I do, I can't move. All I can do is watch her count to 5, over and over, as she cries. This small girl with the long, dark hair. Why do you count the same numbers over and over, little girl? Because I'm scared of 6, she whispers, closing her eyes. Somehow, I know it's because she thinks I'm going to laugh at her, but I don't. I listen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I close the door, each whispered number matching my steps as I make my way across the room and kneel before her. Something in me needs to touch her, to comfort her, and let her know she's not alone. I cover her shaking hands with mine. Look at me. When she looks up, I know I'll never forget the pain in those earthy green eyes. It's deep, and if I wasn't such a selfish man, I'd spend my life making sure she never hurt again. But all I can do is end this pain. These children weren't supposed to die today, I know that, and I can't help but think maybe I was meant to save this girl. Fate always finds a way, she says, as I brush my thumb against the bruises on her wrist. Bruises. Suddenly I don't feel so guilty about Nicholas Romanov lying in a pool of his own blood anymore. You'll never have to count again, I promise. She nods, a soft breath escaping my lips as she presses hers against the back of my hand. She's a child. It's an innocent kiss. But we both still, because that feeling from earlier is back. That gut feeling that something bad is about to happen. It's thick and heavy in the air. Are you God? She asks quietly. I could tell her yes. Maybe it would give her some peace when I do what I'm about to do. But even I can't lie to her like that. So I tell her the only truth I can. Words that became her truth the moment her last name crossed my lips. I offer a regretful smile. No. I'm the angel of death. She gasps, and damn it, there's hope in her eyes. Will you make me an angel, too, so I can fly away? No. Not today, little one. Her eyes glisten with tears. If I didn't know any better, I'd swear they look like tears of relief. That can't be true. I just told her I was the angel of death. Don't cry, I tell her. She stiffens. I don't cry. Mama says tears are a tool, not a weakness. Clearing her throat, she remains quiet until she's forced the last of the water from her eyes. Flicking her gaze back up, she stares at me as if mesmerized. Your eyes are frozen. When you have a cold heart, your eyes turn to ice. Better she doesn't think of me as a savior. I found fear as a better motivator than comfort. We need to get out of here. I have no doubt the police are on the way. There might not have been an alarm, but the servants' quarters aren't far away. 6 gunshots could wake the dead. What's your name, little one? Alexandra? Well, Alexandra, I'm going to find your mom, and then we're going to take a trip, okay? I don't elaborate. She doesn't need to know it's just going to be the two of us. At the end of the day, I still work for Luciano, and the contract was for Nicholas and Katerina. Like I said, I don't kill kids. She just turns and stares at the door. It smells like pennies. It takes me a moment to understand what she's talking about. Pennies. Copper. Blood. In a little girl's mind, blood smells like pennies. Did you see the pennies? She nods. I was scared. I wanted my papa. Fuck. She watched Joey gun down her whole family. Alexandra, She has that damn look in her eyes again. The one where she stares at me like I'm some kind of god. Am I going to smell like pennies, too? Jesus, this kid is killing me. No, I tell her. Never. Those sad eyes seek mine as she holds up her pinky finger. Pinky swear? I've never pinky sworn in my life. But if it makes her feel better, why the hell not? Pinky swear, I say, wrapping my much larger finger around her tiny one. I let a silent pause hang before breaking the moment. Can you stay here for me while I go find your mom? When she nods, I add, Good girl. I'll be right back. Unable to take my eyes off her, I back toward the door. It's ridiculous, but it feels like as soon as I do, she's going to vanish into thin air. Maybe she feels the same because she takes in every move I make, watching from her hiding place in between the dresser and her bed. There's a fraction of a second when I see her eyes widen before the door flies open behind me, slamming me in the back of the head and jolting me forward. The impact is so sudden, it knocks me to the ground, sending my gun flying out of my hand and skidding across the floor, right at Alexandra's feet. Alexandra! I turn to find Katerina Romanov standing in the doorway. Blood splattered across her white nightgown. She's a grown-up version of Alexandra. Long, dark hair and piercing green eyes. Only there's a hard edge to this woman. Pick up the gun, the Voizdichka! That's right. Hold it in your hands. Alexandra, I coax, using the calmest voice I can right now because I know where this is going. This bitch is about to tell her kid to shoot me. No more counting, remember? No pennies. Just give me the gun. You don't want that, little one. Alexandra, shoot him! Out of the corner of my eye, I see her fling a diamond-encrusted finger toward me. He killed your sisters, your brother, your father. Kill him! Kill him now or their blood is on your hands! Fuck. Even I flinch at that one. I did not. I don't dare advance toward the little girl. Instead, I try and seek out that connection we just shared, speaking in words she understands to counteract the bullshit her mother is spewing. Alexandra, I didn't touch them. I hurt the bad man who made you smell pennies. Pennies? Katerina screeches. What the hell are you saying? Shoot him! There's no emotion on Alexandra's face. No tears, no fear, just stone silence. Her hands aren't shaking anymore, as they wrap clumsily around the grip, her finger curling around the trigger. I can't hear anything. My pulse is thundering too loud in my ears. Then, as if in slow motion, this tortured child who is scared of 6 thinks blood smells like pennies and believes tears are for the weak, turns the gun on her own mother and pulls the trigger.
Chapter 47. Angel. Present day. No! I stumble off the lounge chair, backing up as far as I can go until there's no place left. There's just a wall, and even then I still crash into it, my spine scraping against the unforgiving stone. I want to crawl inside it. I want it to make me bleed. Pennies, pennies everywhere. Angel. Dominic takes a step toward me, then stops, exhaling a hard breath. Alexandra. It's true. I was there. It's me. It's been me all along. I think part of you has always known that. You've felt it. You've said it, for Christ's sake. How safe you feel with me. How you can't explain it, but it feels like we were meant to be. Lies! I scream. My head is loud. I can't make it be quiet, and it hurts. Dominic takes another step, and I push harder into the wall, but it just won't let me in. All lies. His hands grab me. I watched you pull that trigger, Rook. No! I fight against him, but the harder I fight, the tighter he holds. It makes no sense. No sense. Why would I kill my own mother to save you? Why, Dominic? Why? I don't know. His voice sounds all choppy and rough. God, I wish I did, because that question has haunted me for 15 years. I shake my head harder, until my ears hit the wall and my face feels wet. No, my face can't be wet. Tears are a tool, not a weakness. You'll stop this crying right now, Alexandra. I scold myself, words from the past filtering through my ears. Baby, you've got to stop. You're going to hurt yourself. We all pay prices in life, darling. Now smile pretty and be quiet. Pretty and quiet. Always pretty and quiet. I slip my finger between us and place it over my lips. Shh. Stop it! He yells, squeezing my face between his hands. Look at me. See me. The whispers in my ears stop, and I see those eyes. Those beautiful, frozen eyes stare back at me. Dominic. I collapse against him. I'm so tired, and the static is so loud. My head feels like a balloon ready to pop. It was you. You saved me. He lets out a long exhale and wraps his arms around me. Yeah, I did. Why? I knew whoever wanted your family dead wouldn't let you live if I walked away, so I had to get you out of there. Where did we go? I mumble against his chest. He's so warm. I want to stay here forever. You know, Rook, he says, kissing the top of my head. You've always known. I think for a minute. I think about my first memory. I was 8 years old and living in that group home. I asked where I was. The man sucked on his cigarette and said, Phoenix. I whisper, and Dominic's chin brushes against the top of my head in acknowledgement. You took me to a group home? It takes him a few minutes to answer. No, he says, cursing low under his breath. I took you to my aunt. His admission feels like a bomb. More lies, more truth. I don't know what's real anymore. Rearing back, I break our embrace. You have an aunt? He palms the back of his neck. Mom cut ties long before I came along. She's drunk more than she's sober, but I had no other choice. I offered her all the money I'd saved up from working for Luciano, which was enough to buy her silence. My jaw drops. You just left me there with a neglectful drunk? No. He scowls like he's actually offended. I told her to give me a few weeks and I'd be back for you when I figured a more permanent arrangement. Dominic's hand drops from his neck, his eyes glazed with frustration. What was I supposed to do? Your face was splashed across every television screen from here to China. So, what happened? Within a week, you were gone. She said you ran away in the middle of the night. I spent months driving back and forth from LA looking for you, but you just disappeared. My stomach twists again. At 8 years old, I just walked away and wandered the streets of Phoenix, Arizona. How the hell did I end up at a group home? I don't remember that. Why can I only remember pieces? Because what you went through was traumatic. He cautiously cups my chin. You blocked it out for a reason, Rook. Your mind protected you. It picked out what it wanted and locked it away. Believe me, some things should be left in the dark. Then, who is Angel Smith? Where did she come from? For the first time since he destroyed my world, Dominic smiles, his thumb tracing my cheek. What did you say after I told you I was the angel of death? Come on, you know this. I think hard, spinning back through his words like a roulette wheel, until the little white ball lands in the black slot, and I look up at him. Will you make me an angel too so I can fly away? He nods. I didn't have to make you an angel, Alexandra. You made yourself one. He won't leave me alone. No one will leave me alone. Dominic, Hilda, and the whole staff hover like vultures, ready to shove their greedy little beaks into my flesh and destroy what's left of me. Me. Angel Smith. I'm still in here, desperately hanging on by the tips of my fingers, dangling over that cliff, screaming for help that no one hears. But she hears me. Her. Alexandra Romanov. She's in here as well, forcing her way inside my head with her memories and her voices. She steps on my fingers and smiles down at me. She'll win. I'll fight until I fall. For now, my wardens have left me in peace to wander the one place I want to be, the East Wing. Baby-proofed, of course. There's no broken mirror, no sharp objects, no clothing, no loose ties. Even the wreath has been taken down and the window boarded up. If the whole situation wasn't so fucked up, it'd be comical. I walk the perimeter of the room for what has to be the 20th time. My mind won't let me remember, but I stop every time in the same spot, in front of the door. I know that's where she died, where she took her last breath in a pool of her own blood. Blood that I drew. A life that I took. I wonder what the floor looked like back then. I squat down, and run my hand along the new, pristine marble. I wonder if there are remnants of my sins buried underneath. Standing, I let out a low chuckle. Of course there are. The past can't stay hidden forever. Sooner or later, it demands to be heard. I walk again, tracing my same path, trying to remember how to fix this, how to fix me. Because Angel Smith may crack, but she does not break. I come to a dead stop. Angel Smith may crack, but she does not break. Violet says that. Violet's my glue. She always puts me back together and fixes me. Digging into the front pocket of my hoodie, I pull out my cell phone and dial her number. My cheeks feel funny, and I realize it's because I'm smiling. I'm smiling. It's been so long since I've smiled, I think my face forgot how to do it. Violet will answer, and Violet will remember. It doesn't ring. A computer voice tells me the number has been disconnected. That can't be right. So I dial again, and get the same voice. Walking faster, I call again, and for the third time get the same message. No! I yell into the mouthpiece. It is not disconnected. You're wrong. Look under the bed. Remember. Shut up, Alexandra! I yell, my phone crashing onto the floor as I cover my ears. This is my time. Go back in the mirror. As always, part of our mind may belong to me, but this body is hers. It has always been hers, and she moves it to the mattress, despite my protests. She drops me to my knees against my will. She digs my hand underneath the mattress as I beg her not to, and wrapping my hand around the long blade, she pulls it out and holds it up so the part of our brain that's mine can see what the part that's hers has known all along. This number has been disconnected.
Chapter 48. Dominic. It took everything I had in me to leave her. However, Hilda gave me her word that she'd protect Angel, and I believed her. The words have never passed between us, but they don't need to. She knows who I am. She's always known. Since the day Angel moved into the Romanov mansion, she spoke her truth between the lines.
I was asleep in the staff quarters when... Well, it's my honor to serve this family again.
Like I said to myself on Christmas Eve, 15 years ago, there may not have been an alarm, but the servants' quarters weren't that far away. 6 gunshots could have woken the dead and the loyal. So, with my mind at as much ease as it can be, I focus on getting answers. I've waited long enough. The game is over. Every card is on the table. Except for one. This time, as I storm through Monty's auto body repair shop, there's no Sophia to stop me. No Carlo standing guard as I kick the office door open. Nothing but a smug man in a designer Italian suit, sitting behind his desk, puffing away on a half-smoked cigar. A man like Luciano doesn't clear his entire shield unless he has a good reason. He knew I was coming. He doesn't bother to acknowledge the gun clenched in my hand as he tucks the cigar between his teeth. What took you so long? It's not a challenge or a taunt. It's a loaded question. And he'll get his answer as soon as I get mine. My finger curls around the trigger as I hold his stare. Greg Roston is missing. He draws in a deep inhale. Good riddance. Not good enough. I'm not his soldier or his runner or his boy anymore. When I ask a question, it's not to seek out information. It's to verify what I already suspect. The Vitoli family has always controlled the unions in this town. Which means Marco has his dick all up in the Screen Actors Guild's pussy. Folding my arms across my chest, I paced the room, tapping my gun against my bicep. That puts you in pretty close contact with Silverline, doesn't it?
Is this going anywhere, or are you just being dramatic?
I bet you get to know a lot of people while yanking all those SAG strings. Famous actors, up-and-coming directors. Pausing in front of him, I braced my hands on the edge of his desk. Studio night guards? His pale eyes flicker.
Is that right?
I need to maintain the upper hand, so I push off his desk and continue my slow pace in front of him. See, I kept trying to figure out how this Salvatore guy had no record or recollection of Angel going into Silverline or leaving. She's positive she did. Someone bruised her neck. Pausing again, I glance over my shoulder. So how is it that there isn't any record of her being there, Luciano? He studies me with that glare of superiority that used to force my eyes to the ground. When I don't relent, he smirks.
I'm sure you'll tell me.
How about you tell me something for once? Is Salvatore Giuliani on your payroll? A nice Italian family man looking to put his kids through college? That smirk fades into a scowl. He didn't expect that, which is what I banked on.
If you got something to say, boy, say it. Otherwise, you're about to cross a line you don't want to cross.
Wrong. I don't care if either of us walks out of this room. I'm not backing down. Did you kill Greg Roston? Luciano's eyes darken as he slams his cigar into the ashtray.
No, but I wish to hell I had. That sack of shit deserved a lot more than he got.
I want to leap across the desk and press my gun right between his eyes. But unfortunately for him, he taught me too well. You said you didn't kill him, I say, forcing a neutral expression.
Is my word not good enough for you now?
I don't answer, which I know pisses him off even more. When the underboss asks a question, he expects to be answered. But Luciano is nothing if not unpredictable. And instead of pulling out his own gun and making this a fair fight, he nods his head.
I think I remember this Salvatore person. Decent guy. Would give you the shirt right off his back if you asked for it.
Giving me a pointed look, he places a flash drive on the edge of his desk.
As for Roston, well, who knows where he is? Wherever it is, he should stay there. You know what they say happens when you fuck with wolves.
I've known Luciano Ricci for 17 years. The man doesn't speak in metaphors. That's why, after I pocket the flash drive, he has my full attention.
Do they bite? They protect their own.
We say nothing as the clock in my head ticks away. Then he glances away, reaching for a new cigar.
So, I'll ask again. What took you so long? Every time you walked through that door, I waited, but you never asked.
He says, pointing the unlit Cuban at me.
All these years, and you kept your mouth shut. So, ask me, Dominic.
Who ordered the hit on the Romanovs? The words squeeze my chest as 15 years of silence finally breaks free. He leans forward.
Who do you think?
No. It can't be true, but I see it. It's there, in his hardened stare.
Who have I been busting my balls trying to protect you from, huh? Who have I told you time and time again not to fuck with?
but you're so goddamn stubborn, Dominic. Growling, he throws the cigar across the office. Jesus, you'd think you were a Ricci with all that vengeance. Why would he do that? It's not my job to ask questions. That was Marco's deal. It was passed down to me, and I passed it down to you and Joey. Something isn't right. If the deal didn't go straight to Luciano, then there's no way he'd risk his balls by handing such a high-profile hit to a 17-year-old kid. Joey was experienced, a proven soldier, respected by Marco and his men. Luciano took a major risk in trusting I'd be able to kill... Oh, fuck. A jagged knife tears through my gut as the blind trust of a 17-year-old boy collides with the harsh truth of a 32-year-old man. I didn't earn that trust, I say, my hand clenching into a fist. You sent me because you knew I'd turn on Joey. Because you knew I'd protect the kids. Marco sanctioned that shit, not me. You want to talk about trust, boy? I didn't give a flying fuck about Romanov and his wife. But those kids? For the first time, I see regret in his eyes. I don't fuck with kids. There's only one soldier I trusted to take on Joey and save them. But I didn't save them. You saved one. The hits keep coming, and the strong resolve I walked in here with starts to fade. I back up, brushing the back of my hand across my forehead. You knew then. You knew I took Alexandra out of that house. My ass was on the line too, boy. Even if you only got a few of those kids out. I knew you'd need help. Help? I roar, throwing my arms out wide. You let me run with that girl and didn't say a damn word. I drove her across state lines and left her with my crazy aunt. I know. You know? Rounding his desk, I grab a handful of his shirt, balling it in my hand. If you know, then why the hell didn't you help me look for her when she disappeared in the middle of the... It's the defiant look in his eyes that lands the final chess piece in place. Holy shit, I breathe, staggering backward. She didn't run away. You took her. The truth has been there all along, one step ahead of me with a hand on my back. I don't kill kids, Dominic, he says, smoothing his shirt. But I don't let them run their mouths to cops either. Some Vitoli associates ran a group home in Phoenix and owed me a favor. A doctored birth certificate and a social security number. And your girl, Angel Smith, was born. He shrugs. Sorry for the shitty last name, but she didn't give me much to work with. But my aunt was paid $100,000 to keep her whore mouth shut. A smirk creeps along his mouth. And given a nice scar to remember her oath, in case Jim Beam decided to talk for her. I know the scar he's talking about. It's a jagged, silver line down her cheek. She never said shit to me, even when I went to Phoenix when Mom died. Luciano frowns, the corners of his eyes turning down. Carlo told me about your mother. I'm sorry. I don't want his sympathy. I want to know how the fuck Angel got from Phoenix to Chula Vista. But she left that home when she was 16. Lost track of her for a while. Finally caught up with her again, thanks to you and your shit show on Paolo Bellini. Once I saw a picture of Jade Saxton, I knew I'd found her. Tracked her ass right to Chula Vista. To save your own ass in case her memory came back, I shout. His palm slams against his desk. No! To save yours! I don't want his protection. When she turned 18, why not just kill both of us and save yourself years of trouble? Luciano's face flushes bright red, and he backhands the ashtray, sending it crashing to the floor. Rising out of his chair, he looms across his desk, fire in his eyes. Because you're family, Dominic. You saved that girl. She meant something to you. I could see it in your eyes. But Rawson, I told you not to go after him, he roars, pounding his fists against the wood. I warned you, and you wouldn't listen. You could have told me how dangerous he really was. He lets out a dry laugh. You were out for blood already, Dominic. If I told you he ordered the hit on that girl and your family, you wouldn't have just tried to ruin him. You would have tried to kill him. He's right. What about afterward? The lawsuit. I came to you. Resentment wells inside me. I begged you for help, and you turned your back on me. You told me I was dead to you. What's more important to you, boy? That business or your life? I could have helped you build another business, but once there's a bullet in your brain, that's it. If I'd bailed you out, you don't think that asshole would have put two and two together eventually? He didn't know you were there that night. But if I started throwing my weight behind you and against him, you better be damn sure he'd have figured it out. Use your brain, he shouts, jabbing his finger against his temple. If Marco didn't kill us, someone else would have. You knew she was the real Alexandra Romanov. You lied to me. I told you to send her back to Chula Vista, and you wouldn't listen. I told you she'd get inside your head and bring you to your knees, and you still didn't listen. I even told you once the real Alexandra Romanov came forward, we were both fucked. And you still didn't fucking listen. So did I lie, Dominic? Or did you just not want to see the truth? I don't know why I didn't see it before. Why it didn't cross my mind. Luciano buys everyone. Unions, politicians, law enforcement, pharmaceutical companies. Son of a bitch, it was you. You were the one who had the test switched to BioLink. I knew what the results would be. But why? Eventually, you'd both need proof. Why not already have it? Did you have my contact fired too? Did you set the reveal in motion on purpose? Because I swear if he did, I might empty my gun right now. No, that was dumb luck. As your girl would say, fate always finds a way. I've said before that tension smells like a strained rubber band being stretched to its breaking point. After 15 years of strain, it finally snaps with one final unanswered question hanging in the air. When you gave Joey and me the job, you told me it was over a debt. It wasn't, was it? Luciano's eyes cloud as he lowers himself back into his chair and pulls out a third cigar. Why don't you go pay your friend Rubio a visit? Ask him to dig up files on one of his dad's old buddies. Name's Larry Kramer. Clipping off the end of the cigar, he glances up at me. Sometimes the dirtiest layers are hidden by the most honorable shields. I don't wait. With my gun by my side, I turn my back on him and walk away. Dominic? I pause in the doorway, but don't turn around. Whatever happened in the past is the past. You love that girl, whether you'll admit it or not. In some way, you've been looking for her for 15 years. Most people don't get a second chance to make things right. Don't fuck it up. I can't see his face, but I can feel his words. There's loss there. Emotion. Pain. Almost as if he's speaking from a dark place he's locked away. Alexandra's messes are your responsibility now, he adds, the spicy scent of cigar smoke hitting my nose as I walk away.
My job is done.
Chapter 49. Dominic. A plain black cup of coffee sits untouched in front of me as I lean back, watching people rush back and forth. There are all types in this town. You get the good with the bad, the beautiful with the ugly, and the guilty with the innocent. Sometimes they get so good at hiding who they really are, it's impossible to tell them apart. So, who do you trust? There's no clear-cut answer. Sometimes you just have to take a blind leap of faith and hope it doesn't land you at the bottom of a cliff. The scrape of a chair against rough sidewalk draws my attention away from the street and toward Detective Rubio as he slumps into the seat across from me.
I got your message.
The conflict skirting around his face tells me he's intrigued but cautious.
So, someone gave you a tip for me, huh?
Yep.
Why cooperate with me now?
Because I have nothing left to lose. He scratches his chin.
Okay, let's hear it. What do you have that supposedly is going to blow the Romanov case wide open?
I take a running start and jump. I need you to find anything you can on Larry Kramer. His eyes widen.
My dad's old partner. The man's dead. What the hell does he have to do with anything?
We can sit here and dick around about this all day, but neither of us have the time for it. I've already leaped, and now he needs to, or I'm fucked. It's asking a lot, but just trust me on this. What you're looking for isn't going to be easily accessible. They're buried files. Misfiled, backlogged. Shit, I don't know the names for what you guys do. I think of Luciano's advice and add, just look below the surface. Meet me back here when you find something. 4 hours later, I'm at the same table, watching what feels like the same people when Rubio sits down in the same seat in front of me and slams a dark blue folder down. Whatever's in there isn't good. His eyes are wide and barely blinking, and he keeps sawing his jaw back and forth. Did you find something?
I found a lot of somethings.
Flipping open the folder, he spreads out papers like a kid dumping out Halloween candy.
Seems that your buddy, Greg Roston, had some serious ties to Nicholas and Katerina Romanov. And I don't mean contractually.
I scan the papers, one catching my eye immediately. The more I read, the harder I clench my fists. Are these molestation charges? Rubio nods, the sawing getting louder.
Looks like you were right to send out that blast. Roston's a pedophile, one that Katerina pimped Alexandra out to in exchange for better roles.
I fight back waves of nausea as his words sink in. I think about the bruises I saw on little Alexandra's hands as she counted, tucked away in that corner. I think of Roston's insistence that I force Angel to sign with Silverline. I think of Brent's voice telling me he saw Roston touching her. I think of Angel's insistence that he drugged and raped her. Then my blood goes so cold, I can't breathe. Because I think about 8-year-old Alexandra Romanov, turning my gun on her mother and pulling the trigger.
McCallum, you okay?
Swallowing the bile crawling up my throat, I glanced down at the paper crushed in my fist. This is dated December 22nd.
Turns out a couple of nights before they were murdered, Nicholas found out what was going on and planned to expose him.
Prying the paper out of my hand, he smooths it out and points to the date again.
Went to the police and filed a report.
He doesn't have to tell me the rest. I know how this story ends. But it was never processed, because Kramer was on Roston's payroll.
Sometimes I hate this job,
he says, ending 2 generations of detective work. And I finally speak the words that have haunted me for most of my adult life. Roston staged a hit on the whole family, making it look like a home invasion to make sure none of them ever talked. Rubio blinks, his jaw stilling. A tip, huh? Yep, a random tip. There's more to this story, isn't there, McCallum? I don't say anything. He chuckles on a low exhale. Am I ever going to hear it? Maybe someday. And maybe he will. Maybe eventually the story of how Alexandra Romanov and I came to be will come out. But it won't be from me. I stand, throwing a 20 on the table for another untouched cup of coffee. You ever gonna tell me what my aunt told you? Maybe someday. This time I chuckle. Good luck, detective. As I turn to walk away, leaving Detective Javier Rubio to clean up the mess I've made, I hear him mutter under his breath. Well, I guess my job is done. I stop mid-stride and twist back around. What did you say? His brows knit. I said my job is done. Alexandra's messes are your responsibility now. My job is done. Luciano's words hurl back and grab me around the throat. Her messes. My job is done. I didn't think I could be blindsided any more in one day, but I was wrong. He covered for her. I love you aren't words I ever thought I'd know. They were a foreign language spoken by people living in a culture I never understood. I knew possession. I knew want. Now I know all three. And being a selfish man, I won't let them go. Alexandra Romanov or Angel Smith, I don't care what she calls herself. They both make up the woman who owns my soul. I'll never be able to reconcile this fierce obsession I have with her, but I also know I can't fight it. She's mine, and I'll ruin anyone who tries to take her from me. Even if it's Alexandra Romanov herself. So, while Hilda and Angel are out putting flowers on the memorial bench she insisted on putting in the far corner of the estate, I park by the gate and walk onto the grounds. I climb up the spiral staircase in the back, ignoring the memories trying to force their way in. I slide my key in the lock and open the door, keeping my focus as I head to the east wing. I tear it apart, piece by piece, and nothing is standing by the time I'm done. Even me. I'm in the bedroom we share when I hear her footsteps. They're light, unlike the heavy shuffle I've heard since everything went to hell. This means Angel is in control. Dominic! I stand from my seat on the edge of the mattress as she runs toward me and throws herself into my arms. She feels so fucking thin. The past few months have taken their toll on her. She tries to cover it up by wearing things like the long blue dress she has on, but I've always seen past the surface, even when I tried not to. I was visiting your mom's bench and I can feel her tense in my arms as she slowly pulls away. I fight the instinct that tells me if I hold tight enough, if I protect her enough, if I love her enough, nothing can hurt her. I promised her I'd never lie to her again. As much as it drives a knife through my heart, I release her, watching that little vertical line sink between her eyebrows. Your eyes look funny, she says, a catch in her soft voice. Why do your eyes look funny? She steps back again, her gaze darting around the room. What's happening? If only I could keep my Angel in a cage. If only I could keep her from ever remembering what she did. Everything she did. But I can't. Eventually, Alexandra will open the door and tell her. Rook, what did you do to Greg Roston? She swallows hard, as if her breath is trapped in her throat.
I didn't do anything. He did something to me, remember? He raped me.
I wish she could see how much I believe her, how much I want to turn back time and put my hands around that man's throat and feel the life slowly leave his body. My angel's truth is real, up until the very end, where it dwindles away like mist. I believe he tried, and I believe he would have, if you hadn't stopped him. Her hands clutch her chest.
What? Are you crazy?
She repeats the words over and over until it happens, until she stills, and the frantic look in her eyes sharpens.
What are you saying?
That voice, that tone. I close my eyes. Hello, Alexandra. Roston is missing. She cocks her chin.
So?
There's no turning back now. Love can't exist on a bed of lies, and angels can't fly with broken wings. I talked to Luciano today. I meet her cutting gaze. The guard who claims you weren't there was paid to erase the footage and lie. I saw it myself. She blinks, and her clenched fists release, as if she's fighting to hold on to her own skin. When she looks back at me, there's fear in her eyes.
What? By who?
She presses the back of her hand against her mouth.
Why?
My angel. Luciano, to protect you.
You're not making any sense.
She shakes her head back and forth. I can't drag this out anymore. Angel is with me, and she's breaking. I have to do this before the scales tip and Alexandra beats me to it. My arms ache from keeping them locked by my side, but I stay firm, holding my voice steady. What happened to the clothes you wore the night you went to Silverline?
You know what happened. The hospital took my red dress to swab for DNA.
A flicker of recognition dances in her eyes. It's only there for a second, then goes out. But it's enough to give me the strength to keep going. No. I step closer and back her into the wall. Not the clothes you wore to the hospital, Angel. The clothes you wore to the studio. I told you the guard was paid to erase the footage. I didn't say there weren't copies. So, I'll ask again. Where are the jeans and shirt you wore to Silverline? I might as well have slapped her. Swinging her chin to the side, she winces and whispers through a sob.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Fuck this. Jerking open the nightstand drawer, I pull out a pair of jeans and a splotchy shirt. Both covered in stains so thick the fabric is barely recognizable. Pennies. Blood. These clothes! I shove them in her face. The ones stained with blood. You want to know where I found them? She shakes her head, clawing the wall behind her, hysterically sobbing now. In the East Wing bedroom, not only hidden under the mattress, but stuffed inside it.
No.
Do you know how they got in there?
No.
Keeping the bloody clothes held up with one hand, I reach back into the nightstand with the other and wrap my hand around the silver handle. With this! I roar, pulling out a blood-stained 10-inch letter opener. Holding it against her cheek, I force her to look at it, my heart ripping out of my chest with every scream. I promised I'd never lie to you again, Angel. But I need you to meet me halfway. Did you kill Roston with this?
No, no, no.
Her knees buckle. Dropping the clothes, I grab her around the waist. Because I'm about to push both of us off the ledge. Turning the letter opener sideways, I hold it in front of her face. Read what's engraved on it. For a precious few seconds, there's silence, as Angel scans the words. Then she lets out a blood-curdling scream before slipping through my hands.
Chapter 50. Angel. Gregory Roston. Even with my eyes closed and the noises coming from my mouth, those two words are still louder and shine brighter than anything else. They can't be real, but I'm too scared to open my eyes and look again. I hear Dominic calling my name, but it sounds so far away, like he's in a tunnel and I'm in another tunnel and there are too many rocks in between to ever get to him. I try, because I need him. Even as scared as he makes me, I need him to tell me I don't ever have to count again. I need him to save me from the pennies. I need to kiss the cross on his hand because he's the angel of death. I try, but I fail. And as I fail, I slip into that locked place in my mind, the one where Alexandra waits for me with her hand out and a soft smile. It's time. I stop trying to break down the rocks and walk deeper into the tunnel. My own sickness coats my cheek as I tighten my grip on the desk. Yet, it's not the desk. It's cold and thin. It fits in my hand and it moves. Yes, it moves. No more bad man. No more pain. Hold still, you little bitch. Not yours! I scream, my voice breaking. Not yours! His! I'm his! You can't have it! With every word I fight. With every word I battle to keep my promise. I'm his, not yours. His. My arm hurts and I can't breathe. Oh God, I can't breathe. Why can't I breathe? A soft voice whispers in my ear. It's over. She's here, so I listen. I stop yelling and stop fighting, but I still can't breathe. Slowly I open my eyes to see Roston still on top of me. But he's not hurting me anymore. He's not saying ugly things to me anymore. He's not moving anymore. I can't breathe because he's lying on top of me. Get off! I wheeze. Get off! Get off! Get off! He doesn't. I wiggle and squirm and push until there's enough space for me to crawl out from underneath him. Why am I so sticky? Then I remember what he did to me. And shame burns my cheeks. Oh no. Tears flood my eyes. I'm not Dominic's anymore. He took what belonged to Dominic and left his stain. Heartbroken, I reach down to pull up my jeans when I realize my legs are red. My face flames hotter and the tears fall harder. Then I see my shirt and my arms and my hands. All red. The voice whispers again. Run. I nod because she's always right, reaching for my jeans again. I try to pull them up, but I can't. There's something in my hand. I open my palm and stare down at a long silver letter opener. It's covered in sticky red, and it smells like pennies. Sticky red drips off my hand and onto the floor. Another whisper. Run! I can't listen to her because my heart is thumping in my ears. Slowly, I turn my head toward the desk. The same red, sticky stuff that's on my hands drips off the side. Drip, drip, drip. Roston is lying on his stomach, quiet and still. He's red and sticky, too. Everything smells like pennies. My jeans are still around my knees as I shuffle toward him, my chucks squeaking on the messy floor. Roston? Please don't answer. I move a little closer, and that's close enough to see them. Holes. Lots of holes. In his neck, in his face, in his back. Everywhere. Sticky red oozing out of each one. I shake, the metal in my hand growing heavy. I look down at the pointy, sharp end, just sharp enough to make lots of holes. The letter opener hits the floor with a clang as I shake even more. I can't breathe again. Everything hurts. I want it off me, but I have to leave. She's right. Run. I quickly pull up my jeans and fumble with the button. I don't know what makes me pick up the letter opener, but I do. I hold it tightly in my hand, shoving most of it under my sleeve. Dominic will know what to do. I have to find Dominic. But just as I step into the lobby, the elevator dings, and the doors part. Leaving the confines of the tunnel, I hear Dominic's hoarse voice against my ear. I'm so sorry. Come back to me, please. The dark room shifts back into focus as the sights and sounds of Roston's office fade away. I'm on the floor of the bedroom wrapped in Dominic's arms. His hold is fierce, but I don't say anything because his chest is rattling. I've never heard him make this sound before. I put my ear against his heart, and it rattles even louder. The name engraved on the letter opener is Gregory Roston. I say, I remember now. I remember everything. He swallows hard. I know. No, he doesn't. Dominic, he shakes his head. I know everything, Brooke. I know what you did and why you did it. I know what that man did to you as a child, and God knows how many others. I feel his muscles tense. If I could raise him from the dead and kill him myself, I would. I saw Luciano there. I look up at his face, and he doesn't seem surprised. What did he do with him? I don't know, and I don't care. I don't think I do either. There are enough bad things in my head. Knowing Greg Roston's final resting place doesn't need to be one of them. It's bad enough I know where they found Violet. I stiffen, harsh, ugly words coming back to me. What did you do to her? I didn't do anything. It's what you did to her. Or don't you remember? How easily the young mind molds and breaks. Did I kill Violet? I ask quietly. Moments pass as his hand strokes my hair. No. But Roston said Roston was trying to get inside your head. He always has. But why would he hurt her? His hand stills in my hair. He was watching. Confused, I turn around and look up at him. What? Dominic closes his eyes, a hard look passing over his beautiful face. He called me by name when I walked in, but his back was turned. He watched us from the window. Jesus Christ, he knew we were fighting. I don't know what that means, yet I let that part stay locked up in Dominic's head. As long as I know I didn't hurt my friend, that's enough for me. But not for Dominic. When he looks down at me, those beautiful icy blue eyes I love so much fill with pain. It's time you learned the truth. The whole truth. Everything. Holding me in his arms, he tells me everything. Every word out of Luciano Ricci's mouth. He tells me about why Luciano gave him the assignment. He tells me how he failed to protect my siblings. He tells me how he followed us to Phoenix, then took me to a Vitoli-funded group home. He tells me how Luciano searched for me when I ran away, only finding me when Dominic exposed Paolo Bellini. He tells me that man was the one who intercepted the DNA sample. I listen quietly, not saying a word until he finishes. Then I ask the one question he didn't offer, the one truth I need to know. Who ordered the hit? Roston. Why? He winces but doesn't hold back. Rubio and I found buried molestation charges against him. I raise an eyebrow at the name but don't question him. Why were they buried? For the next few minutes, I clench my hands together as he tells me about his meeting with Rubio and everything they found out. Every ugly detail about my father's attempts to bring my abuser down and how the system failed us. It takes me 3 times to find my voice. So, Roston ordered my family's murders to make sure the world never knew he liked to fuck little girls. My heart pounds and my pulse races as I leap to my feet.
Rook, all this is because my mother was a narcissistic bitch? I can't remember 8 years of my life because her fame was more important than her own daughter? Everything starts to spin, and I grab handfuls of my own hair, tugging at my scalp. I have all these noises and dreams and scratches inside my head because my own mother bartered me like a fuck doll. When I open my eyes, Dominic is on his feet beside me. It's okay, I'm here, I'll help you. It's too late for that, I scream. Don't you see that? Everyone's voice is in there. It's not just Alexandra's, it's my mother's too. I hear her, Dominic. I hear Roston's breath in my ear. It never goes away. Nothing is ever quiet. There's always noise, and I'm so tired and dizzy. So dizzy that I lean forward and collapse against his chest. His voice sounds broken as he holds me. Christ, Rook. I don't know who I am anymore. I cry into his chest. There are two sides of me constantly at war. One of them will eventually win. I'm scared to lose me, Dominic. Me, Angel Smith. Alexandra is stronger. She's louder. She's just so loud. And that's my fear. What I've run from for weeks, months, maybe forever. This is her life. This is her body. It always has been. Me, Angel Smith, I'm just a placeholder, an actress playing a role. I'm not real. I'm a broken fragment of Alexandra's mind, her shield in the storm, and the barrier to her pain. But the storm is over, and the barrier is down, so there's no use for me anymore. Like a toy left behind as a child grows up, I've served my purpose. She's going to take back what's hers, and what's mine. Dominic's arms wrap around me tighter than ever. It's almost as if he can feel the tether thinning. His lips press against the top of my head, his rough exhale blowing my hair. When he speaks, I hear the raw pain in his voice. It's okay to let go. You're tired, Rook. You fought hard, so Alexandra didn't have to. You protected her. And if you need to rest, then rest. I let the tears flow. Who'll protect Alexandra then? I will. I close my eyes. I'm scared. I know you are. I am too. But I didn't let anyone hurt her 15 years ago, and I'm not going to let anyone hurt you now. I believe him. I love you. The words fall out of my mouth, and he stiffens in response. Maybe he doesn't want to hear them, but I don't care. This might be my only chance, and I'm not wasting it. I want you to know that in case Alexandra never tells you. Because I do. And it has nothing to do with what you did for her. I fell in love with you in a stupid bar in Chula Vista. Dominic pulls away. I love you too, Rook. You, Angel Smith. My stubborn pain in the ass. I can't help but smile, and he returns it. I always will, he adds. I believe that, too. I glance down. What happens now? I don't know, he says, and I hear the fatigue in his voice. We'll figure it out tomorrow. Tomorrow. Dominic? The question in my tone makes him draw his head back and stare at me. I almost chicken out, but I can't. Not now. Swallowing my fear, I look up at him. Make love to me. His nostrils flare at my words. What? I sit up, my conviction stronger. If you love me, show me. Take everything else away, because if there's never another chance, I want that to be the last thing between us. I stare in his eyes, silently pleading with him to see how serious I am and how much I need this.
I need his warmth and his skin against mine. I need him. Dominic's eyes change from pale blue to hooded and dark. Scooping me in his arms, he walks us both to the bed where he places me gently onto the mattress. There are no rough hands or dirty words or frantic kisses this time. He takes off my clothes slowly, looking into my eyes as if asking permission before each touch. It makes me love him even more. I nod, watching as he peels off his clothes, and, bracing his weight on his forearms, he meets my mouth in a gentle kiss. We touch each other, fanning the flame between us with love and explosive desire. Dominic groans my name, his face pulled in a painful grimace. "Look at me," I whisper, and when he does, I nod again, giving him permission, giving him everything. "Make me yours." Restraining his usual force, he enters me so slowly I moan. When he's fully embedded, he pauses, kissing the tip of my nose before creating a rhythm that's all ours. Forever. And Alexandra lets us have this moment, turning off the voices and the static and the scratching. For once, there's nothing in my head but peace. Leaving the parlor behind, I walk steady steps toward the back entrance of the estate near the rear staircase. I touch the walls, the mirrors, and the vases. So much is the same while so much is different. I'm different. Once I reach the back door, I turn my back to it and pause for a moment before walking diagonally to the right. There I stand, gazing out at the scene before me as I finish what they started. 1, I say. Crossing the floor, I move toward the rear spiral staircase and stop to glance at the floor. 2. I take 6 steps up and stop again. 3. 3 more steps. 4. 1 step. 5. Slowly, I make my way back down the staircase and across the room to another staircase. One by one, I climb each step until I reach the top, the east wing. Passing each door, I stop at the only one that's important, turning the doorknob and walking inside only 3 steps. 6, I whisper. Then I turn toward the corner where a dresser and bed once stood and shake my head. You were never 6, little one. I made sure of it. When all have been accounted for, I leave the east wing for the final time. The past has finally been laid to rest, and the truth heard. I'm free. Making my way back to the bedroom, I watch him sleep. He's so beautiful. Beautifully bitter, just like he was when he saved me. My angel of death. He destroyed me to save me. He doesn't understand. He never has. He created Angel Smith. Because of him, I spread my wings and flew into the sun, the place I've been ever since. But before I went, I made a promise to myself to find him again in another life. This beautiful, bitter boy with long black hair and sad eyes. And when I did, his pain would be mine. His heart would beat for me. I'd set him free. The first time I kissed an angel, I died. Leaning over the bed, I brush my lips softly over his cheek as my finger curls around the trigger. The second time, he did. Chapter 51. Alexandra. Tilting my head back, I stare up at the night sky and smile. It's Christmas. After 15 years, the day finally came for me. I stepped out of the shadows of Christmas Eve and spent Christmas morning with the sun on my face. It was heaven. Now it's night again, and it's almost over. I assume lots of people are looking for me at the moment. I can't blame them. I'm sure they know what I did by now. The concrete is cold on my bare feet, so I wiggle my toes, hugging the envelope tighter against my chest. You've kept me locked away all day. I look beside me where Angel leans against the rail, her arms braced behind her, and the wind blowing the bottom of her dress around her calves. I needed to be alone. I guess she understands what I mean, because she doesn't ask me to elaborate. Not that I would anyway. We may be the same, but there are still things that are just for me. She stares out at the moon. I think she's always liked it as much as me. Merry Christmas, Alexandra. I nod. Merry Christmas, Angel. My nails scratch the thick railing behind me. I'm not as good with words as she is, but it's time I try. I want to thank you. She cocks her chin. For what? For living while I slept. It was a surprise to wake up like this. I glanced down, scanning my very adult body. I'd thought I'd still be a child, but I guess we're more connected than I thought. Meaning? We aren't really two different personalities, Angel. Otherwise, I'd still be 8 years old up here. I tap my finger against my temple. I grew with you. I let that statement float away into the night before attempting to put more of my thoughts into words. I suppose, instead of two different pennies, we are just two sides of the same coin. It's hard to explain. No, I get it, she says, covering my hand with hers. I was there when you didn't want to be, and you were there when I didn't want to be. I guess that makes us kind of like twins. Twins. I like that. I miss my sisters. It's nice to have another one. But Angel never had any sisters. She never had a brother or a papa who tried to save her. All she ever had was my angel of death. I know she misses him. I see it in her sad eyes. He was good to us. I squeeze her hand. It's dark, but I think there are tears in her eyes. Seeing them makes tears sting my own. Tears may be tools, but it's okay if they're a weakness sometimes. Our angel of death taught us that. Yeah, he was, she says quietly. He loved you, you know. I shake my head because I know better. I was there for a few moments. I felt his arms around me. That's a different kind of love I'll never know. Not like he loves you. Angel doesn't argue. Instead, she drags her bare toe along the edge of the concrete. So, what happens now? I look down. I can't see where the night ends and the water begins. Maybe that's for the best. Remember what you always used to say? You can't drown in the rain, as long as you run from the storm. She finishes. I don't need to run anymore, Angel. The storm is over. Her foot stops, and she looks up at me. What are you saying? There's so much I want to say, but there's no more time. They'll come for me soon, and I can't let that happen. Not to me, and not to her. I give her a sad smile. I'm saying you were right all along. Some people are just meant to drown. Angel opens her mouth to say something, but before she can, the sound of hurried footsteps rush behind us. Alexandra, no, stop! I turn around to find a familiar man standing there. Even the night can't hide his perfect silver hair and his Italian suit with the bright silk tie. And I smile, because I remember him. I remember him leading me out of that woman's house and buckling my seatbelt. I remember the pink teddy bear he stuffed in my hand before slamming the door. I remember the awkward hug he gave me when I begged him not to leave me at that group home. I knew you'd come. Still following me, huh, Luciano? What the hell are you doing? He yells, pacing while running a hand through that helmet of hair. Climb back over that rail. Are you crazy? That question is a little inappropriate considering the circumstances, don't you think? I roll my eyes and glance over at Angel to find her covering a giggle with her hand. Luciano doesn't find that as funny as we do, because he comes to a dead stop and glares at me. "Come on, kid. I've watched you grow up. I know you can't swim." Anger turns to panic as he comes closer, his hand outstretched. "You don't want to do this. I helped you once. I can do it again." "I can't stay here anymore. You know this is the way it has to be." I motion between us. "This has to end with me. We both know if you keep knocking on the devil's door, eventually he'll answer." I wish those words didn't make his shoulders deflate like that. It makes me sad. I look down, then suddenly remember the envelope I'm holding against my chest. Pulling it away, I trace the name written on the front. This was how this was supposed to end. Our chapter closes here, and now we're finally even. Glancing over my shoulder, I toss it to him, watching as it lands by his feet. "You know what's in there. You've always known it." "Alexandra." Everything is finished now, and the Romanov family is finally at peace. Tilting my chin, I catch Angel's eye and smile. She understands. Twins always do. I hold out my hand, and she takes it, entwining our fingers together. Our story is over. It began with death, and that's how it ends. Chapter 52. Jade. 1 year later. Coming up on your right, you'll see the infamous Romanov mansion, the tragic site of 6 homicides that rocked Bel Air 16 years ago. I press my falling sunglasses back onto my face and lean forward as the tour guide makes a sweeping gesture, and an entire row of sheep to my left eagerly turn their heads. People get off on the sick and macabre, case in point, this bus tour. Of course, my paid seat on the infamous Hollywood Murders tour doesn't make me much of a saint. I follow suit, my gaze locked on the sculptured grounds of the immaculately kept mansion. This is the darker side of Hollywood, the one nobody likes to talk about because it makes their icons too human, too fallible, flesh and blood and weakness, just like the rest of us. Then again, I've always found beauty where others found shame. I believe pain has a residue. No matter how hard we scrub, it can never be cleaned, only transformed. I grit my teeth as warm breath fans over my bare shoulder. Inhaling slowly, I try to even out my temper before elbowing her in the throat. I'm not one for close contact, and this woman has invaded it the whole damn tour. Slowly, I tilt my chin over my shoulder and glare at her. Instead of tossing back a glare of her own, the redhead tucks a wad of bubblegum in her cheek. "Don't you mean 7 homicides?" 18 pairs of eyes swing toward the statuesque tour guide, who stiffens, her brittle smile betraying the barest hint of a twitch. "The 7th has never officially been confirmed." "She confessed to killing him," the redhead snorts, realizing she has a captive audience. "What the hell are they waiting on?" "A body," her friend pipes up on the other side of her. The redhead rolls her eyes and blows another bubble. "Yeah, good luck with that." I sit back and watch with fascination. Maybe not so much the incessant chatter as much as the panic playing on the poor tour guide's face. She's lost control and has no idea how to corral the herd back inside the pen. Her hand shakes as she fiddles with the wireless microphone at her mouth. "Ladies and gentlemen," I could help her out. It wouldn't be difficult to toss out a random question and redirect everyone's attention back to her regurgitated spiel. But I'd be lying if I said my curiosity hasn't been piqued. I cock my head toward the redhead. "Wait, what do you mean?" She raises an eyebrow. "That tabloid owner was murdered a year ago today." "By the same killer that murdered the Romanov family?" She slides a tepid look toward her friend, then shifts it back to me. "Depends on who you ask. By the way, I'm Tess, and that's Isla." She tips her head toward the exotic-looking woman beside her. Introductions are a nice gesture, but I didn't come here for pen pals. Do you plan to elaborate on that, or was it simply a baiting question? Tess is quiet for a minute, and I wonder if my directness offended her. Her gaze wanders toward the estate again. Alexandra Romanov has blood on her hands. An uncomfortable silence falls between us. Why do you say that? Isla pops her head over Tess's shoulder. Because she pulled some serious Romeo and Juliet shit and wrote a full confession to an LAPD detective before killing herself. There's a muffled snort on the other side of her, and we all three turn to see a stocky man in a blue Dodgers cap shaking his head. Jesus, you're just as bad as them. She narrows her eyes. Excuse me? The man shrugs, tugging his hat down low over his eyes. You heard me. A woman is dead, and you three are over here acting like the assholes who drove her to her grave. Tess leans over Isla and flashes him an icy smile. Hi, you're on a bus tour of famous murders. I'm not sure you have the authority to be tossing out moral citations there, buddy. I just don't think anyone should romanticize murder and suicide. Seriously, are you from this century? Hollywood couldn't write a more twisted love story. Those two had a sick obsession with each other that cost them their lives. The man rolls his eyes and huffs. Women. Ignoring both of them, Isla twirls a piece of hair around her finger. Don't you find the unexplained fascinating, though? Both Alexandra and Dominic just disappeared without a trace. I didn't put much stock in anything these two had to say before, but now I'm intrigued. More than that, there's something about the man in the hat I can't put my finger on. Tess lets out an unattractive snort. Yeah, right. The only thing unexplained is how she got away with it. Her last words are drowned out as the bus lurches forward, the gears grinding as we head toward Sunset Plaza. You seem pretty sure of yourself, he growls, and again there's something scratching at the back of my mind. She shrugs. Crazy breeds crazy. He should have left those skeletons in the closet where they belonged. I roll her words around in my head as I take a sip from my water bottle. So, do you know the real story? Tess's eyes flicker. Didn't you see the made-for-TV movie? Seeing as though we're sitting at the top of an open bus on a guided murder tour, I assume that's a rhetorical question and don't answer. However, there's a quiet hum inside my head whispering familiar words. Words from another time and another place. So instead, I smile and give them new life. I don't buy into Hollywood's version of things. Everything is embellished to pad the top echelon's bottom line. Well, that might be true, but not when it comes to the Romanovs. She leans forward. They were Hollywood royalty. Meaning? They couldn't sneeze without it making headlines. Her gaze fixates on me. I swear, anything that family touched turned to gold, which meant whatever they wanted, they got. Her jaw clenches. Anything and anyone. I pause to absorb everything, and Isla seizes the brief lull to bulldoze her way back into the conversation. Katerina Romanov wasn't exactly a young starlet. She'd aged out of lead roles, and from what I read, resorted to sleeping with a studio exec to stay relevant. Don't most people in Hollywood? Both women flinch, but I don't offer an apology. I don't presume to know their sexual habits, and I don't care to. 30% of Hollywood is struggling actors, and eventually, most of them will have a price tag. Everyone likes to think they are different until the rent is 2 months past due, and they haven't eaten in 4 days. Desperation has a tendency to put morality on a sliding scale. Most people also don't offer their 8-year-old daughter as a fringe benefit, she continues, and I can't help but wince at the disgust in her voice. I'll never be sorry Alexandra Romanov allegedly put a bullet in that woman's chest. After they found all those videos, she shudders. Those poor children. I don't care if there isn't definitive proof. No one can convince me Greg Roston didn't murder the whole family to keep his perversions quiet. Of course, I guess we'll never really know, will we? You seem confident, the man beside me pipes up. Tess leans back and picks at her nails. What I think doesn't matter. In the end, it's all hearsay, isn't it? All the police have is the word of a crazy woman who, moments later, did a swan dive into the reservoir. And now, for the second time, Alexandra Romanov's body has never been found. In the end, the truth of what really happened that night died with her. I frown. Do you think she was evil? The mind is a very fragile thing, and when it breaks, even good people are capable of wicked things. The wind blows a piece of my short blonde hair across my face as a knot in my gut twists. So your theory is she snapped and killed everyone? Isla snorts. Tess has lots of theories. I'm sure she does. However, theory and truth are almost always mutually exclusive. Both can hide behind pretty words and persuasive rhetoric, but putting a dress on a dragon doesn't stop it from breathing fire. It just disguises the flame until it's too late. Tess offers a brittle smile. Do I believe she shot her mother? Absolutely. Do I believe she had a breakdown and killed Greg Roston? Yes. Do I believe she killed Violet DeLuca? Rolling her eyes toward the sky, she flips her palm up and shrugs. Indirectly. Plastic crinkles as my hands clench around my water bottle. I'm sorry? Alexandra Romanov sealed that girl's fate the minute she allowed her inside the inner circle. That place. Her eyes shift toward the estate again. The evil is beautiful. It sucks you in, but once you walk inside, you don't walk out. Her razor-sharp assessment slithers across my shoulders, dragging a rough tongue against my neck. And Dominic McCallum? The man interjects, waves of disdain and condescension vibrating off him. And there it is again, the wind at my back, the whisper in my ear. Alexandra claimed responsibility, but his mind games pushed her over the edge. The corner of Tessa's red painted lip tips up. The man got paid to deliver her to a rapist's doorstep. Not exactly what I'd call a knight in shining armor. She pauses as the tour guide makes her way toward the back of the bus and turns a half circle right in front of us. Gesturing wildly toward another home, she launches into another speech about a couple who killed themselves in a dual suicide pact. Her close proximity forces every eye on us, so the three of us sit quietly. Finally, the guide tosses a disapproving glare our way before walking back to the front of the bus, turning everyone's attention the other direction as she goes. Immediately, we draw together again, and Tess sinks her teeth into her bottom lip. The story has a lot of bloodstains, but it all comes back to one simple truth, which is, Alexandra Romanov is one missing person who should have stayed that way. I couldn't agree more. I admit this has been a surprisingly entertaining trip. I'm buzzing with electricity after a chance meeting with these two women. Tess and Isla livened up what I expected to be a somber celebrity bus tour in the burning California heat. I open my mouth to pump them for more dirt when the man speaks up again. So, you really think she killed him? Tess shifts a smug look toward him. You really think she didn't? They exchange heated stares, and then he slowly uncrosses his arms, his hand settling on his lap. I suppose anything can happen in Hollywood. This time the wind doesn't whisper. It roars. Every hard consonant batters my back as the familiar rumble of his voice drives a dagger deep in my chest. Even though I've balanced on my toes for 12 months, even though the only way to live on a ledge is never to breathe, I inhale slowly and lower my eyes to the man's lap, to where an inked tattoo spans the top of his right hand. I'm in a daze as Tess swings her gaze toward me. What do you think? Her intent stare is unrelenting as she tilts her head. There's something jagged in her eyes I don't like. It's as if she spent all day putting together a jigsaw puzzle, only to realize the main piece was missing. I'm sorry, what did you say your name was? I open my mouth to respond, only to snap it closed as the bus lurches to a stop. Every eye shifts toward the front as the tour guide claps her hands together, her microphone crackling as she announces the end of the tour. Gathering my purse and empty water bottle, I stand and nod toward Tess and Isla. It was nice to meet you both. Before they could offer a rebuttal, I pushed my way through the thickening crowd and rushed toward the street, the last hour replaying in my head on a frantic loop. After running across the parking lot and unlocking my car, I'm about to open the door when I hear footsteps behind me. They have no clue, do they? I freeze as the voice I haven't heard in over a year slithers over my spine. The deep cadence is so familiar. I can't believe I didn't hear it before now. I suppose on some level I expected him to find me someday and demand answers, if not for anything but closure. I square my shoulders, slipping back into an all-too-familiar skin. About what? That they just had a conversation with a dead woman. My keys dig into the palm of my hand as I stare at our reflections in the driver's side window. The last year hasn't been kind to either of us. Although my eyes are hidden behind huge, dark sunglasses, there's no masking the two new lines that frame my mouth like parentheses. It's almost poetic, if you think about it. Some call them laugh lines. I think God put them there as anecdotal tattoos. Permanent lip cuffs. My own scarlet letter ensuring everything that crosses them is nothing more than a historical footnote. A conversational, "Where were you?" moment, like the assassination of JFK or the Challenger explosion, or 9/11. Where were you when Alexandra Romanov crawled out of hell, then dragged half of Hollywood back down with her? I tug a strand of hair from my short blonde bob away from my mouth and blink at the reflection behind me. How did I not see it before? Granted, the brim of the Dodgers baseball cap hid his head of impeccably styled gray hair and those sharp, cold eyes. But if I'd taken my own advice and looked below the surface, I would have seen then what I see now. A familiar, icy, pale blue stare. How did you find me? He tilts his chin up, and I swallow a knee-jerk reaction at seeing his steeled expression. I followed you for 15 years after you died the first time. What makes you think I'd stop after the second? Luciano. He chuckles. You mean, how did I find Jade DeLuca? It's not a hard alias for anyone who really knows you, kid. I've known where you were for months. I brace my forearm against the window, a soft curse tearing from my chest. I'm strong, but even concrete cracks, and knowing I've been pinging around Europe on some Vitoli GPS tracker causes another fissure. Then why not come to Italy? Thankfully, Luciano still remembers the rules, and his shadow never moves. No need. Like I said, I know you. You don't trust anybody. I knew you'd eventually come back to verify I kept my word. This town is in your blood, kid. He's right on all counts, and I hate that he knows me so well. That was quite a performance back there. Dominic would have been proud. That one word is like a sledgehammer to the chest. Yes, he would have been proud if he were here, but he's not, and he never will be. Shaking my head, I push away from the window and turn around. Luciano, A firm grip on my upper arm stops me. Don't. Right now, I'm just a Dodgers fan hitting on a blonde facing an Audi. Don't make it any more than that. He's right, of course. He's always right. I stare hard at our reflections in the glass. About what those women said. Luciano stiffens and lets out a low sigh before putting space between us. I care about you, kid, but more than that, I feel responsible for you. If only... Breaking his hold, I spin around, blood pounding in my ears. You promised no regrets, remember? My words are deceptively calm, yet still laced with warning. I'll be damned if I let him shoulder this sin. Choices have been made and graves have been dug. Regrets are useless. Luciano grinds his teeth together, gripping the back of his neck hard before dropping his hand and holding my stare with a resigned look in his eyes. All I'm saying is I'll always look out for you, kid, at the risk of my own life. I don't doubt his word. Opening my fist, I glance down, finally noticing I've gripped my key so hard it broke the skin. Furrowing my brow, I trace the thin line of blood on my palm, dragging it from the top to the bottom, and then swirling it in a small circle. I never got the chance to thank you. You don't have to thank me. Hell, I should thank you. A ghost of a smile rests on his lips. Because of you, I finally know the truth. As quickly as it appeared, the smile fades, a frown tugging the corners of his mouth down. I don't get the chance to ask before he pulls my hand forward, tugs at the hem of his t-shirt, and cleans the bloody 6 off my palm. I blink, and the realization of what I've done dawns on me. I draw my hand away and curl it by my side. Thanks. So, did you get what you came for? He asks, nodding toward the now empty bus. Did I live up to my end of the bargain? I purse my lips, thinking over Tess and Isla's inflated version of events. I think of Alexandra and her declaration that some people were meant to drown. I think of the moment I resurfaced from the bottom of the Hollywood reservoir alone. I think of truth and lies, and that gray area someplace in the middle where reality exists. My reality. Because in the end, isn't it the only one that's ever really mattered? Oh, Luciano. Cupping his cheek, I memorized the loyalty etched across his face, knowing this will be the last time I ever see it. You did more than keep your word. You saved my life. Dropping my hand, I stare at the bloodstain I left on his cheek, locking the image in a tiny corner of my mind reserved for Alexandra Romanov. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm not scared of it anymore. 6 can't hurt me. Because just like all the others, 6 is finally dead.
Chapter 53. Luciano. If you keep knocking on the devil's door, eventually he'll answer. Those words will haunt me until I go to my grave. The words I spoke to a scared little girl as she held tightly to my arm, begging me with tears in her eyes not to leave her in a strange house. I didn't know what to say. Kids weren't my thing. Never had one. Never wanted one. They were just liabilities that people like me used against other people like me. But something about Alexandra Romanov got to me. She thought I was a good man, just like she thought Dominic was an angel. Neither of us deserved that kind of devotion from such an innocent soul. Better she learned that then than to end up like her siblings one day. Bending down, I took her chin in my hand, looked her in those trusting green eyes, and told her the truth. I'm not the hero you seek, little one. I'm the monster hiding in the dark. So run as far and as fast as you can, because if you keep knocking on the devil's door, eventually he'll answer. I never expected her to use my own words as a final goodbye. Laying the bouquet of red roses beside me on the marble bench, my fingers traced the engraved words. Years of regret and searching, finally, at peace. Brenda McCallum, beloved mother and shining star. Brenda McCallum. I never knew her name. She refused to tell me. The beautiful young girl behind the deli counter with long, dark hair and deep blue eyes the color of the Pacific. It was her shy but mysterious smile that captured my attention. I couldn't take my eyes off her. The guys busted my balls, but I couldn't get her out of my head. I went back the next day, and when she saw me, she gave me the same shy smile and handed me my sandwich. I didn't even have to order. She remembered. Meatball sub
extra Parmesan. I waited until her shift ended and took her to dinner at Amalia. Just the look on her face did something to me. It changed me. One night was all we had. But I never forgot my beautiful dark-haired girl or her shy, mysterious smile. Even after waking up the next morning and finding her gone, I still searched for her. I went back to the deli and dragged the owner into the alley with a gun to his head. But it was all for nothing. The name she gave them was a fake. I didn't give up. For years I followed the same routine, visiting that same deli, day after fucking day. But I never saw her again. I never knew her name. You know what's in there. You've always known it. Maybe Alexandra was right. Maybe in some way I have always known it. There was just something about that boy that got under my skin from the minute I caught him stealing my wallet. I chuckled to myself. The balls on that kid. Like steel. Not too many 15-year-olds would look down the barrel of a gun and mouth off to Luciano Ricci. That's why I did what I did. Because, like I told Dominic the last time I saw him, most people don't get a second chance to make things right. If you do, don't fuck it up. 1 year ago. Something doesn't feel right. I can't explain it. It's just an ache in my bones that makes me restless. Since Dominic walked out, I've been on edge. More than once, I've had my phone in my hand, but put it down each time. He's a grown man. This is his problem. She's a grown woman. She's not my problem. But on the fourth pace around my desk, my eye catches the calendar. I don't have a family. No wife or kids. My parents are both dead. What do I care that it's Christmas Eve? I don't. But that grown man and woman, they sure as hell do. And after the shit I laid down tonight, and the truth I have no doubt Dominic dug out of the bowels of the Blue Vault, I don't know where their heads are at. I'm pulled out of my thoughts as my phone chimes with an incoming text. Grabbing it off my desk, I read the one word staring back at me. Goodbye. Before I can change my mind, I'm in my car, driving to Bel Air. It's not smart. The last thing I need to be seen doing is driving onto Romanoff property on the damn anniversary of the murders. Fucking stupid, Luciano. Real fucking stupid. But I don't even get close to the gate before I see it swing open, and an Audi tears through it like a bat out of hell. It's too dark to see who's behind the wheel, so I follow it. Again, stupid. But I'm too far in to turn back now. The fuck are you doing, boy? I mutter under my breath as I floor the gas pedal, hitting ridiculous speeds trying to keep up with him as he takes sharp turns like a suicidal moron. Finally, he slams on the brakes at the end of Beechwood and flings the driver's side door open. Only it's not Dominic. It's Alexandra. She's dressed in a thin, flowing nightgown and... what the fuck? Is she barefooted? Pulling off the side of the road behind her, I throw the car in park and take off running as she heads towards the Hollywood Reservoir hiking trail. Shit. How in the hell is she running on unpaved dirt so fast without shoes? I can't keep up with her as she disappears down the winding trail, the overhanging branches swallowing her along with the night. Alexandra! I growl, but I have no idea if she hears me. I've lost sight of her. Jesus Christ, I'm out of shape. The hiking trail is long, and by the time I wedge myself through a newly cut opening in the chain-link fence and make it to the bridge, I'm gasping for air,
and my chest feels like it's been beat with a branding iron. I stop for just a minute and rest my hands on my thighs to catch my breath. That's when I hear her. I look up, and my heart slams against my chest. Alexandra is standing on the other side of the railing, one hand wrapped around the top and the other clutching something against her chest. I want to run and jerk her the hell back over, but there's too much space between us. I'd never make it in time.
"Remember what you always used to say?"
She says, and there's something different in her voice.
"You can't drown in the rain as long as you run from the storm. I don't need to run anymore, Angel. The storm is over."
The storm? She speaks again.
"What are you saying, Alexandra?"
Angel? Alexandra? Oh, fuck. Her chin turns to the side as she answers herself again.
"I'm saying you were right all along. Some people are just meant to drown."
Son of a bitch, she's going to jump. After all I've done for 15 goddamn years, she's going to jump in this fucking water. I don't think anymore. I run like hell, and the sound of my dress shoes slamming against the concrete causes her to turn. Alexandra, no! Stop! She narrows her eyes, peering through the darkness, and when she sees it's me, she smiles.
"I knew you'd come. Still following me, huh, Luciano?"
What the hell are you doing? I yell, pacing while running a hand through my hair. Climb back over that rail, are you crazy?
That question is a little inappropriate considering the circumstances, don't you think?
She says, giggling as she glances over at the invisible fucking person, apparently standing beside her. I stop where I am and glare at her. She thinks this is funny. Come on, kid. I've watched you grow up. I know you can't swim. I think of Dominic. How it will kill him when they pull her body from the bottom of the reservoir. Taking a calming breath, I hold out my hand. You don't want to do this. I helped you once and I can do it again. Alexandra shakes her head.
I can't stay here anymore. You know this is the way it has to be.
She motions between us.
This has to end with me. We both know if you keep knocking on the devil's door, eventually he'll answer.
I can't look at her, so I turn my head just as something sails through the air and lands by my feet. Glancing down, I see it's a large envelope.
You know what's in there,
she says.
You've always known it.
Alexandra! She holds out her hand as if waiting for someone to take it. I call out her name again. She hesitates but doesn't look back.
Everything is in there. Everything you've wanted to know, everything you need to know, and everything you have to know.
Why? It's the only word I can get out. I can't save her. Not this time.
Dominic told me you taught him never to believe in wishes and hope, that they were useless weapons. Do you still believe that?
I don't know.
Sometimes hope is all we have left, Luciano. You gave that to me once. I need you to let us have it again. Not everyone in life gets a second chance.
Those words chill me to the bone. She never looks at me, and I never see her face. But there's no need. That little girl who held tight to my arms while hugging a pink teddy bear against her chest stands right in front of me, staring at me with her sad green eyes and tattered dress. And she smiles. That's the moment I understand. Us. Be free, little one, I whisper. With the wind at her back, she takes one step forward, and falls. I wait until I'm back in my office to open the envelope. Lighting a cigar, I sit back in my chair and unclasp the pin. As I pull out the papers one by one, I forget about the cigar, dropping it in the ashtray and letting it burn. The first thing I come to is a birth certificate. It's old and yellowed by time, but there's no mistaking the truth. I scrub a hand over my face and read the words again. Dominic Anthony McCallum. Mother, Brenda Francis McCallum. Father, Luciano Anthony Ricci. The father's name is handwritten in blue ink. I smile. Maybe I never knew her name, but she knew mine. She gave Dominic my middle name. Alexandra was right. Somehow I think I've always known. Clearing my throat, I set the certificate aside and pull out 2 handwritten notes. Unfolding the first one, I start reading.
Luciano, I wish I could have given you more notice, but text can be retrieved and we want your hands as clean as possible. Still, I knew I could count on you to come find me. You already know what else is in this envelope. There's a memorial bench at the estate you can visit. I put it there for you. Hilda knows you are to always have access. Speaking of Hilda, she is telling the police how I remembered the abuse and killing my mother. But when she arrived at the house the next morning, Dominic and I were both missing. I made sure to leave blood-stained sheets and a gun with my fingerprints. The blood will match Dominic's. Don't ask questions you don't want to know the answers to. There's a sealed letter in here for Detective Javier Rubio. It's a full confession. Make sure he gets it. I was told you're to tell him it's another tip, and that he will understand. Don't worry about money. Hilda told me about an offshore bank account. We'll be fine. The only way Dominic and I can live is to die. We have too many eyes on us to ever be at peace any other way. Never regret the past, Luciano. I don't. Love, Alexandra.
Folding the letter, I tuck it back into the envelope and read the remaining one. This one is much shorter, with sharp printed letters. Luciano. I think I've always known, too. Mom didn't tell us because she feared I'd follow in my father's footsteps. What she didn't understand is 15 years ago, I learned fate always finds a way. Everything the media needs to know is in Rubio's note. Plain and simple. Who knows? Maybe 50 years from now, we'll be Hollywood folklore. Wouldn't that be some shit? Dominic. I tuck everything back inside the envelope, stopping only to pull out the mentioned smaller sealed one meant for Detective Rubio. Then, sliding the trash can out from under my desk, I drop both letters and the birth certificate inside, flick open my Zippo lighter, and watch as they all go up in bright yellow flames. Goodbye, son. Epilogue. Dominic. 5 years later. Mama! Violet squeals as she takes off running, her long, dark hair swinging all around her. Angel bends down, a wide smile breaking across her face as she drops every bag in her hand and scoops her up. I stop where I am and just stare. Every time I see her, she takes my breath away. Not because she's beautiful, but because she's mine. Because we made it. Not many people could survive what my angel did. But then again, ever since the first moment she kissed my hand and asked me if I was God, she's fought to live and mark her place in this world. Yes. My angel. She never told me much, and I didn't ask. All I know is when I cut through the fence and saw her swim to our meeting place on the other side of the reservoir, she spoke the 3 words I'll never forget. Alexandra is gone. She was right. In 5 years, I haven't seen or heard her. The only person in Angel's head is Angel. My Angel. My Rook. The woman I fell in love with. And the one who knew how to swim. How did it go? I ask, leading the 2 of them out of the Naples airport. Anything new and exciting this time? Angel just gives me that secret smile of hers. The one that drives me crazy because she knows it pushes my buttons. Maybe. Let's get this little one home first, and I'll tell you. No, Violet whines, rubbing her eyes. No, segretti. Angel just laughs, handing off our now pissed-off daughter to me as she opens the door. Great. I'm being chastised by a bilingual 4-year-old. You just had to pick Italy, didn't you? I shrug. I like pasta. She rolls her eyes. Bullshit. You like being near your roots. Violet lifts her sleepy head off my shoulder. No si dici, Mama. Angel's eyebrows shoot up. Did she just scold me for cursing? Now I'm really laughing because, I'm sorry, that shit's funny. What else have you been teaching her while I've been gone? Buckling Violet into her car seat, I give her a kiss on her forehead and climb into the driver's seat. Maybe to have better aim than you. She pretends to be offended. This again? I shot you in the ass. Would you prefer if I'd circled around to the front? I glance in the back seat, making sure Violet is asleep. Dick threats are not funny, Rook. She just smirks and tucks a lock of her short blonde hair behind her ear. 5 years later, and I'm still not used to her being a blonde. I don't like it, but it's a necessary evil. Just like the long hair that's currently tied at my nape and driving me batshit is necessary. Like the contact lenses that turn her eyes blue and my eyes brown are necessary evils. With death comes sacrifice. As we make our way back to our villa in Sorrento, Angel tells me all about her trip to Los Angeles. I just shake my head. I don't know why she feels the need to do this every year. To me, it's tempting fate a little too much. But she claims it's something she just has to do. Who am I to question that? Each time, she always takes the infamous Hollywood Murders bus tour and strikes up random conversations with other ticket holders. Especially when the tour stops outside the gates of the Romanov estate. 20 years after the original murders, it's still a hot spot and a source of heated controversy. People are free to think what they want. Only 2 people know the details of what happened that night. And as far as the world is concerned, both of them took it to the grave. By the time we make it to the villa, Violet is wide awake. Once inside, she grabs her newest treasure, a pink teddy bear, and holds it high above her head while skipping around. Shit. I meant to intercept that before Angel got back, but with all the excitement, it slipped my mind. An oversight which has come back to bite me in the ass. Angel folds her arms across her chest. Where did she get that? I scratch the back of my head, trying to come up with an answer that doesn't sound pulled out of my ass, when my sweet, angelic-faced daughter sells me the fuck out. It's from Nani Moose! Traitor. Angel shifts a narrowed gaze toward me and cocks an eyebrow. Nani Moose again, huh? Of all the times for my kid to not throw out some weird English-Italian hybrid shit, she chooses now. Angel smiles at Violet, her voice gentle. Go set up a tea party, Vi. I'll be there in a minute. Violet's pale blue eyes brighten. Okay, Mama. As soon as Violet is out of earshot, Angel purses her lips.
Another anonymous delivery?
Shaking her head, she chuckles and turns to face the glass door where she stares out at the Mediterranean.
Luciano is spoiling her.
She's not wrong. Violet looks forward to her monthly surprises from the man she's called Nonny Moose, ever since hearing Angel and I refer to the sender as Anonymous. I have no idea how he found us, or how he knows Violet even exists, but I'm not surprised. He has always been our protector. Not even death could break a habit like that. Apparently, death can't break the chains of a lost love either. According to news reports, a shell corporation purchased the Romanov estate shortly after Rubio had Alexandra declared dead. However, no one has ever moved in or claimed ownership. The corporation simply maintains the property and provides for the staff. But Angel and I know it was never the lure of owning a piece of Hollywood history that prompted the purchase. It was the memorial bench, tucked away near the back of the estate. After 37 years, Luciano finally found his deli girl. He'd never let anyone keep him from her again. Walking up behind Angel, I slip my arms around her waist and tug her against me. Of course he's spoiling her. She's his granddaughter.
You miss him.
My arms tighten around my wife. I never had a dad growing up, but I always thought if I did, I'd want him to be like Luciano. Day after day, I'd watch him walk into that deli in his fancy suit. Now I know he was looking for Mom.
That's where his hopes and wishes died,
she says, leaning back against me. All this time, she didn't tell me. Angel turns and wraps her arms around my neck, trailing her nails lightly across my skin.
She knew what kind of life Luciano led. She wanted to keep you from following into it.
Pulling her close, I hover my lips against hers, my hands seeking flesh that will forever belong to me. Yet I still did. She smiles that secret smile again.
I told you. Fate always finds a way.
The first time I kissed an angel, she died. The second time, we both did. As far as the world is concerned, that's where Alexandra Romanov and Dominic McCallum's story ends. Our tragic, bloody, heartbreaking story that will live in infamy as Hollywood folklore for generations to come. But for Jade DeLuca and Brendan McCall, the story has just begun. Not long after we said our vows, Angel told me that Alexandra had confessed a secret. She told her that the night I saved her, she made a promise to herself. She swore she'd find me again in another life. When she did, my pain would be hers. My heart would beat for her. She'd destroy me and set me free. She was a woman of her word, even if she now only exists somewhere in a quiet, serene corner of Angel's mind. We saved each other that Christmas Eve 20 years ago, and then we did it again 15 years later. The world demanded justice for a lost little girl until they got it. But when Alexandra Romanov's justice turned out jagged and messy, public opinion took a sharp swing in the opposite direction. They idolized an icon, and when that shiny exterior tarnished, they crucified a human. Maybe all of this could have been avoided if I'd never walked into that bar that day. Maybe Angel Smith would still be just another washed-up actress waiting tables in Chula Vista. Maybe Violet DeLuca and Brenda McCallum would still be alive. But then again, maybe they wouldn't. Angel believes fate always finds a way. She holds firm that the universe revolves around balance, and whether it takes a day or a decade, all wrongs are eventually righted. So maybe it was fate that drew me into that bar. Maybe fate knew Alexandra Romanov's story wasn't finished. The first time I kissed Angel, I thought I chose her to make history. But maybe fate chose us to rewrite it, and then close the book for good. A content smile settles on my face as I watch my wife chase our daughter into the surf, both of them laughing as she swings her into the air. Once upon a time, a man taught me that wishes and hope are useless weapons. I believed him. I lived my whole life around that thought.